Our enemies didn't run away. They regrouped. They have complete control over the underground of New York, and they're preparing to hit us again. Get ready, and take the fight to them.
He's headed to the old sawmill.
Going in after him. It's gonna be dark soon.
When does that ever stop me? Bike's down. Alright, Two-Dog, where the hell are you? Go on. Get out of here. Get out. Well, that ain't him. Alright, let's see. Yep. I could use that. Oh shit. Two-Dog. Two-Dog! Damn it! Stop, Two-Dog! Look around, brother! You know how this is gonna end. Where you at? Oh, shit. Come on! Destin here for IGN Live at E3 2016 with Deej. How's it going, Deej?
It's good to be here. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah, you're here to talk about Destiny.
As usual.
Yes, Rise of Iron is on the way. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the campaign and the SIVA and how all that works?
I would love to. So, as you know, Destiny Rise of Iron is going to be a large expansion to the world of Destiny. And when we say large expansion, we mean that we're telling new stories, we're sending you to new places to explore. There's a new social space. You have the opportunity to become an Iron Lord. And that is essentially the player fantasy that we're embracing with this new campaign. The story that we're telling is of the tradition of Lord Saladin and his legendary order of heroes. They were some of the original protectors of humanity before any of the current Guardians were born. They looked out across old Russia from atop their mountain fortress at the top of Fellwinter Peak, and once upon a time, they confronted an ancient evil, some Golden Age technology that was like a technological plague, you know, ravenous and destructive, and they sacrificed their very lives to contain that deep within the vaults below old Russia. And Lord Saladin, ever since, as the sole survivor of the Iron Lords, has been training the Guardians, as you well know, in the Iron Banner. That monthly ritual in the Crucible has been an exercise to prepare humanity for war in the event that SIVA, this technological plague, were to ever emerge again and threaten us anew.
And it has one thing that players on last-gen consoles should know is that Rise of Iron will not be coming to those platforms. It's only coming to Xbox One and PS4.
This is true.
And that's because, as you have told IGN, 90% of players are on those two platforms.
It's true that most of our community is on what we're calling current generation platforms. But this isn't a matter of deciding that 10% isn't worthy of our efforts. What we've encountered at this phase of development in Destiny, with so many places to go, with so many different stories to experience, we've reached a point where in order to deliver new content and tell new stories and let them explore new environments on the legacy generation consoles, we'd have to start subtracting from the experience that they already know. And there are still people who are going through the original Destiny experience for the first time. And instead of diminishing that, what we've decided to do is sustain it in its current state, deliver the new content on the current generation platforms. You'll still be able to play Destiny if you're on a PS3 or an Xbox 360. When Rise of Iron launches, it'll still be something that you can enjoy on the legacy gen, but Rise of Iron is a current gen exclusive.
Got it. So you had to make that decision to add the new content.
Yeah.
One thing Bungie is also known for is fantastic multiplayer. You created Forge with Halo.
Yeah.
What new modes are you adding in Rise of Iron? You mentioned new modes, maps, and features.
Yeah, that is essentially, with Lord Saladin as the central figure in this new campaign, you know that the Crucible is going to be an interesting place to be. We're going to be unveiling the full suite of Crucible features later on this summer. As you said, there is a new game mode for Guardian versus Guardian combat. There are some new maps, and we're going to be doing some interesting things to make sure that people enjoy returning to the Crucible and enjoying some healthy competition with their friends.
A suite of features. That sounds quite promising. So why don't you tell us a little bit about these new armor sets that we're getting? We've seen the raid set.
Yeah.
We've seen the campaign set that we'll get, where you become an Iron Lord, and the new trial set.
Yeah.
What can you tell us?
Well, the Destiny player experience is all about creating a unique character, upgrading your character, making it more powerful, and the things that people equip the weapons that they wield, really sort of defines them as a player. At a glance, you can take a look at a Guardian and say, this is a champion of the Crucible, this is a hardcore raider, this is a person who has sworn fealty to a specific faction. And we're going to pay off all of that across the entire spectrum of the player experience. So no matter what you love about Destiny, we're going to have those new things for you to do. And adding those things to your vault, adding new weapons to your arsenal is a huge part of the evolution of your character. And with an expansion, or even with a game update like you saw with the April update, we like to give people new things to aspire to. And we're doing that in just about every facet of the things that people love to do with Rise of Iron.
Speaking of things to aspire to, you have Galahorn. It's
Yes.
coming back. That was a weapon you actually took out of Destiny because you felt it was too powerful, or like people were like, if you don't have Galahorn, you can't do the raid. How are you implementing it this time where it's going to remain?
Well, it was just something that we didn't bring forward into the second year of Destiny. It's still in the game. People can still use it if they love it. Those still old activities that you can, if you feel like you want to take down Atheon in the Vault of Glass, the Galahorn is still at your disposal. We're still finding that people are, playing their first raids even to this day, and that's a great way to experience old content, is with someone who's never experienced it for themselves. What we're doing with the Galahorn in Rise of Iron is we're bringing its power levels up, so it'll be a relevant implement of destruction against this new enemy. So the Galahorn is now the product of a quest. And this is really my favorite thing about the fact that the Galahorn is returning to prominence and relevance, is the fact that people aren't waiting for it to drop. They are participating in a very specific quest where they get to forge their own weapon. They get to recover relics and shards of armor from fallen heroes, and they get to build their own exotic rocket launcher. So we're removing so much of the angst and the uncertainty over how do I get it? When does it drop? Is Xur ever going to sell the Galahorn? Xur should never sell the Galahorn. Now everyone has a real cool sense of ownership because the Galahorn is a thing that they made. It's a product of their action and their adventure. So people know how to acquire it, they can go after it, and once it's theirs, they know why they have it, and they have interesting memories from their own gameplay.
Is it going to be a legendary or exotic this time around?
I believe it's going to be another exotic weapon. It always has been exotic, so I believe that's exactly how it's going to behave.
Got it. Are there going to be achievements or trophies with this release?
You know what? You've stumped me.
You don't know?
You've stumped me. I do not know. But as soon as I get that information, I will whisper it to you through the back channels of the internet.
Destiny is all about community, so I reached out to some prominent community members for their Destiny questions. We have a tough one up front from Gathalion. He says, where is it here? The content drought of year 2 was hard on the dedicated community. Post Rise of Iron launch, can we expect a more robust and significant stream of content and investment opportunities? Thank you, Gathalion, for that question.
Sure. We're going to create content that we feel is worthy of the passion and the enthusiasm of our community. We're going to create content that we feel meets our standards. We've invested a lot of love and passion into creating a world that you would want to explore, creating the things that you would need to build a character that you care about, and we're going to do those things steadily. But we're going to make sure that we do it right, and we're going to take the time that we need to do that right. At the same time, the live team is still committed to making the world of Destiny an interesting place, a world that calls you back into the world of Destiny to do and enjoy new things. I can't commit to a specific cadence. I can tell you that Rise of Iron is coming out September 20th, so that's something to look forward to. Just yesterday, we had the June update, which has, sort of done some class balancing and weapon tuning. New chroma colors came online, so we're always working on Destiny content. The promise I can make is that we're committed to making sure that the Guardians have a fun place to explore and to express themselves, and I'm excited about what the future holds.
Holtzman from Planet Destiny asks, could you give an approximate size to the Plague Lands? Larger than the Dreadnought, similar to Venus?
The Dreadnought is a new landing zone in Old Russia. In terms of the actual size of it, we're enjoying some of our first...
You said the Dreadnought is a new landing zone.
I'm sorry.
Mean Plague Lands.
Yes, the Plague Lands is a new landing zone on Earth. So for the first time, what we've done is we're taking an existing destination and we're creating a new place where you can put your boots on the ground. We've all landed in Old Russia many, many times. It's the first time, you ever played Destiny. That's really where your adventure began. What we're doing now is going beyond the wall. We're going beyond the Cosmodrome to explore a new landscape. In terms of the size and scale of that, what I'd like to do is save that for another reveal where we actually invite the community to see the Plaguelands, and then we'll show them, where those boundaries are.
Got it. Well, we have some more community questions, but we're going to save those for Fireteam Chat, which we're recording tonight with you guys.
Yes.
So stay tuned for that. Deeds, thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Thanks for having me.
Guys, if you want more on Destiny, you're already in the right place. IGN. I had a few more, but they were giving me the wrap-up.
Power Cult and Dr. Darling are back, this time with their two Cyber Commando kids, Roxanne and Slater. Play as the radliest mean teams this side of Mars, and defy gravity on your ultimate Dragon Slayer cyber bikes. Protect America with freedom flips and ride on the ridiculous roller coaster of righteousness. Grapple and spin all over the planet. Use guns to shoot cyborgs, communist aliens, and giant ancient Dragon Balls! Space is the place, and the action is in your face! Ride through loops, hoops, and multiple dimensions! Into the future! Come fight Vietnam War 4! Together, forever, today! Trials of the Blood Dragon! Side effects may include euphoria and extreme patriotic views.
Jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bells ring. Snowing and blowing up bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells chiming, jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. Jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. What a bright time! It's the right time. We're gonna rock the night away. Jingle bell time, it's a swell time to go gliding in a one-horse sleigh. Mix and mingle in a jingling beat. That's the jingle bell. That's the jingle.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
What a wicked game to play, to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do, to let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do, to make me dream of you. With you.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Ah, the San Francisco Bay.
Fuck the slow-mo. Hey. Fashion slave who protested to get in a fucking lookbook. Everything I scribbled like an anarchist cookbook. Look good, posing in a center full of cookbook. Black on black with the ski mask, that is my crook look. How you like my styling, bro? Ain't nobody styling, bro. About to turn this motherfucker up like Rikers Island, bro. My thuggers and my cripples and my
Taylor on the cut, lifting six on your stitching crew. I'm miles ahead of you. You can sip my bitches brew. My battle status is burning mansions from Dallas to Malibu. Check my resume, your residence is residue. Call her a skin job, and my honey dick will backflip for you. You playing hard, your eye socket, she gon' rip it too. Eclipse in the bottom, we dipping from Gotham. Yes, eclipsed by the shadows, a dark dance to the coffin. I'm a fellow with melanin, suspect of a felony. With black rock in my law, feds is checking my melody. Running too fast, running, fuck the slow-mo.
Click here to watch more game videos. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and be the first to see new trailers and behind-the-scenes action.
God. This place is incredible.
What's your suit on those rocks? We don't know what kind of pathogens might exist here. We can't afford a breach. Come on. We have to keep moving.
You know, I bet this place isn't even on the star charts.
Analyzing surroundings. Unknown environment. Unknown atmosphere. Wow. Unknown location.
Wait. What the hell is that?
Welcome to Yooka-Laylee. moon. Come back.
PlayStation.
Welcome back to IGN Live from E3 2016. It's time to take a look at one of my most anticipated games. Yes, Yooka-Laylee. Stephen Grant here from Playtonic Games. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Fantastic to be here. Fantastic.
I think every Nintendo 64 kid is excited for this game.
Oh, it's great to hear. Yeah. And everybody who owns an Xbox and PlayStation as well, of course.
And everybody else in the world.
We are multi-platform now.
Yeah, we're seeing the game.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Trailer.
All right, like, is this going to feel like you're playing an old school, like 3D platformer like
I think the plan right is to try and capture all that kind of old warm niceness from the old days, right? Yeah. To bring it up to date. So it's not some kind of retro game. It's like it's got that. We're really conscious about touching all the old like tickling warm feel things that you like.
Yeah.
And like adding it into the new game and new stuff because hopefully like we're better now than we were then. Like I'm a better composer, Steve's a better artist allegedly. So like it should be hopefully be a better experience. But we want to get all that stuff in there. You
can see by the worlds we've created. We're definitely not going for a retro look. We're going for a high-end look. We've got such fantastic worlds created by our great team back at Playtonic and a great cast of amazing characters.
Yeah, so what can you tell us about our heroes, Yooka and Laylee?
Yooka and Laylee, well,
I can sort of say that Steve actually has only ever created one character in his life. He just reskins Banjo every time. So he's just reskinned Banjo yet again. So it's a bit of a cop-out, really.
Okay.
But you can tell us about that, Steve, if you like.
I'll tell you what, Graham, I've about had enough of this. I fly 5,500 miles across the Atlantic and the North American continent to see him. And all I get are these insults.
Well, if you guys want to break into a fight, that'd be good TV.
I think that's outside later.
I'm tougher than him, though.
I've about had enough. Jesus.
You stop acting now.
No, I'm not. I'm serious.
Well, tell them about Yooka-Laylee.
Yeah, in Banjo-Kazooie, it was all about the two characters working together, teaming up.
Yeah.
I assume Yooka-Laylee do the same sort of thing?
Yeah, they do, but they've got even more moves, if that was even possible. And we wanted to give equal prominence to both characters. So instead of like one hiding away all the time, like they did in Banjo, we've got them visible all the time.
But like, tell them why you chose the chameleon and the bat. That's a good story.
The chameleon and the bat, they're just cool characters and they have such cool natural abilities. And we can take those and gamify them, like with the tail and the tongue. And chameleons obviously can camouflage, so we take that and now you can take on physical properties. Like you can become heavy or you can become fiery or electrically charged. And we can combine all those with a variety of moves and just endless gameplay possibilities.
And we're just seeing a minecart level
there.
Yeah. Can you speak to that? Because there's actually some debate as to how frustrating minecart levels are in video games.
Always frustrating.
Yeah.
Especially when we make them.
Yeah.
It's something we promised on the Kickstarter, and it's something that's been really enjoyable for the guys to do. And you're just seeing a tiny section of, and there'll be these huge sprawling tracks on every level. So it's going to be great.
All right. Now, I think you guys are showing us something else today.
We are.
A special demo of Toy Box.
The Toy Box, that's right.
Yeah, this is really exciting. This is the complete world premiere. Like, no one's seen this yet. So this is especially for the fans of the Kickstarter.
Yeah.
There's a certain tier that they subscribe to, and they get the Toy Box to play with. It's like a real kind of it's not part of the game. It's not even a demo level. It's just so they can get the feel of the controls, try a few moves out, see a bit of the environment, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's a spoiler-free environment, so we can get feedback from the fans, like what they think of the moves, what they think of the camera. I mean, just recently we changed the swimming mechanics, so that again that'll be great to hear feedback on that. And it's like a proper level, but it's completely self-contained, spoiler-free. There's 100 quills to collect. There's objectives like that to achieve. So. Yeah, a lot of work has gone into it, and this is all to pay back the gratitude of the Kickstarter.
And also, like one of the tunes that no one's heard yet is in the level. So, like in Banjo, the music used to fade from area to area. So one of the main channel fades is in here, so they get to hear that for the first time. So that's quite exciting for to get the kind of channel fade thing working. So they can really feel like it's going to work, So
there's even a new NPC to me that we haven't revealed yet. So he's hiding there somewhere.
Indeed, there is.
What's his name?
What's his name? The cat saw what his name is.
I remember.
Well, so it's a big world for everyone to sort of run around in and sort of familiarize themselves with the new controls.
Yeah, it's just getting that feel for it, right? So we can get some feedback from them.
Yeah.
So it's good for them to kind of say if they like it or they don't like it, or get the feeling, get the jumps, get the moves, get all that kind of stuff that's important.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah, they're going to like it. Yeah,
We
it's
better
good
not
fun.
get too much negative feedback.
Yeah, well,
else the game won't be out for another 3 years.
Yeah.
That's right. At least.
So why do you think now is a good time to bring back the 3D platformer?
I think we all felt right that like, you know, you get an awful lot of the kind of shootery zombie thingy going on all the time, right? You know, it's like, it's really bizarre. Like back in the 90s, there was a ton of platforms great, right?
Yeah.
It's weird now for us to be the odd man out.
Well,
like we are kind of the odd man out right now. There's not that many platformers.
That's true.
You know, and I guess I was probably the most prominent on social media of all the teams so far. So I got an awful lot of flack over the years from like all the Twitter followers saying, "Where's the next platform? Where's Banjo 3?" So I knew there was a market for it, and so when a kind of happy set of fortunate disasters happened where some guys left Rare, some guys got laid off from Rare. It was the first time the core Banjo team could be together again since Banjo 2, really.
Yeah.
So it was a perfect opportunity to kind of go, let's just do it and see what happens. And Gavin Price had the balls to get the company together and sorted it out. And we all, you know, it's been a fantastic experience. I think we just kind of feel that it's been an alignment of the stars, really, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love these games. We love making them, we love playing them, and it just seemed a great fit for Playtonic's first game to be an open world 3D platformer.
Yeah. Well, there's been, you know, a lot of excitement over Yooka-Laylee, so surely that's been very encouraging. And
I think,
really
I think the whole Kickstarter was just absolutely blew us out the window. Like we had no idea it was going to be like that. And like I think just we're all sitting watching the counter, just going round and round and round with the money.
Yeah.
I thought my PC was broken. Right, I thought something was wrong with it. Hit refresh.
Something wrong
this
here.
is ridiculous, you know. So I think it shows the love for the game. Like to get 80,000 backers is amazing.
Yeah.
And like we just, you know, I think we felt like a massive responsibility on our shoulders to try and make a great game. I mean, even though we're trying in the first place, right? We even felt even more responsible for these people that have put the money in their own pocket to make the game right.
It's one of these moments we'll never forget, because there was only 6 of us when we started the company, and now the backers, we have such great trust from the backers. They've turned 6 people into a proper studio of 20, making the game we've always wanted to make. So we can never. Hopefully we can repay the backers with a great game. And that's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, we are going to make a good game. We're convinced of it. Yeah.
So if you've been following Yooka-Laylee, following you guys, your official like social media accounts and your trailers, it seems like you are almost hinting at some sort of connection between Yooka-Laylee and Banjo-Kazooie. Are we totally?
There's no real connection. There's nothing.
No connection.
No, not at all. We're completely separate.
Just like the
people making the game.
For like the game world and the characters, there's no connection there.
Completely separate.
Okay.
No, it's just we're just getting that kind of. We want to get that feeling from the first 2 games and just bring it up to date and make it better. So it's not. There's no real connection at all.
Yeah, they're different IPs.
Yeah.
Yooka-Laylee, Playtonic IP, Microsoft, Banjo IPs.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, when I listen to the game, if I close my eyes and listen to the game, I totally like. Sounds like a Banjo-Kazooie game.
Yeah,
Sounds very familiar.
Yeah, I think the kind of.
Do you know why that is?
Well, because this
No,
gentleman
it's
there.
because he's only written 5 tunes in his
And he just recycles them over?
Yes.
I don't know how that goes.
That's a complete lie. I refute that thing. Nonsense.
Yooka-Laylee's coming out next year.
First quarter.
First quarter
yeah.
next year.
Yeah,
All right. All right. I'm very, very excited.
It's going to be there.
We're working hard.
All right. Well,
it's going to be great.
Better get back to work then. I know you gotta.
Especially Steve.
You have a lot of excited fans out there.
Yeah, Steve's got a lot of work to do, Steve.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for coming by the show.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
That is Yooka-Laylee. Stay tuned for more from E3 2016 right after this.
Hurry up, we got cartel reinforcements incoming. Up you get, and in you go.
Adios. Let's get the hell out of here.
I got him in my line of fire.
Well, hold him off. I gotta fly this thing.
And
We are clear, gentlemen.
nice work.
That was a tough mission. Oh, man, that was close.
just over an hour since a little girl was taken hostage on the top floor of a building here in downtown Detroit. Details are still emerging on what exactly happened. But the hostage taker could be the family's android. Negotiator on site.
Please, please, you gotta save my little girl. Wait. You're sending an android?
All right, ma'am. We need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person?
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by Cyberlife.
It's firing at everything that moves. It already shot down 2 of my men. Saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it.
Don't come any closer or I'll jump!
Hi, Daniel. My name is Connor. There's no way out, Daniel. The only question is whether or not you take another innocent life.
I'm holding all the cards. If I die, she dies.
Look what you did! You were designed to serve humans, not kill them.
What was I designed to be? Their slave? Their toy?
You're a machine you have to obey. Now put the gun down and let the hostage go.
I spent my life taking orders. Now it's my turn to decide.
Your order for an A-Beat android has been registered.
Are you armed? No. I have a gun. Drop it!
Touch him and I kill you.
You can't kill me. I'm not alive.
Tell that helicopter to get out of here.
It's up to you how the story ends. I trust you.
You lied to me, Connor. You lied to me.
My name is Connor. This is our story.
PlayStation.
Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment with Alex in his office. There is no duration set for this meeting. There is a 3 p.m. meeting in TranStar Conference Room A to greenlight research and development plans. Please confirm your attendance prior to arrival. The most recent test results from the Psychotronic. Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment with Alex in his office. There is no duration. Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment.
Good morning, Morgan. Looks like we have some tests to run through today.
Good morning, Morgan. You're not going to like what I have to say next.
Find Megan once you reach the Dust District. She'll tell you more. I'll wait here in the skiff and take you back to the dreadful whale after you finish.
Orders from the Duke. We're losing too many people. Good soldiers blinded by that hallucinogenic powder the Howlers use, then stabbed to death or dragged down by the Abbey's hounds. One young lieutenant got hit by an overseer grenade, and that was it. He was one of the Duke's distant cousins or something.
Shit. Let's hope they do enough damage to each other so the fight goes out of them.
That won't happen until someone manages to kill either Paolo or Vice Overseer.
Stuck out here. Tired of cleaning silver dust out of my ears.
Our survival as a species has always depended on our drive to seek out the undiscovered, push beyond our limits, and expand the boundaries of our known world. With Mass Effect, we are going further than ever before. To Andromeda, to build a new home for humanity. Imagine distant star systems with remote and hostile planets, teeming with alien life and civilizations. Worlds where adventure, danger, and the unknown are waiting to be discovered. We've created a universe that you will lose yourself in, a whole new galaxy for you to explore.
Welcome to Denver. I'm Brandon Gordon alongside Charles Davis as the 2016 NFL season is underway.
This the game that shows us. Pioneer started on my corner like the cold rush. Had lining up the block like a gold rush. Saying live fast and die young is what they told us.
Here we go. Just 3 seconds left. The Broncos fighting for their playoff lives. A snap, hold, it's blocked. TJ Ward blocked it. And in the most improbable of ways, Denver is going to the playoffs.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
Welcome to the world of Steep, a massive open world.
To IGN Live. I'm your host, Brian Altano. With me, Jason Schroeder. You're doing something amazing today.
Yeah?
You're allowing me, very early in this morning during E3, to say the word butthole multiple times.
It's butthole.
Butthole.
You're saying 2 words.
So obviously we're here to talk about South Park, the fractured butthole.
Correct.
Butthole.
Oh, I get it.
Butthole.
Right.
And this is awesome. This is a sequel to the South Park Stick of Truth.
Yeah.
The RPG that came out a few years ago, which I absolutely adored. Probably one of my favorite RPGs of all time, because it took a genre that I love and condensed it down to something that I could finish in a reasonable, 10, 12-hour sitting.
Yeah.
So what's the plan with this one?
So with South Park: The Fractured Butthole, again, we want people to feel like they're in an episode. We want people to feel like they're really the new kid in South Park, interacting with the boys, and just kind of getting caught up in that the town getting out of control and like a game that sort of goes awry. It's something that happens in episodes, and it feels nice and familiar, and it feels like really good to be a part of that. And I think that we still want it to be, Ubisoft has huge games that you'll be able to explore entire worlds in. In South Park, you can explore the entire small mountain town. You can go right, you can go left. It's up to you.
Which is really cool, because the Stick of Truth was the first game to sort of like outline what the town in South Park actually looks like.
Right. Yeah, and then this one we wanted to make sure that still felt familiar. You go to the main street, go to the school, like. We don't need to reinvent new locations necessarily, but there's a lot of places that they've gone in the shows that the Stick of Truth didn't get to explore. So we're expanding the town in some ways, but hopefully everyone that played Stick is going to have a nice, I know that I live next door to Butters, who lives next door to Eric.
Who lives next door to Canada.
Right. Just right there, right up the street.
So obviously this one's tackling the superhero genre, which I think is like, we're at the point now where we're not in superhero fatigue, but we have earned the right to sort of lampoon how ridiculous the cinematic universes have become, which you guys did a really good job of doing during the Ubisoft press conference. So what sort of inspirations or things that you brought into Lampoon have made it into this game?
We started on it a couple of years ago, and at that time I think we were like, man, superheroes are like, they're already going to be so big, like they can't possibly get any bigger than this. And then it's just been Netflix and Hulu and the CW, and everybody's just more and more bigger and bigger superheroes all the time.
Yep.
And it's just, like you said, it's totally ripe for it, and it's gives people a lot of good references, like a lot of good grounding to understand the jokes, because to really be able to build a satirical joke, people kind of have to get the base stuff. And now, like the concept of an origin story is totally mainstream. Everybody understands. Oh no, I totally know that guy's back.
Well, especially because there's like certain origin stories that we've seen like 30 times now.
Right, and there's nothing quite as fun as an origin story. And so for Cartman, he helps you as a new kid develop your origin story, your backstory, and the conflict that motivates you to be a superhero.
So now a lot of that is actually coming up and customizing who you want to be.
Right.
And you guys have actually a lot of options for that. And I was sort of pausing on the menus that you were going through, because every little caption in there was interesting and funny, but also pertains really well to the stats and characteristics your character's going to have. So how much sort of customization is involved in all of this?
So we have a dozen different superhero classes that are like, there's just a ton of material out there. Like, so many superheroes, so many superhero pieces of entertainment. You just like, we want to be able to pluck from a lot of that so people can kind of make the superhero that they want or they can imagine themselves to be. And then we, in the game that Cartman is creating, he's okay with you. Okay, you can be a speedster, and you can be, later in the game, you can also be a blaster, and you can mix and match those powers and sort of have a long range attack, but also be that speedster type. But
that's
okay,
awesome.
So it's really trying to make something that's yours.
Yeah. Now, the first game was in development for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
And I think, I'm just theorizing here, but it seems a lot of that went into the writing, went into the fact that Matt and Trey are some of the busiest people in the world, and went into making this game look like the show. I had people walk by me while I was playing the original game.
Right.
They were like, "Oh, you're watching South Park," and I'm like, "No, I'm playing it." Which
Right.
obviously you've captured again this time around.
Right.
Was this like, nothing's ever easy, but was this a sort of smoother path to get where this was than the first game?
Well, I mean, when we got started, we needed to choose an engine, we needed to choose a team, and when we chose Snowdrop, which kind of makes people go, "What? That's the Division?" And it's an open world streaming engine with amazing rendering technology that we go, "I'll turn that off, turn that off, turn that off." We don't need any of that. But it means that we take the Maya files directly from what South Park does in the show. We chew on them a little bit, and then we actually just are rendering them live in game, and that's just where technology's gotten
It's
to.
insane to think that this is running on the same engine as the Division.
Yeah.
Just for anyone that doesn't have any idea how video games work, now you know even less.
If you imagine the city of Manhattan, where you can pull the camera out in the Division and be like, yeah, it's like Manhattan. And if you do that in our game, it's just a bunch of cartoon cells. It's just like an alternate reality.
That is so cool. So how much involvement did Matt and Trey have in like the writing and production of this game?
Matt and Trey are involved in everything. So we have meetings all the time. Like Trey was saying on the stage, they're involved in combat. We work together and like trying to really come up with something that's going to be compelling for them and something that they can be proud of. And I mean, their editorial control, their creative direction, their they are inventing all these new characters because they know what their boys would be doing playing this game.
God, that's so cool. Well, Jason, thank you so much. When can people play South Park: The Fractured Butthole?
December 6th.
December 6th. What platforms?
PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC.
You got it right here. IGN Live, right here at E3 2016, all week long. You're already in the right place. And I got to say, butthole.
2 words.
Thank you so much, Jason.
No problem.
When we think about the future of Xbox, we think about removing barriers.
For me and for the fans and for the developers, Xbox has always meant innovation and the latest technology, and delivering the world's most powerful console is something we absolutely want to do.
This is the console that developers asked us to build. They wanted a console that had no boundaries, had no limitations.
And that technology component to us is what we really need to make our vision and our art come alive.
When I saw the specs of this thing, I'm like, wow, I got true to like, they're really going for it. They're not holding anything back.
So we gave the SoC 6 teraflops of computing capability to be able to handle 4K resolutions. Gamers are going to get the most powerful graphics processor that's been put into a game console to date.
It's going to make developers happy, it's going to make gamers happy because they're going to get a very powerful GPU out of it.
The highest res, the best frame rate, no compromises.
You get 4K gaming, true 4K resolution. I can't wait to see what developers actually do with all that horsepower in the box.
We can render at 60 hertz. We can render fully uncompressed pixels. These are the highest quality pixels that anybody is seeing. And what we're able to do now is bring that to the console player.
My job as a game maker is about immersion. It's about to put you into an experience and let you live that experience. The richer and more accurate those visuals are, the more immersive it is.
And if we can get a lot more performance, and I mean a lot more, like with this, we get to much greater and better game experiences as a result.
We're moving Fallout 4 to VR, and to have a console that can support that at the resolution and speed that we really want, I think it's going to be magical.
This console is 100% for you guys. We read the articles, we read the reviews. It's the We Heard You console.
So that doesn't mean that we are leaving the original Xbox One behind. Every single thing that we've done for Xbox One will continue to work.
We add to the capabilities of the Xbox One and the Xbox One family without forcing gamers to abandon all the games in the community that they love so much.
These two systems are part of the same family. The games will work on both. The accessories work on both.
Well, the box we're building is incredible. It's going to have 8 CPU cores, over 320 gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth, 6 teraflops of GPU power. It's a monster.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
Dear child, I see your eyes. The belonging you seek is not behind you. It is ahead.
The droid, I'll pay for him.
Actually, the droids are not for sale.
Come on!
I can do this.
The droid stole a freighter.
The two were accompanied by a girl.
What girl? Chewie, we're home.
This droid has to get to the Resistance base as soon as possible.
He's carrying a map to Luke Skywalker. Don't tell me a Rathar's got loose. I got a bad feeling about this. The girl I've heard so much about. Don't move! I'm in charge now.
It's about time you showed up.
Give it everything you got!
You're afraid. But you will never be as strong as Darth Vader.
We're not done yet. You might need this. Ow! Hey!
Goodness!
PlayStation.
Tell them that I told you, won't be any longer. Devil gonna leave you, he's heading over yonder. Tell them that I told you, I told you, I told you. Whoa, whoa. When you're rolling like a stone, when you're shaking in your bones, I'll be waiting here for you. When you're running from your ghost and there's nowhere left to go.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Welcome to Denver. I'm Brandon Gordon alongside Charles Davis as the 2016 NFL season is underway.
This the game that shows us. Pioneer started on my corner like the corn rush. Had lining up the block like a gold rush. Saying live fast and die young is what they told us. Yeah. Yo, we sick in them, so I got them all. Yeah. And turn this
Here we go. Just 3 seconds left. The Broncos fighting for their playoff lives. A snap, hold, it's blocked. T.J. Ward blocked it. And in the most improbable of ways, Denver is going to the playoffs.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
Faintly, I'll go to take this head on. Soon I'll come around. Lost and never found. Waiting for my words. Seen but never heard. Buried underground. But I'll keep coming.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Brian Altano. With me is Daniel from Treehouse.
Yes.
You brought us a game, the only game that could have possibly made me and a fully adult grown man cry tears of joy at E3 2016. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Yes.
You're dressed for it.
Yeah, I brought my scarf, my Zelda scarf. It's been awesome. Got this at the store in New York. I'm really happy with it. So
today we're going to talk about story stuff.
Yes.
I think we saw some gameplay. We had the gameplay on the live show yesterday. You should go check that out. But the story, I think, is incredibly intriguing in Zelda games. But specifically this one, because we got that little tidbit that this takes place 100 years after Link's been sleeping.
Yeah, you don't. Link has been sleeping for 100 years. You right now are here. This is the very beginning of the game. You essentially just wake up. There's a voice, actually. So it's a voiceover right now. Someone is actually speaking. You don't know whose voice this is.
We do we not know whose
We
voice?
do not know whose voice it is.
Is
A
it
mysterious
Zelda?
voice. It is a mysterious voice. Mr. Arnuma has not given us any tips on what that is yet. I'm sure people will be speculating like crazy, and we'll have to wait and discover what that's going to be.
How does he not, like, completely wrinkled right now? Because, like, if you take a bath for 20 minutes,
Well,
you
it
come
might
in-
not be water. It could be some other kind of special Hyrulean.
So we do a mysterious voice and a mysterious liquid.
Mysterious liquid.
This is what we know so far.
And waking up right now, and here you are. And now you have the mysterious Sheikah slate that
Right.
appears right here in front of you. This is an important tool you'll have to use that is how you're able to open certain doors, use access runes, which we'll get to in a little bit.
Yep.
And even as a map, and even just scan different enemies as well to how to mark them and how much energy they have. So you kind of go through that.
So this is kind of like his tablet, right?
It's a Sheikah slate.
It's a Sheikah slate, yeah.
I got to stick with the terms. Gotta stick with the terms
It's
as
not
I
an
can.
iPad. It's a Sheikah slate. They won't put out a new one every year.
They won't.
And so the interesting thing about this game is that you start as Link.
Yeah.
We're calling him Link, right?
Yes, his name is Link. This is Link. The voice does call you out as Link.
Okay, and it is a him.
Yes.
Yes, we do know that. That's a few things we can confirm here.
And he has no clothes on. He hurt his foot.
So, I mean, immediately when we saw this game, we realized that he wasn't wearing his sort of classic tunic, but that could obviously come into play later on because there are a lot of different clothing options in this game.
Yeah, no, even in the trailer you saw, if you saw the trailer, at some point you saw him with armor or some kind of armor on, and that's part of the joy of just discovering all these different things that Link will be able to equip himself with. That's a really important thing that Anuma talked about, is being prepared for your journey, because certain areas you'll be exploring in the game might be too difficult, might be too hard, so you have to kind of keep worrying about how that's going to play out.
Now, we're to assume that this fits somewhere in the Legend of Zelda timeline?
Yes, Mr. Arnuma did say this does fit in the timeline, but we have no information about that yet, exactly where it falls.
That crazy plate of spaghetti.
Yeah, yes. It's all worked out somehow, but all these pieces do together. So this does, everything you know Mr. Arnuma does has always fallen somewhere in the timeline.
Yes. So
Question
now,
of where.
we do learn later on in this demo that Ganon, in some form, does exist in this world.
Calamity Ganon.
Calamity Ganon, which is sort of lost smoke monster-esque.
Yes, we get to the Resurrection Town a little bit. We'll see that effect. But yeah, that's something you discover, because first you can just talk to that guy right down there, the old man.
Which I really love, because as a guy who grew up playing the original Legend of Zelda, to the point where my mom was like, please turn that down. So all we heard was the theme song out of my living room. There was a couple of, like, there was that old man character you found in dungeons. You found him, like...
the guy who gives you the sword.
Yeah, he gives you the sword.
He's
He's the first guy, which is incredibly irresponsible of a man to do, but still. And here we have him again, and you kind of return the favor by rolling up and stealing his food.
Yeah, you do roll up here, and you take his baked apple right now, which Link has just done, and he actually does not exactly appreciate you just taking something from him.
Okay, now I have two theories here, and you can either confirm or deny or just wave and smile. Is this a character is this the king from the Wind Waker? No comment. Is this a previous Link from an old game who is now 100 years old because time is crazy in Hyrule Town? Smile and no comment again.
Smile and nod.
All right, whatever. I'm planting those seeds. Those are my beliefs. So let me know what you think.
I'm sure there'll be lots of people making speculation of what it's going to be, and that's good. I also enjoy that build-up that people have, speculating, going through the game, trying to debate who is this person really. Should you even trust him?
Yeah,
it's like there's no reason this guy's just here. Like, why should he help you, not help you?
Yeah, we're here to automatically assume he's a good dude, but I mean he could be out to just send you over in Calamity Ganon's smoke mouth.
Yes,
that weird floating pig monster. So one of the things I really like about this game is that there are ruins everywhere, which sort of implies that there was a civilization here of some sorts. But are we to understand that there will eventually be towns and areas populated?
Yes. Mr. Arnuma did talk about that. That yes, what we're seeing right now here is basically less than 2% of the what we're on the plateau we're on to start the game. Less than 2% of the entire game.
Wow.
There's over 100 shrines of trials. It's a massive world. There will be stuff populated around the world, towns and whatnot, NPCs. But we haven't talked about those yet.
Sure.
That's going to come out later on as we get eventually to the release in 2017.
Are they human-esque? No comment.
No comment. Well, so far you've seen one human-esque character so far.
That's true.
And actually two. There's the old man and the bokoblins.
Yeah. Are we calling them human-esque?
Really? Kind of. I don't. Well, maybe.
You haven't seen a lot of people.
I'm here at E3. You never know what you see here at E3 with a lot of different kind of characters.
It's true. But I really do like that sort of like ravaged civilization look that a lot of this game has. And there's this sort of inherent kind of loneliness to this game. And I mean that in the most positive way of, like, you have this lone adventurer in this kind of desolate world, and he's out there. There's a lot of survival elements. You don't really seem like you get a ton of help from people. Like, you're freezing, you're cold, you're hungry, you're
that's you have to constantly be foraging. That's why you grab stealing the old man's baked apple. Since there is no cutting of grass to get hearts anymore in this one, it is more about that foraging concept and what you can gather and grab. Oh, as you can see, there we are cutting some grass. Nothing.
You can, but you don't, like we saw in the demo, you don't see rupees popping out like crazy.
No. And that still hasn't been discovered yet. I know people were asking what kind of currencies in the game, and that hasn't been shown yet either. We're still right now here just on the grand
I think you
plateau.
just keep stealing that dude's apples.
Yes, you can keep more apple, or you can go to you can climb the trees as well. There's that whole climb mechanic now where you can now jump, which is a big thing to the Zelda series, which has not been done before.
Yeah, which is like it's so fascinating. We got to a point in video game history where someone's like, "You can jump now," and we're all like, "Yeah!"
And it's important. And right here, Link is now using the Sheikah Slate to mark a point on the map. So now, by looking up, you'll be able to easily go to where you want to follow where you want to go to.
Now, this is the kind of game you can pretty much play. I mean, it's so open world to the point where you see something in the distance and you can run to it and climb it.
Yes.
So will this inspire multiple playthroughs or different types of playthroughs? Are there ways to finish this game faster by completely skipping entire sections?
I'm sure people are going to try to figure out ways to do it. 'Cause, I mean, I said there's over 100 Shrines of Trials. The 4 shrines you have here in this demo are ways that you get certain runes. But then with over 100, that means, well, some shrines might not have any use to you, might just be a cool treasure. We don't know yet, so we have to kind of figure out what that's going to be exactly. And I'm sure speedrunners are going to try to figure out which ones you really have to go to finish the game. I'm sure that's going to be that whole meta that people start going into, trying to find different ways to play it.
Because you never really know the importance of a shrine until you're inside it, basically, right? It reminds me a lot of Ocarina of Time had the marks in the ground. Your rumble pack would go off, you'd blow it up, and you'd go down there. And some of them were a treasure chest with just a little thing. Some of them had like a Skulltula, and some of them got a little more crazier than that. So I guess my question is, what sort of scale do these shrines vary on? I mean, some of them are very small, but do any of them get like sort of to Zelda dungeon temple-esque size?
So yeah, so there are the over 100 Shrines of Trials. They will vary in size, big and small. Some will have only one solution. Some could have multiple solutions. And then at the same time, there also, Mr. Numa did talk that there will be formal dungeons.
Yeah.
Separate from the shrines.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so he did say there will be separate. We have no details on what those dungeons will exactly be, but he did say they do exist, and they are different than the Shrines of Trials.
Awesome, because I think a lot of people got worried when they heard about the shrines because they thought it was like, it's like 100's a big number, but having 100 small things is sometimes not as great as having like 10 or 12 pretty big ones as well. But it sounds like we're going to get both, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's why they're still working on the game.
Yep. Now, there's a lot of like sort of history in this world that it seems like you're kind of bringing back to life. Like you're lighting things up again, and you're starting
right here,
to
like right
climb
now.
up
Yeah, like right here, right now, you're bringing up the Resurrection Tower.
Yeah.
One Resurrection Tower right here. You bring up a Resurrection Tower, and you're going to see right now this one tower that you're sitting on is going up. What we're going to notice right now is that other towers will be appearing over this whole land.
Sure.
So right here's on the plateau that you're on. Here's one Resurrection Tower. And then now there's one in this area. Now you have to figure out how you're going to get there.
And so what is the sort of narrative benefit of lighting up these towers?
So you usually can mark them as points so you can actually fast travel.
Oh, cool.
So even when you're going around to the Shrines of Trials as well, even if you don't think you can go in to complete the shrine, you should still unlock it, because then you can mark it and come back to it at a later point when you can actually unlock that, or maybe you need certain skills or a certain weapon, you don't know. But at least once it's marked, you can fast travel to it without having to trek all the way back to it. But sometimes it's actually at the same time, I've had a lot of fun just doing the trekking, because you never know. I've literally watched people play the demo. I've played a lot of it. And I'm watching people play now in the booth. I'm like, oh, how did that person... I'm seeing things I haven't quite discovered myself.
So I played this game yesterday. I played both sides of the demo, which are, 2 20-minute chunks, and a bunch of us here at IGN did as well. And that's been the really fascinating thing, is coming back and talking to everybody and realizing that every single person has experienced just this small portion of the game in a different way. And it makes the wait for this game next year incredibly difficult, because I know that not only, like when I come to E3, I play a demo, usually I see the whole thing, but I haven't seen even a fraction of this, and I have to wait so long to see the rest.
That's fine, but it's good. It's like a present. You have to kind of slowly wait, get the build up for it. It makes you appreciate it even that much more.
Yeah, but no, okay.
Usually, like Christmas. No, Christmas. You have to wait till Christmas to get your present for Christmas. You can't just get it early unless you sneak in and find it in your parents'
The difference is I know exactly when Christmas is.
That's it's 2017. That's
when is Breath of the Wild Christmas?
Sometime in 2017.
See? No one ever says Christmas is sometime in 2017. They go, it's December 25th. I know exactly when I'm opening my present. It makes it easier to swallow. So here we got this.
This is Calamity Ganon at the castle. Yes.
So he's in this right here. He's obviously taken this form. Sort of led to believe that it looks like he will be able to take several forms, which I think has been sort of historically true for Ganon at least.
Yes, in the previous games he has had various forms, and we'll have to wait and discover what kind of forms Mr. Anuma's going to create for Ganon. If it's one, will it be multiple? We don't really know yet, so it's going to be kind of intriguing to see how that plays out. And what other new characters he might be introducing as well? Who knows?
What's his or her name? Christmas is so far away.
It's true.
But yeah, this is I could not stop thinking about this game last night because I feel like it's so different from anything that I've ever played from a Zelda game, and B, so different than pretty much anything else at E3. Side note, I ran right off of this tower.
Oh, you died?
It is not pretty.
There's actually multiple ways. If you pay attention right now, what Link is doing, you actually could walk around in a certain method, and actually all the little platforms actually go around and around. You can.
Yeah. So I rolled clearly off the top, and then I did this hard land, and just collapsed like I folded. It was very sad to see, and I felt really bad for this guy because he had just woken up in the world, put on his first pair of clothes, climbed up the tower, and then just
dropped
off.
into the bottom.
Yeah. But this is a harsh world.
Yes.
And I think that's something that really we need to kind of depict here is that so much in this world will destroy you. Your weapons degrade.
Yes. The durability.
Your health it's not as simple as just finding hearts anymore.
Correct. You have to actually be prepared for your journey, debate which weapons you want to use, which I actually also personally like for myself is that a lot of times I know when I play certain games, you get a weapon. Oh, this is the best weapon. I'm never going to use another one again.
Right.
Now you're like, well, here's this one. Well, it's gone. Here's one. And it now forces you to better experiment because all the weapons have little different movements and how they apply.
Now, can you ever get to the point where you can fortify a weapon, sort of like to permanence?
We're not sure yet, so that's what we're waiting to find out. So I know people are asking about that.
Because I don't want to be in a boss fight and everything breaks and I'm stuck in a room and I'm like, well, this guy's got to kill me now. Although maybe that's part of the challenge. I mean, I guess it remains to be seen. I think I'm so used to, in Zelda games, being like, I got my trusty sword, I get to hold on to it forever. But with that sword breaking, which it did for me in this demo, it gave me an excuse to start trying different weapons.
Which normally you might not do.
Yeah, which normally you might not do. A lot of people, it gets you out of your comfort zone, right? And I was having combat scenarios. Side note, the bow and arrow is awesome.
Did you get a chance to jump off something and use it?
Yeah.
That slow motion time?
It feels so great when there's an enemy running at you. You kind of pull back. You kick in that little bit of motion control, which was very subtle on the Wii U gamepad, which I absolutely love using.
It's like Splatoon. Splatoon has that similar subtlety. That
if you've been playing Nintendo games for a while now on the Wii U, you're probably used to motion controls like that. Wind Waker had some of it as well. I really love that. So I was using a combination between that and then beating up enemies. They would drop an item, and I'd pick it up, and I'd use it to knock down the next enemy, who would then drop an item, and I'd pick that up, which is a very different flow of combat than pretty much any other Zelda game ever made.
Yes, it's a very different flow that goes on in there, and then even how those elements play. Like at one point, we were fighting you're fighting a bokoblins and an encampment that have spears. One of the bokoblins actually ran into the fire, lit his spear on fire, and then came with a flaming spear. And I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, and it's something you've never really seen before, and you can take that spear from him and beat up his friend in front of him.
And that's true. Yeah, when you're fighting combat, so often when you're fighting, especially enemies that are more powerful, sometimes you'll start fighting them. They'll drop their sword, and what's smart to do is like run up and pick it up. Now, now that enemy has to go grab a rock. Now he has nothing else to fight with.
Which kind of comes to my next question: Is Link a menace in this game? Because he shows up, he's pushing boulders down the hills. He's stealing apples from old men. He's chopping down trees and burning foliage. He's running up on the bad guys and just straight up stealing their steak. Like they're at a barbecue party, they're dancing in front of it, and he's like, no, that's mine.
Well, he's hungry. He's foraging. You have to survive.
But this guy just woke up from like 100-year slumber. I know he's hungry, but he's like really just messing with everybody.
Well, it's similar to the previous games too. Like you get to walk into people's houses and just break all the pots.
I know, and that was like that was a fraction of how menacing he is in this game to the general public. I think he's the bad guy. That's my theory.
And I'm sure from people's perspectives, you could argue that he is the bad guy.
It's true. It's true.
But no, he's the hero. Come on, Link has always been the great hero.
Which is really cool, and I think it's like what's going to be fascinating about this is sort of like finding out what this hero's journey is. Because right now, like, what is the conflict? Do we know?
The only conflict you know of right now is that you've been asked to wake up from this 100-year slumber. You see Calamity Ganon, and you need to help keep him imprisoned. That's basically it. That's all we've seen so far in the demo.
There hasn't really been any like rescue the princess or like collect the 7 stones or the 3.
Nothing of that so far.
Nothing of that so far.
That's all you've seen so far. Is that there's just that really cool looking effect, in my opinion, that smoky Ganon out there, of Calamity Ganon.
Which is good though, because when you don't have that much conflict yet, it gives you plenty of time to be an absolute menace to the rest of the world. Now here we're seeing one of the shrines, which is a little more sort of drawn out and bigger than some of the smaller ones in the game. This feels more dungeon-esque.
It can,
like it's actually got a distinct item that you pick up in it.
Correct, and the four shrines we have in the demo right now do give you a different rune. This one being you learn magnesis, which is the ability to move objects that have some kind of magnetic properties to them.
And we do learn right there that his Sheikah Stone has a waterproof case on it.
Well, again, is it water? We had that discussion before. We don't
even know if it's water. I love this. This is my favorite part of this time in the Zelda cycle, because it's so much speculation, so much joy, and it basically gets crazy.
Yes.
It gets crazy just how much thinking we do. So now we've got this new item, which is, we've never really seen anything like this in Zelda.
This is new, and what's even fun, I know you can move objects here right now. As you can move it up and down, you can create bridges out of them. There's actually an arrow. We actually showed yesterday here, the fire and ice arrow was on this treasure chest. You had to get a plank and move it there and make a bridge to get over to it without falling off.
Right, which is another thing I'm hearing from people at this E3 demo. They're like, did you get the fire wand? I'm like, what?
The fire rod, yeah.
The fire, I'm like, that's in there too?
There's a fire rod in there. If you're in that, if you head westward from the beginning of this demo, you'll walk by a rock monster called Steptalis, and then you'll eventually get to the fire rod.
Now, I've been a fan of Zelda my whole life, as I said earlier. One of my favorite things about Zelda was always the concept art surrounding the original. Those beautiful watercolor paintings. And it feels like that's actually become a part of the design element of this game.
This one particularly, this one has a very artistic feel to it, very much based on Japanese animation from the past, gouache animation style. And a lot of based on, I believe, an open air type of painting where you actually look at a scene and try to capture that moment in a French art style, and capture that moment in a painting, and that's kind of what this is trying to attract, which fits perfectly in this world of being such an open place to explore. And here you have to get different puzzle items, like right there, Link used a metal box to defeat an enemy by putting over its head, just dropping it on its head. Now we're getting this extra treasure chest that's on the side.
And now these are the kind of things where you can go into this shrine, get this item, go out into the big world, and start interacting with stuff that you couldn't get originally.
Correct, and that's you don't know.
So there will be people who play this game and maybe even finish it without finding tons of stuff in it.
Possibly, yeah. Again, that's what Mr. Anuma's talked about, is that there is not, everyone can have their own path to go through the game. There's no one set way to do it.
So now what are we looking at here?
So this is the end of the shrine, and you're actually meeting this monk. And the name of the monk actually is the same name as the shrine of trial you walked into for this particular shrine right here. And that you're basically proving that you are worthy of this shrine. And that's why this monk is congratulating you and rewarding you with a spirit orb.
Which does what? We don't know.
We don't know. We don't know. Link doesn't know either yet at this point. Link is still trying to understand what that's going to be.
Which I think is just really cool about this game is that sense of wonder and discovery that the player is having. It feels like Link is kind of going through the same thing. He's waking up sort of bewildered in this world and figuring it out as it goes, and so are you.
Yeah. So trying to figure out what to do, and that's part of that. I know everyone's going to be having a wonderful time trying to discover those elements of the story. And again, and even what kind of side things can be discovered when you go off the beaten path, and what can you find, and how that's all going to apply to everything. So,
well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. Daniel, thank you so much for coming by.
Much.
I try to get as many answers as possible, but this game is full of secrets, and we're just going to have to wait for whatever fake Christmas is next year.
Yes, sometime Christmas in 2017.
We'll be streaming games all week long right here on IGN, so you're already in the right place. E3 2016, the best place in the universe. Thanks for watching. What's
What's up, everyone? Welcome to E3 2016, IGN's live show. I'm Vincent Janito. I'm here with Brent Disbro. You are the lead campaign designer on Warhammer 40k Dawn of War 3.
Yeah.
Very exciting. I was a huge fan of Dawn of War 2, a pretty big fan of Dawn of War 1 as well, so I'm really excited about the third one.
Well, we're really excited that you're excited. We've been working on it a long time, and we're excited to show gameplay here at E3.
Cool, yeah, there's a lot of footage we have to get to. So first off, we see right here, this is a big deal. We're seeing some base building. This is something that wasn't in Dawn of War 2 because it was more Company of Heroes style. So talk to us about base building, what's interesting about it, and why did you decide to bring it back from Dawn of War 1?
Well, one of the things we wanted to bring back from Dawn of War 1 was the scale of battle. And so when we were looking at it, the best way of doing that, delivering on the scale of battle, was by letting players choose which units they have on the field. And the way to do that was with base building. What you just saw there was the way the Space Marines build their bases. Rocket drills into the ground.
Awesome. Looks really very industrial, very Space Marine-esque, very the 41st millennium, dark stuff war. So here we've got, now here we have Terminators. Now, here's what's interesting about,
these are
Dreadnoughts. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, hey.
Not the same thing at all. So we got these Dreadnoughts here. What's interesting is we know there's much bigger fish in the sea this time around. So with Imperial Knights stomping around, what role do the Dreadnoughts play now?
Well, the Dreadnoughts are now a line unit. So they occupy the they're built through your base building. And what we do with them is they're kind of like infantry control units.
Right.
They do a lot of heavy melee damage. They have flamethrowers and great punches, and they have a hammer slam. You might see that in this clip.
Yeah, I noticed when I was looking at the B-roll that they do a lot of crowd control. We're going to see some of that here.
Absolutely.
They're kind of like traditional, not tanks in the sense of a tank on the battlefield, rolling around. I mean, in the RPG sense of things, they seem like they're there to distract and enemy forces. There you go. There's a great example of that.
That was a hammer slam.
The hammer slam. They're there to kind of control space, distract and absorb damage while the infantry behind them deals damage.
Absolutely. They're the guys keeping the enemy away from your shooters, from your ranged units, right? Because the ranged units are very vulnerable to melee attacks.
Yeah, I think earlier we saw them kind of make mincemeat out of a group of Howling Banshees.
Absolutely.
Which obviously if they get into the infantry lines, those Howling Banshees are going to rip up those Space Marines.
It would be bad for the ranged units.
Yeah. So here we have, even though we've gone back to Dawn of War style, large battles, we now have also Dawn of War 2 style heroes, which kind of reminds me of Warcraft 3, where it was large scale battles, but still with these individual heroes that can really turn the tide. So this is Angelus.
This is Gabriel Angelus, chapter master of the Blood Ravens, returning character. What you just saw there was one of his special abilities. It's a retribution. It's a big energy dome that does a tremendous amount of damage and knockback and reflects bullets. So it protects anybody who's nearby if you're an ally. He's also got an ability called the God Splitter. He's got that big demon smashing hammer beside him.
We're going to see it in action in a second, I think.
He can use the God Splitter to leap across chasms and make puddles out of the... it's great.
That's so sick. And in a second, I think we're going to see him jump up to another level. So you can even use it to utilize some of the verticality of the levels. So I guess you have to kind of design play spaces in the campaign that can utilize abilities like that. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, well, what we wanted to do with the mission spaces was give players options in terms of where they go. It's not all a fixed path. Our mission environments are a lot more open, and what we want to have players do is have abilities where, hey, if I want to use Gabriel to go up the side path, I can, or if I want to use Assault Marines in their jetpacks,
I
can do that as well, and maybe do side routes on the enemy.
Right. Maybe attack from two fronts at once.
Absolutely.
So here's an example of him kind of playing the same role as those Dreadnoughts were playing in that last clip, where he's there to control infantry, enemy infantry, protect allied infantry, and kind of make sure that they don't get torn up.
Yeah.
This is a crazy battle.
Yeah, we just saw some Assault Marines jumping in.
Yeah, we have drop pods coming down.
We have some Devastators with las cannons. Those are those solid beams.
Yep.
Exciting thing about them, the more they concentrate on a target, the stronger their beam gets and the amount of damage they do. We had some drop pods in the background drop down. Yeah,
let's talk about the drop pods a little bit, because that's kind of always been an interesting dynamic in the tabletop game. But I feel like in all the games, even the great games, like I thought Dawn of War 2 was excellent, it's never really handled in as dynamic or interesting a way as I think it is in the tabletop. So how are you guys handling it here in Dawn of War 3?
Well, what we're doing, so the drop pods for Dawn of War 3 are what we call a faction mechanic for the Space Marines. And players will be able to choose what units are in those drop pods, when and where to drop them. So it's going to be really exciting as a sort of a turnaround mechanic for players. When they land, they do a big amount of knockback, and then your troops spill out and just cause carnage. It's really great.
And you can have different kinds of units in them. You can have the Devastators with the last cannons. I think I saw Dreadnoughts being delivered to the
Tactical
battlefield that way.
Marines, Assault Marines, Scouts. If you want to, make a big splash with a Scout unit, you could do that.
Sure, why not? They don't get a chance to knock people around too often, so let them have some fun, right? So yeah, here we're going to see the last cannons. They're messing up. Are those Falcons or Fire Prisms?
Those are Fire Prisms.
Those are they look different. They don't. That's the new Fire Prism, right?
That's the new Fire Prism.
Yeah.
And they die real good too.
Oh yeah, they look beautiful when they blow up.
But you can see how much when their beams get concentrated, you can see how much damage they're
doing.
Oh,
they're just melting that armor.
Yeah.
By comparison, I feel like in some of the footage I've seen, when they're focused here on infantry, they don't do as much damage. Was that a conscious choice?
Absolutely. We wanted the Devastator las cannons to be very effective against buildings, against vehicles, and much less so against infantry. That's where the role of the Devastators with heavy bolters comes in.
Sure, and here we're going to see a really good example of what you were talking about before, which is that as they hold their fire on something, on one target, they get more and more powerful. So here they're fighting against, are those Wraith Guards?
Those are Wraith Guards, yeah.
Those are Wraith Guards.
And they have a shield in front of them. And
I was going to say, those guys are soaking up a lot of damage.
They're soaking up a lot of damage. But, that's the thing about the Eldar is they have the, psychic ability, psychic-fueled shields. And that's their biggest, that's the thing that keeps them alive.
Oh, and speaking of big.
You can see a tactical marine down near the feet of Lady Celeria.
Yep.
That's an Imperial Knight. It's the biggest unit we've ever built on the battlefield.
And for scale, I mean, we'll see it in a second, but they are roughly 3 times the height of a Dreadnought.
Oh, I think it's closer to. I think it's closer to 5.
Oh, really?
I think it's closer to 5. I think they're 7 times the height of that tactical marine. So maybe it's 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. So these guys are huge. They're almost Titan size, like around the size of the smallest class of Titans the Imperium uses in the lore. Some amazing abilities. You want to talk about crowd control?
Yeah.
These guys are,
So we're gonna see here is Lady Celeria. She's got 2 Gatling guns for arms. And what she's going to use here is what we call the Gatling Barrage. And this is where she just opens it up.
She's going to turn these Guardians into pieces.
Absolutely. She's so much fun to use.
So I don't even imagine what the cost of, I mean, I know you're not talking about multiplayer yet, but I mean, I can't imagine what an Imperial Knight's going to have to cost in, when you're playing in a skirmish to justify this kind of power. But
yeah,
whatever it is, I'll pay it.
Oh, absolutely. She's definitely Imperial Knights are definitely a late game kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Now, but the fun thing about this is her other big ability. This is Iron Storm missile barrage.
Right, and this is 6 different missiles. You can place each of these specifically, right?
Yeah.
So it's like if you want to, you can hit little cluster, tight clusters like that. But we'll see. I think maybe in a later shot. Yeah, right here. You can spread those out as you see. See, they're all numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you choose the location and the order in which you hit your targets. That's really cool. Nice amount of control.
Like Lady Celeria could have totally broken that heavy cover there with 4 or 5 missiles alone. Right?
Gotcha.
But she spread it out, took a variety of targets.
I'm glad you mentioned cover because really quick I want to talk about that. There's a lot of hubbub about the changes to the cover mechanics. It's very different from Dawn of War 2, which was very Company of Heroes style. So let's talk about that. Like why the general cover areas like you have. Why not use what people know works? Like what's the benefit?
Well, there's 2 things. One is the scale of battle. We have a lot more units on the battlefield, and what we didn't want to.
Oh, really? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, it's really subtle. So we wanted to have cover that kind of reflected the numbers of troops in the battle, and hiding behind logs and sandbags didn't really scale well with the amount of units we wanted to do.
Sure.
The other thing, another thing was clarity. We wanted all the people on the battlefield, enemies and allies, to know when somebody was in cover. The cool thing about the cover is that it becomes, in a way, a temporary emplacement. It's got its own health, so it's not going to last forever. So if you try and stay there and turtle, you're not going to survive for very long.
Right. And there's also counterplay.
And there's one of the big things of counterplay is that it keeps range units out, but melee units can come in, and they can mess up the guys you thought were safe in the heavy cover.
Yeah, the assault Marines can come in on their jetpacks.
Yep. Assault Terminators is another elite.
Yep.
And they can teleport in.
Sick. This is a crazy battle. This looks like the benchmark battle that you run at the beginning of Relic games to see how your this is going to run it.
So what you're seeing here is the orbital bombardment. It's the sort of finger of God death space laser that the Space Marines have.
Awesome to see.
All of our factions have a super ability like that. what you just got to see is a brief glimpse of it in action.
Beautiful.
Cool thing about it, player can steer that beam.
Oh, nice, nice. I love having that control of the Carnage.
The more enemies they hit, the bigger it gets.
Oh, wow, that's incredible.
So it's great.
So use it at the right time, that's really going to turn a battle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. It's so exciting to see another Dawn of War, one of my favorite franchises of all time.
Nice.
Brent, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very
to
much
talk
for
about
having
it.
me.
And thank you folks for watching again. This is IGN's E3 2016 live show. For more on Dawn of War 3 and everything here on the show floor at E3, keep it right here on IGN.
Ah, the San Francisco Bay.
Fuck the slow-mo. Hey.
Fashion slave who protested to get in a fucking lookbook. Everything I scribbled like the anarchist cookbook. Look good, posing in the center for the cookbook. Black on black with the ski mask, that is my crook look. How you like I'm styling, bro? Ain't nobody styling, bro. About to turn this motherfucker up like Rikers Island, bro. My thuggers and my cripples and my
Taylor on the cut, lifting six on your stitching crew. I'm miles ahead of you. You can sip my bitches brew. My battle status is burning mansions from Dallas to Malibu. Check my resume, your residence is residue. Call her a skin job, and my honey dick will back flip for you. You playing hard, your eye socket, she gon' rip it too. Eclipse in the bottom, we dipping from Gotham. Yes, eclipsed by the shadows of dark dance to the coffin. I'm a fellow with melanin, suspect of a felony. With black rock in my law, feds is checking my melody. Running, fuck the slow-mo.
Click here to watch more game videos. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and be the first to see new trailers and behind-the-scenes action.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Max, and I'm joined by Jimmy and Arthur from TT Games. And you guys are joined by a bunch of little friends who are great new LEGO minifigs from LEGO Dimensions. What's going on with LEGO Dimensions this year?
LEGO Dimensions has just got bigger. It's so exciting to come to E3 and bring 16 new IPs into LEGO Dimensions, all with the same great starter pack. Yeah, we're going big.
I think I was like, what else could they do? And you completely blew me away. You've got Mission Impossible, Harry Potter, Adventure Time, Gremlins, Goonies, Mission Impossible. I said that.
He's going.
He's going. Ghostbusters, Sonic the Hedgehog. What the hell? You made Lego Sonic the Hedgehog? Please elaborate on how that came to be.
Well, to be honest with you, Sega have been brilliant with us with Sonic. They come to us. We worked it out with them. Obviously, massive fans. Clearly.
Yeah.
And we thought, well, what better license to bring to a video game than, of course, another video game.
That's so cool.
One of the most famous, of course. And we've been really faithful to him. He moves like Sonic. He is
good.
Sonic.
Unfortunately, Sonic isn't here today, but we do have the new Ghostbusters. What's this set here?
Yeah, so there's new packs this year, a new pack type. We've got level packs, fun packs, team packs still, but we've also got story packs. And they allow you to play kind of an entire movie experience. So there's a Ghostbusters story pack, a Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them story pack, and a Lego Batman the Movie story pack. And they come with the entire movie playable. And again, you can drop all your toys in there and play it with it. That's fine. There's an adventure world, as you'd expect. There's the new feature, which is a battle arenas, 4-player battle arenas, we'll talk about in a minute. And you also get a new portal dressing. So something for your gamepad. Just to make it look cool and exciting as part of the story pack.
Let's take a look at the game here, and we've got got Melissa McCarthy bouncing around and Mission Impossible. This is so weird to see. Like, if this like leaked a year ago, I'd be like, that's photoshopped, idiot. Like, that's
this
not
cannot
real.
be real.
Yeah.
Arthur, just put a Gizmo on there.
We have Gizmo.
Yeah.
So
let's bring,
wow.
Which
bring
is
Gizmo
great to come
into our world.
Movies from our childhood.
He is so cute.
Oh.
And he's got this really cool water cycle. And his combat's quite funny as well. He just kind of throws himself at people.
But one of the cool things is, because we always said there was no rules with LEGO Dimensions. All the toys work with all the toys and all the packs and all the locations. So here, with the Scooby snack from year one, from the Scooby team pack, we can actually drop that in. And everyone knows what happens if you feed Gizmo.
Don't do it, no. Oh no. It's all gone horribly awry. Okay, so this is bonkers. I'm like, you made Lego on all my childhood stuff. Like, and I'm guessing it's your childhood too. It's the stuff you guys grew up with.
It's like
Goonies.
I'm sold. Goonies. It's like
I'm so
a
excited.
sloth minifig.
Yeah, totally. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
So-
it's so good to just visit all of these, and then A-Team and Knight Rider. Who wouldn't want a Lego Hop?
I'm so excited about that. What's your approach to contacting, I guess, studios about getting the rights to do this, and how are there like weird stipulations? Are there like strange rules or anything, or are they just like, you're Lego, go nuts?
I mean, to be fair, a lot of people approach us these days and want to be a part of what we achieved, and they know the rules. There are no rules.
Yeah.
So if you want in, we've got to be able to do whatever we wish. People can coexist. You can go to the universe. We're going to make Lego versions of your intro, like this one, for example. And everyone seems to be really cool with it. Everyone wants to be a part of it, which is really fun for us.
That's really fantastic. And it's also like, I mean, it probably wouldn't be realistic to put out an entire Goonies Lego set line in the year 2016. So having like a small set works. That's cool. It's
Yeah, definitely. And the great thing is Lego Dimensions is for like everyone of all ages.
Yeah.
So we're going to have stuff in there like Powerpuff Girls, Teen Titans Go, Adventure Time that appeal to the kids. And then you've got things that, like you say, we grew up on. Things like A-Team and Goonies and E.T. It's E.T.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
It's absolutely, bonkers. But all of it works together. So, you can have Harry Potter driving the Batmobile through, I don't know, in Teen Titans.
Yeah, in Teen Titans, in Adventure Time, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's great.
The Adventure Time thing we just saw, I love that you've got the cel-shaded look.
Yes.
And it's completely matched the color palette of the show.
Yes.
You did that previously with, was it Scooby-Doo that had the cel-shaded? That's so
and
cool.
The Simpsons also.
Yeah,
that's The Simpsons too.
That's really neat to see. I honestly, I don't know where you go from here. Like
more.
Yeah.
Bigger. Go again.
Yeah, just keep going, I guess. What's your personal favorite thing that's been added to this latest iteration?
I think Battle Arenas is my favorite.
Definitely Battle Arenas. Yeah, you'll probably know, you play any of the standalone Lego games, and you're working together in co-op, and then you'll accidentally punch the other person. And the next thing is they punch you back.
Yeah.
And it's like, right, and then the next 5 minutes is just, you're hitting each other or shooting each other with repulsors or zapping, whatever game it is. So we were like, hold on, let's harness that, which is really cool. And so we decided to go to do 4-player battle arenas. And again, you can just play on your own if you've got no friends like me. If you're super popular like Jimmy,
it's
you
super
can play
popular,
with 3 of your friends, 2v2, 3-on-1. But every pack in Wave 2, which are the gold tags in Year 2, has a unique battle arena. So there's actually going to end up being over 20 battle arenas.
Oh, man.
And you can then create your own tournaments. You can string those together. So it's almost like a game within a game.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're still getting the great content of, adventure worlds, levels, the fantastic toys which still rebuild, and the upgrade trees on those. So we're just trying to go bigger and bigger with Lego Dimensions.
This is kind of nuts. Like, so you sort of made a Super Smash Brothers where the Ghostbusters can fight the Gremlins?
Yes.
Yep.
So it's a party game in a game with a game. And some more game.
This shouldn't, by all logic, this shouldn't be possible. Like,
no, it
really, I don't. Yeah, I guess.
I shouldn't be able to be Voldemort, driving the Ecto 1, to see Batman in the DC hub.
Exactly.
It shouldn't be possible. But
Harry Potter in Aldridge Mansion in the new Ghostbuster film.
This is like
straight away.
This is fan fiction.
Casting Expecto Patronum or something like that. Because obviously,
so we'll do one of the.
Every character still has everything that you'd want them. So Harry's going to be able to cast all his spells, Diffindo and Reducto and Lumos, and you know, everything is going to be cool and amazing. And even here in the new Ghostbusters pack, even though you only get the one toy, you can play all the Ghostbusters, like we've done in the classic Ghostbusters pack, and also with the Doctor Who pack. You know, we're still doing things like that to maximize the value that consumers are going to get, and when they buy these packs.
So if you get the Goonies, you can play as all the Goonies?
Yep.
Yep. Of course.
Whether or not you'd want to be Mouth or Andy, I would probably
I'm
want to
wearing
be
a members
Chunk
only jacket.
or
Clearly, I
Data.
kind of want to be Mouth.
For me, it's Data and Chunk. They're the ones I want to be
Data
playing
will be
along
cool.
with Sloth. But yeah, there is going to be so much awesome stuff coming. And again, we work on the game, and when we saw the trailer with the team, everyone was like, wow.
Yeah, it's about
That's
creating
like-
that moment, isn't it? That moment when you see a sheet of IPs, and it's like, really?
Yeah.
We're going there?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we're going there.
No, I was like, it's probably just gonna be Harry Potter or whatever. And then I was like, B.A. Baracus? Are you kidding me? Well, guys,
Yeah, it's
thank you so
cool.
much for showing this off. When are these kind of out in the wild? Is it just gonna be sort of the same gradually release?
Yeah, the first wave's going to be in September.
Yep.
So there's plenty of time. If you've not, people haven't bought Into Dimensions yet, go and get a starter pack. Get yourself ready. It's all going to be compatible with everything.
Yep.
So yeah, September's wave 1, and then after that, they'll probably just roll out gradually throughout the course of the
Wow.
year and into next year.
And I mean, if by some weird stretch of the imagination you don't like playing Lego video games, there's still cool Lego minifigs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exclusive as well.
Who's not going to want these toys on their desk?
These are awesome.
This is the only way you get Gizmo.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. This is really cool. We have lots more E3 stuff coming up right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere. I'm going to stuff as many of these into my pocket as I can and just book it. See you guys in a bit.
Enemy surging in multiple sectors, LT. They're taking ground.
Let's keep this on a tight loop and get back out there, Reyes. Captain on the bridge.
Get us underway, Salt.
Right away, sir.
Captain has a con.
Raven 1 docking?
They're touching down now, ma'am.
Good. Station time, 1 minute.
Roger that.
We've got 4 new hotspots on radar, sir.
Check.
A plotted course on your orders, sir.
What's our target, Reyes?
Stand by for objective. We've got a set-depth destroyer in lunar orbit. We'll coordinate a takedown with Tigress. Let's mount up, Lieutenant.
Jackals up on Bay 3, Captain.
Thanks, Chief.
All right, gentlemen, let's get it done. Hoo-yah!
Captain.
Ethan's already in back, sir.
You said, Ethan?
Good to go, sir.
Solar wind should be steady. Good hunting, Captain.
Thanks, AT.
Let's go green on the catapult.
You spun up, Fever?
Raj, hydraulics prime, nozzle's good. Let's hit it.
Jackal 1112. Tower advises time to through to 320 at 5.
Check, 1-1.
Roger, 1-2.
Good decom. Moving up.
Scar 1-1, you're locked for go.
Roger, we're lit.
Launch in 3, 2, 1.
They're launching Skelters! Shit, I got one on me!
Countermeasures! On my way, hang in there.
I got this! Weapons away! No joy, no joy!
Easy, Saul, easy.
I'm getting boxed in, Raider, throttle up!
Coming to you. Got a shot. Box out. Actual Raider is inbound to board and disable enemy warship. Stand by.
Got our big bandit, 12 o'clock high!
Eyes on. Tigress for visual. Coast Guard Jack is down.
Drop zone's coming up!
Boots out in 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go! 1-2 away.
1-1 is away.
Bridge, dead ahead, sir.
Raj, let's get there.
We got hostiles. More incoming.
Set down transport inbound.
Dig in. They're inserting reinforcements. Drive them back.
More from below.
Keep pushing.
Onto the bridge.
Top of the bridge. Zone is clear. Here's our infill.
Their blast shields are up.
Copy. Tigress, we are exterior of the bridge, preparing to breach. Force in, let's go! Staff Sergeant, cover the exit. Ethan, restore life support.
Aye, sir.
Salt, scope the windows, I get the CO's card.
Alert! This vessel has been compromised. All personnel to bridge response.
Hold on, activating gravity.
Tigress actual, weapons are down, moving to exfil. Go loud!
Think we got their attention. Clear the hole. Coming down the stairs.
Second level.
1 minute, let's go! Got him!
Coming from the control room.
Behind the pillar.
All ass!
Control room ahead.
Shield up! Depressurizing, grab hold! Tigress, we need birds!
Copy, sending Jackal.
Gunners approaching.
Overhead.
Jacks are in.
Copy, load up! Set,
The Elder Scrolls show us what was, and what yet will be. And they have revealed much to me.
Spare us your stories, old man, unless they can sharpen spears. Our war chief is dying. Our enemies are massing for another attack. We must prepare for battle.
We should go, Kellen. We have the scroll we came for, and this one smells blood in the wind.
Patience, Nog. I have words yet to speak here. Stories can do surprising things, Spear Maiden, whether they are true or not. And this is one you should hear. It comes from the Great War that nearly ended the Empire. It began when the High Elves slaughtered every Imperial blade, calling themselves the New Aldmeri Dominion. They and their allies swept through the land, even capturing the Imperial city itself. The Emperor fled north, leaving Cyrodiil to the invaders. This is the story of a forgotten hero who changed the very course of history.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Welcome back, everybody. Hey, what's up? Good morning. It's the first day of E3. I'm Max Scoville. I'm with a noob. You're the project design director on Agents of Mayhem, which is not a Saints Row game.
No.
What is it? Please, just go nuts. Like, seriously, like, we haven't seen the gameplay. We're revealing the gameplay for Agents of Mayhem, which sounds like a...
Yeah, well, basically, Agents of Mayhem is a new IP. It takes place in the larger Saints universe, but it's its own thing. And the idea is you're controlling a squad of super agents. You're going through Seoul, South Korea, and you're basically fighting against the supervillain organization Legion. And Mayhem is your organization. And the idea is to basically find out their evil plots, stop them from carrying them out, and just taking down the bad guys.
Okay, so what are we seeing right now?
So right now we're in Seoul on the rooftops. This is Hardtack. He's using a shotgun. That's his weapon of choice. He's doing melee attacks, taking out some Legion enemies. That is his teleport harpoon ability. And basically the idea is he can bring enemies closer to him and then take them out real well. This is Fortune. She's our sky pirate. So she basically can fire a cannonball attack, take out enemies from a long distance, slow them down. And then finally we have Hollywood, who's the face of Mayhem. And the idea is that he basically is the PR guy. He's like a former reality show star. And he just loves the spotlight.
Okay. So obviously one of the big parts of Saints Row is customization and making your own character. How does that play into this? Like,
for Agents of Mayhem, we really are focusing on the gameplay customization. So the idea is picking your squad is very important. The kinds of specialties they have, the special abilities that they use, how they can take out enemies, and then you can change their gadgets to change how they behave in battle and support each other. And that's the customization we're really focusing on for Agents of Mayhem instead of the visual customization. Our agents will have different skins, however, that you'll be able to use.
Okay, that sounds good. That lady with the who looks like Boba Fett with a ponytail, who is that? Please tell me about her.
Oh, those are the swarm troopers.
Okay.
So the idea is they come in close, they try and swarm you with numbers and use melee attacks to take you out. So hardtack is a great choice to use against them.
So this is the first time Saints Row has gone to a real city. Like this is Seoul, Stillwater, and what's the first one?
Steelport.
Steelport. Yeah,
second,
the second one. Yeah. Like this is the first time you guys have had like a real actual location that exists in the real world. How has that affected your approach to making this game?
We thought it would be interesting to sort of go to a different place in the world and explore different ideas of different cultures. The idea with Seoul is we wanted it to be something that's recognizable that people know about, but we have our own sort of take on it. It's a futuristic version of it. It's not realistic. It's not a one-to-one recreation. And basically the idea is just to make it feel like a global game as opposed to something that's taking place just in the United States or another country.
Okay. Well, I hear they like games there, so that probably works to your advantage. This is looking like very. I mean. It looks very like hero shootery. Like tell me about like the approach to gameplay here. Like because Saints Row is historically like kind of like, hey, go spray diarrhea at real estate, please.
Yeah. So one of the things with Agents of Mayhem that we wanted to do was spotlight these characters, these agents, and the idea is each one of them is unique. They're colorful. They're fun to play, and they all have their own style to play. So in the footage we have here, you'll see 4 different ones, and they all have very different play styles. And the idea is we wanted to have a little more tactical and strategy to our combat rather than just.
What's that? Mayhem. That just popped up there.
So basically, you use your special abilities. So for Hollywood, it's like a grenade that like dazzles people. For instance, is her cannonball that you see here. Once they've done it enough times, then they can do these mayhem abilities, and that's what you're seeing here. Her drone Glory, kind of like her parrot, is going around stunning enemies, doing damage to them, and she's just basically cleaning up and taking them out while they can't really do much.
So obviously this is very co-op focused. This is about like, does everyone play as a character, or is it about swapping between?
It's about actually swapping between the agents. So the idea is that it's an exclusively single-player game. You control those 3 agents because we wanted you to feel like you are running that agency, that you are in charge, and you don't need to rely on other people to be successful.
Yeah, I mean with Saints Row 4, it feels like maybe you guys played Mass Effect 2. Like I got that vibe. I mean, I don't want to like.
It's something that we've looked at. Yeah.
Okay. Who's that?
That's Rama. So she's the 4th character that we've revealed at this point. She's an
She looks like the Hobgoblin.
She is a little bit like that. She's from India. She's an epidemiologist in her previous life before becoming an Agent of Mayhem. And her thing is she uses this bow, but she also uses plague technology against the enemies. It's a plague that they released in India, and she's using it against Legion herself.
So yeah, talk about this a little bit more. What's the world like? Like what's the setting here?
So the idea is it's sort of this not a present day. It's a little bit in the future. This organization called Legion. They kind of hit around the world and have sort of had a big impact everywhere around the world, and Seoul is where they're focused right now. And the idea is that you're trying to stop them from doing how they're trying to take over the world, what they care about. And so basically, Legion they have different ministries, and right now in this game you see Pride, and they're all focused on robotics and technology. All our enemies have shields for this ministry. You'll see in Seoul there's so much high tech. They're here to basically take as much of that and use it for their own purposes as possible.
Yeah, I love that you're like it's the future, but like you could show me like a photograph from Seoul right now, and I'd be like, wow, what a cool sci-fi universe.
Right.
They're very high tech there.
And that was one of the reasons why we picked Seoul as well.
Excellent broadband. So, is this an open world game?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
So Seoul is a big open world. You have access to it right from the beginning. You can get up on the rooftops. All our agents have double jump as well as extra traversal abilities to get them wherever they need to go. And the idea is you're going around. They've sort of occupied the city. You want to try and stop them from owning those areas. They also exist underground. They have these underground layers that you have to find. They're hidden. And you're exploring, learning where they're at, and going in and basically fighting them in these layers and taking out bosses and big enemies in there.
How big do the enemies get?
So that's Steel Toe. He's one of our big lieutenants in the game. In that boss battle, you see him get really big. We have some big golems like you see in the trailer. That's like an open world bad guy that you're going to fight. And he's not even like a boss in the missions or anything like that. They get pretty big, but I don't know the exact numbers, but it's definitely overwhelming for the agents.
So I mean, I'm sorry to do this and to keep bringing it back to Saints Row, but I can see your shirt. It's purple. It has that thing on it. Obviously, this is the same universe. How weird and goofy are you guys getting?
You're definitely going to see that Volition brand, that humor in Agents of Mayhem.
Because you guys are a bunch of 13-year-olds. I'm going to be honest.
I think we act like it, but we're not always. We really enjoy the fact that we can sort of have a lot of fun with the world, and we don't want to be super serious because we like having fun. We like making fun of ourselves or making fun of other things, and. But one of the things about Agents of Mayhem is the stakes are real. The world is actually in danger, and familiar with like the Marvel movies, they need to feel like they need to save the world, and that's important to the Agents of Mayhem as well.
So can you talk a little bit about this? We got this cool cinematic trailer, which honestly looks like it looks like a G.I. Joe movie that I'd go see. Like on opening weekend.
That was actually kind of one of our goals. We wanted people to get that vibe, to feel like they understand what these agents are, that they're going around stopping these bad guys.
Who's this man with the eye patch? Can we talk a bit about him?
Yeah, this is Dr. Babylon. He is the leader of the Ministry of Pride. So he's out to basically steal as much technology as possible, use it for Legion's purposes, and that if the Agents of Mayhem can stop him, they will be in really good shape.
Okay. And he's got like this cool Mr. Burns like sun blocking out.
Yeah.
This cool thing. We've seen a lot of gameplay that's like very colorful and bright. Is there like a day-night cycle here? Is it?
Yep. Yeah, we have a full day-night cycle. You'll see that. You'll see that changes in some of the weather patterns. It's not a huge part of the game, but definitely the idea is that there is it's a living, breathing world. You're seeing the people of Seoul like utilizing technology, going about their daily business, and then affected by Legion and Mayhem.
Okay. So I'm sorry to come back here, but customization. You talked about how it applies to gameplay. How stupid can you get with, like, can you change outfits of characters and stuff, or is
we will have different skins that you'll have access to for the agents, and you'll unlock them over time. They will always be true to the nature of the character to some degree, but we want to.
How many agents are there? There's
going to be 12 total.
Okay.
We're only showing 4 right now.
Okay. Is one of them like a morbidly obese chrome green woman? Because that's who I've played a lot of Volition games as.
We definitely have a big variety in the agents that you'll see, but I'm not going to go into the details right now.
Okay, fair enough. What else can you tell us? Like, just you come in here with like a bunch of notes. I'll be real with you. Like, you've got stuff you want to tell us about. So this is it. Let's do it.
Yeah. Basically, I think the exploring Seoul and like learning where all the Legion activity is and like going into the dungeons is a big part of the game. And the idea is, when you go into these dungeons, you never know where they're going to appear.
Are you guys calling them dungeons?
The Legion layers, yeah.
Legion layers, okay, yeah.
When you go into them, they basically...
But they're dungeons.
If you're playing a role-playing game, that's what they would be called, yeah. But the idea is that they're not the same every time you go in, and even if you go in the same place, again, they've redesigned it and built it again in a new way, and so you don't know what you're going to get, what kinds of enemies you're going to see, how it's going to cap off, and what kinds of traps you're going to experience.
Okay. Vehicles, is that a thing?
We do have vehicles in the game. They're not in the footage we're releasing now, but there are many agent vehicles that you'll be able to control, as well as pedestrian cars.
Are there VTOL jets?
We're not doing any flying vehicles right
Interesting. Okay.
Is that like a zoning rule for Soul, or is it?
We wanted to focus on the agents themselves and how they traverse through the city, and with Soul being as vertical as it is, we wanted the agents to feel important and not shortcut what they're doing in the world.
Okay. What's been like your kind of big driving force behind like making the agents? Like what's been like what have you guys kind of like? Has it been like Expendables, or is it like?
I think, looking at things like Marvel and G.I. Joe and the Expendables and all those kinds of things. And basically the idea is we want the personalities of the agents to bounce off of each other. And they don't always get along. They have different worldviews, but their overall goal with each other is to basically stop Legion. And so they always come together to do that. But they'll often make fun of each other or really not take each other seriously when it's
that's good to hear. Is there like a class system? I mean, because obviously there's certain ones are you've got the very large man with a shotgun, and then you've got the fast lady jumping around. Like,
so I wouldn't say that there's classes, but they definitely have specialties. So like Fortune and Hardtack are sort of mid-range characters. Hardtack's a short-range character, and Rama's a long-range. And we have a sort of a mixture between all three of those in terms of the distances. But then how they the weapons that they use and the abilities that they have still separate them, even if they are within the long-range category. The idea is also we wanted people to have, their favorite agents and not feel like they have to always go with the balanced squad or always use these specific characters because they're, I love Hollywood, so I want to use him all the time. And you should still be successful. You may not be able to destroy enemies super easily, but you'll be able to still get through the game playing with agents that you really enjoy.
Okay. Do the characters is there like a story attached to every one of them? Is it kind of like did they evolve as know?
Each agent has their own reasons for why they joined Mayhem, and you'll learn about those things during the course of the game. But it's definitely a very important part of Agents of Mayhem.
Okay. Well, that sounds awesome. Obviously, this looks like something that is kind of conducive to multiplayer. Is that something you're approaching down the road, or?
We've talked about multiplayer, but right now we're really focused on Agents of Mayhem being a single-player experience that really sells the world and sells the agents.
Okay. So are there you've got this open world. It's obviously there's the story-driven stuff. Again, Saints games, we've gotten some great trailers. Like they look very, very cool, and then we see how people actually play the game, and it's goofy as S-word. I can't say that on here. I'm sorry. How silly are you guys going to get with this? Because you come out with E3.
At the base level, it's again they take things seriously, even if they don't take each other seriously. But we will definitely have trademark volition kinds of toys. We have these things called Gremlin toys where you use them and they can do goofy things like what you'll see in footage.
Gremlin toys?
Gremlin's one of the agents that you have back at the HQ, and she builds specific technology for the Mayhem agents. And she makes things like we have the thing called Pet Explosion, where basically
wait, no, sorry. Pet Explosion?
Yeah.
Okay, expand on that.
Yeah, you turn it on, and as you walk by pedestrians, they'll get tagged, and they'll a countdown will appear over their heads, and after 3 or 5 seconds they'll explode.
Oh, so it's like pet explosion. Okay,
yes.
I thought pet.
Yep.
Which honestly, you guys have talked about farts in a jar as a weapon at E3, so pet explosions.
No. This is pedestrian explosion.
So you just have random. You just have exploding NPCs.
Yeah, and sometimes if there are a lot of pedestrians around the area, you want to take out Legion, they can be good weapons. Because again, the Agents of Mayhem are not there to save people; they're there to stop Legion.
Okay, you guys are monsters. Please expand on the weirdness, because this is what I want to hear about. You guys are known for goofiness, and I feel like at E3 it's always kind of a matter of carting out here's the shiny polished stuff, but realistically, you will play as a morbidly obese green chrome woman.
Right.
Can you adjust genital size in this?
We don't have any changes on the
Why
models.
not?
It's really we wanted the agents to be very recognizable. Their silhouettes are very specific, and so when you see Hardtack, that's Hardtack.
Okay. I'm very intrigued. Obviously a lot of people are looking at this like a Saints Row game, and that's a game about all going nuts on your own terms. Are there side missions where you're kind of running around and just
Yeah,
mean,
we have a
you're-
lot of open world activities
Yeah.
where you're going to be stopping Legion and earning cash to build up your gadgets and your upgrades and your agents, and then you'll learn more about the agents. They have their own stories as well, and that's all part of the overall Agents main experience. It's not just always stopping Legion. You're also doing the things that will let you be better at stopping Legion.
Well, that sounds cool. This honestly, like, without being dismissive, this looks like the best G.I. Joe game we've ever got.
I don't take it that way.
No, thank you so much for coming by and showing this off. We've got more E3 stuff coming up real soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly, and Agents of Mayhem.
It's been just over an hour since a little girl was taken hostage on the top floor of a building here in downtown Detroit. Details are still emerging on what exactly happened. But the hostage taker could be the family's android. Negotiator on site.
Please, please, you gotta save my little girl. Wait. You're sending an android?
All right, ma'am. We need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person?
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
It's firing at everything that moves. It already shot down 2 of my men. Saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it.
Don't come any closer or I'll jump!
Hi, Daniel. My name is Connor. There's no way out, Daniel. The only question is whether or not you take another innocent life.
I'm holding all the cards. If I die, she dies.
Look what you did! You were designed to serve humans, not kill them.
What was I designed to be? Their slave? Their toy?
You're a machine you have to obey. Now put the gun down and let the hostage go.
I've spent my life taking orders. Now it's my turn to decide.
Your order for an AP android has been registered.
Are you armed? No. I have a gun.
Drop it! Touch him and I kill you!
You can't kill me. I'm not alive.
Tell that helicopter to get out of here!
It's up to you how the story ends.
I trust you. You lied to me, Connor. You lied to me.
My name is Connor. This is our story.
Come to me, giant camera. Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Brian, and this is Jonathan, creative director of Watch Dogs 2. You guys had an amazing showing yesterday at the Ubisoft press conference. This game, I'm floored more and more every time I see it. It's a very tonal shift from the first one. Can you tell me about that?
Well, when we started Watch Dogs 2, the first thing you need to think about is the setting.
Yeah.
And when you go from Chicago to California and the San Francisco Bay Area, it needs to change everything, right? Like you need to think in a different way. So the open-minded state of mind that exists in the Silicon Valley and in the entire Bay Area derived pretty much all of our decisions from music, from Marcus Holloway, who he is. That's why he's a bit younger. Like really transposing that fantasy of younger person, very smart, who can question the pre-established rules and make something to turn it for the better.
I think it's like when you're not dealing with those Chicago winters anymore, you're suddenly just happier. You're not shoveling snow, you're not freezing, you're not caught in wind tunnels. You're walking around listening to 80s and 90s hip hop, new stuff too, like Run the Jewels. I was really excited listening to just sort of like the energy in this game. It's more vibrant, it's more neon, but the main character just seems happier.
That's a good point. Like, I mean, in the first game, we had a very personal grudge story going on.
Yes.
Second game is more the ideal of that character, as well as him becoming a Deus Ex hacker, which means like you have a lot of other people who are really into the hacking culture. Each have their own motivations, but can have a lot of fun and a little bit of motherfuckery going on, which is very true to hacking and the culture. And I think that's the attitude you need to have this little anti-establishment.
Can you put that word on the box? Yeah, I think it's really cool to see how much you've taken from San Francisco here and made it sort of a character of its own. Fun fact about this neighborhood, this is actually like 3 or 4 blocks from the IGN office in real life. So I kept waiting for you guys to like get in the car and drive and go past my job. Like this is my commute to work every morning. And this is like so cool for me because like for example, that ferry building right there, when I got married, I ate in that building on my wedding night. And now I'm like, now I get to drive a car into it. That's crazy.
That's great.
It's so cool. So how much of the sort of San Francisco did you take into this? Is it a one-to-one map of the city, or how many creative liberties did you take?
It's certainly not a one-to-one map. Like it's more of a theme park approach, a bit like the first game with Chicago. Like this time around, the Bay Area offers unbelievable vistas and everything. So when we went there, it was obvious that we had to scale up the map, or else it wouldn't have give justice to the beautiful vistas that this place has. So it's about twice as big easily as the first game, just because of that fact.
Wow.
And then afterwards, we can really go into the depth of what Watch Dogs needs to have in terms of characterization. And the Bay helps us a lot because Oakland has a very different vibe than when you're in downtown San Francisco. If you go in Silicon Valley or Marin County, all of those different elements give you a very interesting amount of variety you can explore for the missions and also for how you free roam and find different operations in this
Which
city.
I really love. There's this kind of like just inherent swagger to the Bay Area that I think you guys have totally captured. There's this artistry, this culture, this energy, but also you've got this like permeating sense of these Silicon Valley people coming in and just kind of homogenizing it to an extent.
It's a great, there's a great tension going on there behind the curtain, right? It's beautiful, everybody wants to live there, but at the same time, when you start digging further, you have the techies on one side, you have the hipsters, you have gentrifications going on. So a lot of different subjects that when you start walking around with Marcus and you start digging into it, then you're going to find these things. Like as a Deus Ex hacker, you're kind of dealing with different operations. So you can gather more followers and progress in the game. That's what gives you unlocks of skills, but also new operations to go for. This means we can capture the deal of the role of social media in the Silicon Valley, for example. That's going to be one story with a beginning, middle, and end, giving you followers, and on the next corner, you can find a little something going on with gentrification and is more San Francisco-esque, and you can dig into that. And then afterwards, go into Iris, see robotics and what they do with AI manipulations, and all of these different thematics gives us a better picture of what the city and the entire Bay Area is all about, as well as all the thematics for the technology.
I think it's so cool because I've been in San Francisco for 7 years now, and I swear on my first day, I was like, someone should make an open world video game here. It's just such a weird, crazy city, and it's perfect for it. And it's happened before. I mean, even Ubisoft themselves have attempted it in some ways, but I think you guys are nailing it more than ever. Now, this character Marcus, can you tell me about him? What are his motives? What's his background?
Well, Marcus is born in San Francisco, but through the gentrification and everything, he got pushed with his family more into Oakland.
Right.
He was more raised into Oakland and lived all the frustration of being wrongly profiled. Him and his families understood, like, got accused of a crime he didn't really commit because he understood computers and they connected the dots for him. So lots of frustrations going on, but at the same time, a fundamentally very smart programmer. So he understands how code works. He understands how the technology that profiles him works, pissing him off even more. So he's capable of really trying to change things up and ally like a bunch of other people to make something
Are
about
these
it.
like .com startups like trying to hire him and he's rebelling against that?
That's
or was he screwed over by one of them?
It's kind of these patterns, yeah, definitely.
Okay, I can sense that there's a lot of secrecy here that we're still left to find out about. But one of the things I really appreciated is his really kind of new weaponry. We've got these drones, we've got the that sort of billiard ball on a chain that he whips around.
Yeah.
Like, how do you guys come up with stuff like that? That's nuts.
I think the first thing is you look at how hacker thinks. You dig into what they make. And hacking is not just using computers, it's just a state of mind to think outside the box. So we asked ourselves, if Marcus had to build a weapon, how would he think? We went on the internet, people were saying, it should be something that doesn't get detected by a metal detector and that kind of stuff. If you go in an airport, things like that. It needs to be something he can make quick if he breaks it and do another one. So having this little Thunderbolt thing with the ball and the cable makes it perfect for combining all those elements, the little maker culture that's behind Marcus and the hackers, and at the same time making something that still be pretty efficient without killing in one blow. Because Marcus is kind of a different character, so the melee takedowns will not kill the character. The person can come back up, these kind of things. And then we've pushed even further taser weapons and non-lethal approaches, and also the drones to make sure that this time around the player can really finish the game without being lethal or being completely lethal. It's up to him.
I like the idea of it being like, okay, so that wasn't a lethal thing, but this dude is still in the hospital from getting hit in the head with a billiard ball.
I mean, he still needs to put him down, right?
He's not just pushing a guy in a bush or knocking him out.
Exactly. It's not like, hey, melee takedown.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like that.
So we've got all this new tech now, obviously, but also a lot of the hacking stuff that we saw in the first game. Where now, how much of that sort of works in the open world environment? One of the things I really loved about Watch Dogs was walking around and just kind of scanning people and being like, oh wow, this guy has like 70 gigs of porn on his computer, and this guy's a millionaire, and this guy embezzles money. Like, is there going to be more of that in this game? Finding out about the characteristics.
There's still the profiling and this information. I think the one thing that we did better now is that you still have the accessible, simple, press a button to hack people and then understand about their lives. But if you lock the button this time around, then it opens up different options. So when you do that, then you can profile the person, have more information on him, have all the funny stuff you were talking about. But you can also like hack their bank account, all the stuff you had in the first game, and suddenly you can also turn them into criminals. Like you can hack the database of the system and say, you know what, security camera now associates your face with something a lot more dangerous than it was before, and suddenly the cop shows up, and then you can do that. Or on the other hand, you can bring retaliation hits and things like that, or simply distract them, like Marcus is doing right now. Like you can look around these two guys, you can use projectile to set traps, you can turn that projectile into a proximity detector, you can use it to malfunction to attract someone, all of these things done with just one little tool.
All while listening to Eric B. and Rakim's Don't Sweat the Technique in his headphones, which is a crazy thing to do. Like, that is a very ballsy thing to do during stealth. Like, I love that song, but if I was in a stealth scenario, I'd be like, I need all my senses open right now.
The player can choose the music, actually. Like, we have Satara who really likes to put the mood into things that can suggest certain music. The character can decide to play something else, not play anything at all, so it's up to him to do that.
So now, in terms of customizing this character, can you go shopping? Can you buy cool clothes? Because, I mean, that's the thing I love to do in San Francisco myself. But in the first Watch Dogs, a lot of Aiden's outfits were sort of limited to sort of like the hat and the overcoat, and they all kind of fit into that one mold. Is there a little more variety in that here?
There's a lot more. Actually, we basically grabbed the entire system that creates our citizens and map them into different stores. So now you can go into the hip-hop store and then really go berserk into that style. Then you can go into the biker store. You can pretty much do everything that the characters have on the streets. You can put them into Marcus, like giving him a more personalized personality. I'm a big fan of that. Like suddenly when you look at your character and you crafted his clothes, suddenly you like him better immediately.
I saw when some people saw the initial reactions to this character, they were like, he's a hipster. And I'm like, I don't think you know what that word means. Like, people just throw that word around like it's nothing these days. But it's really cool to hear that you can make him pretty much whoever you want him to be.
I think it's important because clothing is very personal. Music is very personal.
Yes.
These things, you cannot question taste for people. So we have a proposition of who you might be. But as soon as you start the game, you're going to be invited to actually change clothes right away. And then the player can decide the looks that he feels is right. If he want to make it more hipster or if you want to make it whatever he wants, that's the important thing in the end. The player should decide.
Now, while this is like a sort of fun and goofy sort of scenario, and all these characters are very lovable, and like there is an energy and a joy to this, the idea of Big Brother sort of always being there, omnipresent, is a terrifying thing, and it's actually gotten almost scarier, the idea of government surveillance and worldwide surveillance, since even the last Watch Dogs game. So how much of that has sort of influenced the programming here?
What we're really into is hitting the headlines of today, making it relatable with today. I think that since Watch Dogs 1, it's no longer really much about surveillance. I think everybody knows that. Everybody accepts that to the point where they still put everything into their phones.
Which is weird, right? We just got okay with it.
My phone is so great. Let's do that. But then the question becomes more in the Silicon Valley about data mining and the economy of information. So you start asking yourself more questions like, wait a minute, if I put everything into social media, if I consume all of the social media, it means maybe those guys are able to influence severely what I think. Like just like what's going on with the elections right now, like in the United States. And we are talking about those subjects so that people can relate a bit more and understand a bit more to that. So it's not necessarily saying technology is bad, but it's certainly interesting questions to explore so we can start showing what DedSec is all about, helping people understanding how it works behind the curtain so they can actually make their own decision on how to use technology afterwards.
That's so cool. Now we're seeing a lot of verticality in this game. There's a lot of sort of rooftop sequences. The elevators bringing you up. Is there like more sort of kind of like Assassin's Creed climbing? What is sort of traversal like in terms of getting up there?
We're certainly changing the way the animation works for Marcus. It's a different character. We wanted to show the notion of flow of the gameplay. Everything you can act now, you control or choose more option. It's more organic. It lets the player express himself. We thought that parkour in that way was giving kind of that feeling. So when Marcus like flows around, it's more organic, it's more dynamic, he's more athletic, he's younger. All of that stuff has been done. It's not a climbing system like Assassin's Creed. It's a refined version of what people have played in the first game with a different attitude so we can convey better the type of character that we have in the second game.
Now, San Francisco is obviously an amazing location when it comes to sort of just vehicles. Like you look around the bay and there's boats, there's jet skis. You get into the city, there's those weird little cars that people rent that look like Mario Karts. How much sort of stuff like that? Like what kind of big toys do we have to play with in this game?
In driving, we really wanted to push some, you have this mono place car, funny, that you can actually mess around with. But the most important thing with car for us was redoing the driving model. That's one of the big things the fans have been talking about. Was hard to control the car for some people. So we recrafted the entire engine to make it easier to drive the cars.
Interesting.
It was also important because San Francisco, as you say, is pretty much an interesting challenge for driving. And on top of that, we can act every car around. So like you can drive at 200 miles per hour in San Francisco and just tap a button and everybody steer rights in front of you. It clears the path. But if you lock on one car, then you can control completely what they're doing and start having a lot more fun and messing around with the cars around you. But for that, you need more controls on your car. So we had to make something
very useful power, by the way, because people driving in San Francisco are generally very bad at that. It's not the best city. People
then
going in
this. You're going to be able to replicate that just by hacking everyone. It's going to feel like the real thing.
So what sort of new hacking devices does he have? I know one of the things that played a lot of roles in the original game was those sort of hacking mini games that brought you inside the system, and they were kind of these like connecting line puzzles. Are those back?
They're still back, and this time around we had something called NetHack. It's kind of a vision mode you can use to hack stuff through walls so you can better navigate into the world. So at the beginning of the game, it's very handy because even if the camera is in another room, you can just use it to go through it and scout around. While using that, we can bring back those kind of puzzles sometimes where you have to go into that mode and use it, but it's more mapped into the environment this time around. It's less abstract. It's a bit more connected to the world.
And you also have the assistance of other hackers and other people walking around the world. How much of a role does multiplayer play in this game?
It's a big deal.
It is.
If we want to sell the idea of being a member of a culture, right? That's like it's kind of a culture in a group. You want to feel like you're building this collective hive mind, and that's how you grow. So the more followers you get, the more you get all of the elements to grow. And also, when you wander around in the street, it's less weird to encounter another player. If you see another Deus Ex hacker, you can just join with the press of a button, and you're suddenly in co-op doing awesome things together and continuing to grow with your game very easily. And the synergy of the mechanics and hacking have been built with that in mind. So if you can stick a bomb on a car, hack a car, and then make it explode on someone, think about what you can do if you're on the ground while the other guy uses the flying drone and is drop bombs everywhere, or if you want to do it stealth, or if you want to both be outside the layout, playing it trickster and having everyone like fight each other, and you finish the map and nobody ever even physically get there.
So is this like it's like another social network I have to worry about now?
Yeah, kind of.
Follow me on Watch Dogs too. But what about single player? Like, what if I want to kind of stay away from that? Because a lot of the culture that most people have on their phones is isolation. And is this something that, I mean, I'm not saying I want to ignore those elements, but what if I wanted to just sort of play my own game?
You can totally stay alone if you want. Like, I think what's interesting is, if you encounter another player in the first place, the first thing it does for you is add more life to the city. It's cool to have AI around, but when you see other players doing stuff, it's even more spectacular, right? You see a guy with the cops on his ass passing by.
Yeah.
That can just be that if you want. Like, you see these things, you don't interact with the guy, you continue playing your single player. Even if you are in co-op, at any point in time, you can just go and do something in single player, and it kicks him out, like, gently. You can also turn it off if you really want to, but we feel like the game is a lot more interesting if you keep it on.
That's really cool. So now, that's actually very exciting to hear, because I was a guy who played the first Watch Dogs game kind of in isolation, and every now and then would kind of bring other people into the fold. So I think it's really important to sort of see, there's a lot of indoor environments here. Yeah. How much does that play a role? How many, like, sort of walking down the street, will I be able to walk into a lot of stores, walk up into a lot of buildings? How much of that is in the game?
There's definitely many different stores, also many different interiors and certain missions. And we have this new thing with protected areas all the way into the free roam areas. So there's a lot more gameplay and organic encounters you can find just by being in the world. And that's cool because it's supported with the co-op environment. So if you're in with another player, you can do all of those with them and even go into online operations with them as well. So plenty of little interiors, a couple of more substantial ones for the cool Silicon Valley companies that exist there. If you're a hacker, you want to mess around with these guys.
And I like that. I like the idea of going up into these sort of like fake startup companies and apps and just messing with them. Because people like that, I mean, these are the companies that take most of my money all the time in San Francisco. Like, if you want food, you want laundry, you want anything, there's an app for that. There's something that they'll deliver it to you. But a lot of the culture around that is kind of ridiculous. We're seeing on the shows like Silicon Valley or Mr. Robot is that these are sort of like targets that they're perfect for parody and lampooning.
Yeah, and definitely for us it's interesting because since we're hacking stuff out, we can hide a lot of little information here and there about it. We still have also these what we call the IOPs, so you can invade the privacy of certain interiors, and we can mess around with the companies also on that level. So there's a couple of interesting surprises there.
How long do you think it would take to sort of drive from one end of this game to another?
Actually, don't know exactly how much. I never tried that. I don't know why. Like, I would say a couple of minutes. That's pretty big. Well,
all right.
Pretty big place.
A couple of minutes. That's a good start. I'm Brian. This is Jonathan. That is Watch Dogs 2. We're going to be streaming games all week long right here on IGN and talking to you about them. So keep it locked and don't go anywhere.
Clay's here to tell us all about it. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here.
So Halo Wars 2, you just showed it off at the Microsoft conference yesterday morning.
Yes, we did.
And the beta is live now.
Yeah, so the beta went live yesterday. We've got a lot of people playing right now, which is really exciting. And there's a lot of buzz over at the booth right now, too. A lot of excited fans to check it out.
Yeah. So this game was it was announced around Gamescom last summer, right? Yeah. So
yeah, that's correct.
Just about a year ago. So like, what do people need to know about Halo Wars 2?
So Halo Wars 2, I think, is really a return to a part of the franchise that we've always loved and have always wanted to come back to. It's really kind of a rebirth of the RTS experience in Halo Wars. It is a faster, more action-oriented version of the game, and it's also very accessible as well. I think that's something that I'm most happy about, is that fans of the original game are going to be really satisfied with what you can do, but new players who haven't tried RTS before, I think are going to find that this is a really interesting experience for them, and particularly on console. The controls I'm very happy with. We've really streamlined what was already a great game earlier. The original Halo Wars kind of helped define RTS on console.
Yeah.
And that's been one of our goals, is to kind of move on from there and just make that experience better.
Yeah, for sure. RTS games were born on PC, and then there were some growing pains, I think, trying to transition them over to consoles. But Halo Wars, being designed for console, it just felt great. It felt really nice playing with the controller.
Well, and one thing also that I'm very excited about is that, of course, on an RTS, you always want to be able to play on PC. One of the things that we're doing as well is launching on Windows 10 simultaneously. And we were talking about the accessibility. One of the really satisfying bits is that we've been able to do a really good control scheme, obviously specifically for PC as well. So, regardless of the platform you play on, you're going to have a good experience.
Yeah, and I saw a lot of people asking this question. On Xbox One, you can play with the controller, but you can use mouse and keyboard on PC, right?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And if you prefer, you can actually use the controller on PC too.
Yeah, you have that option as well. Yeah. One of the striking things about the first game was that the CGI cinematics were stunning. Like, at the time, I was like, wow, this is some of the best CGI work I've ever seen in a game.
Yeah.
Can we expect the same level of quality here?
Absolutely. Yeah. So if you watch the trailer that we launched yesterday, okay. So you can see Atriox, who is the leader of our new faction, the Banished. This trailer was put together by Blur here in Los Angeles. They did all of the cinematics for the first game, and they are doing all the cinematics for the new game. And that is something we're very happy about. Obviously, it manages to capture the essence of the Halo universe in a way that is really unique. And I'm really, really happy with it. I think it really sets the tone for the original kind of dark, mysterious aspects of the Halo universe, and it's been great working with them.
So what's the premise of the story? What's the conflict this time out?
So, for those fans of the original game, you remember that Spirit of Fire basically shut down and everybody went into cryo. We wake up now, 28 years later, in mysterious circumstances, and find ourselves at the Ark, facing a new enemy in the Banished, which are a much more dangerous mercenary kind of breakaway faction from the Covenant, and led by Atriox, who is the head of the Banished and who basically has kind of rebelled. So it's a really exciting kind of mysterious start to the game. When you first dive in, you kind of have to discover what's happened and how they've gotten there. But basically, they have leapt forward in time to just beyond the events of Halo 5. So Halo Wars now has actually come together into that timeline, and those two stories are now kind of happening simultaneously.
Are we going to get to play as different factions?
So in Halo Wars 2, you'll be able to play either as UNSC or as the Banished. Okay. We won't have Prometheans. Okay. No, we won't have Prometheans in Halo Wars 2, but obviously the plan is to support the game for quite a while after launch.
So what can we expect in the package? There's a single-player campaign as well as multiplayer modes?
Yeah, we've got an epic new campaign that is bigger and deeper than the original game. We have 5 new game modes as well, which are really, really interesting new ways to play. We've got classic modes like Deathmatch, but we've also got new modes like Blitz, which are very new and interesting ways to play an RTS that I'm very excited to talk about more in the future, but stay tuned for that.
What is available right now in the beta?
So in the beta right now, you can go in and you can jump in and play Domination. You get to play as either Cutter or Atriox. Okay. And then that is going to be going on this week. There's going to be some little surprises throughout, so you want to stay tuned for that. But right now, you can download it. You can jump in and play Domination. It's a very fast, accessible game mode that basically has you going out into the map and trying to capture domination points and keep those so that you can take tickets and points away from the other team. So what you're trying to do is basically leech control from the other side and so you're constantly fighting back and forth over trying to control these domination points, which is great. And that's something that I really love about the gameplay as well, is that in classic RTSs, you sometimes end up with the kind of base mashing thing, which obviously exists here, but the map itself is really dynamic, and it forces you to pay attention to what's going on and really capture as many resources and control points as you can.
Now, the first Halo Wars was released in 2009?
Yeah.
Does that sound right? Yeah. So since then, obviously, the esports scene has exploded.
Yes.
Is that something you envision for Halo Wars 2?
So that is something that we're very, very interested in. As a studio as a whole, obviously, Halo as a franchise is very involved, and that's something that we're planning on doing as well.
Can you talk about what, like, any of your plans for esports? Are you envisioning hosting your own tournaments?
That's not something that I can talk about at the moment. It is that is something that we are very actively engaged in. Yeah.
Then in terms of like actual gameplay, when you're in a match, what new features or abilities can people expect?
So one of the things that we've done in the game that I think is very new is that the leaders and the powers that those leaders have are more extensive than they were in the original game, which gives you a lot more strategic options, along with, of course, an extended group of units. So there's a lot of new toys to kind of play with. But basically, the manipulation that you have, choosing when to use certain powers with units and coordinating with your team is something that is a constantly changing challenge. Some of the new powers are quite powerful, as you'll see if you're playing in the beta or trying it out in the booth. But it's something that really encourages teamwork, and I think that's something that we're really excited about, is that each of the leaders has very good specific roles, and so playing as a coordinated team will give you lots of advantages.
I see. So you can play like cooperatively.
Absolutely, yeah. So there are actually a couple of different ways to play co-op. You can play the campaign completely co-op with friends, and you can also do a co-op skirmish. And of course, when you play on any of the team modes, you can do a co-op there as well.
Very cool. Halo Wars 2 is looking awesome. The one thing I'm bummed about is that you released the beta this week when I'm here working E3 and I can't just go play it.
I'll do whatever I can to to make some more time for you.
You also announced the release date. It's February
21st of 2017.
21st, 2017, Halo Wars 2. Clay, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thanks very much.
Stay tuned. More to come from E3 2016 after this.
surprises, a settled score. I know the darkness from inside. Reckless rage and poison pride. I know the weakness, I know the pain, I know the fear we do not name, and the one who comes to find me when my time is through. I know you. Yeah, I know you.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Tell them that I told you, won't be any longer. Devil gonna leave you, he's heading over yonder. Tell them that I told you, I told you, I told you. Whoa, whoa. When you're rolling like the stone, when you're shaking in your bones, I'll be waiting here for you. When you're running from your ghost and there's nowhere left to go.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bells ring. Snowing and blowing up bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell, jingle rock. Jingle bells chiming in jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. Jingle bell. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. What a bright time, it's the right time, we're gonna
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Don't stop! Keep going! Try and dodge this! There it is again! Anyone else?
They're everywhere! Here they come!
And stay down!
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Hi, everybody. Oh, hello. Here we are. Stay back. Stay back. Ye foul beasts.
There we go. See? That's so cool.
Help me out. More people can do the anchor thing.
Nom 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 nom.
The main mast sails still need to go down.
Oh, they're down. They're down. They're down.
We're sailing!
Dude, which island are you going to? Which island?
The farthest one in the distance.
Are we emptying it? This was the best idea.
I don't know. I can usually walk a straighter line than this.
Oh my god. Oh, you guys. Oh, okay. Oh no! You're gonna hit that rock, dude. You're gonna hit that rock.
I think it's gonna be too tight. Just go. Just go.
No, no, no! No! You're gonna sink us. You're gonna sink us.
Oh, I found the captain's quarters. This is mine.
Mine.
Okay, so the sail's blocking my vision, so you're gonna need to tell me where to steer. I'm looking at the water, Chad. Shut up.
Guys.
We gotta get. Oh! Go to the boat. Go to the boat.
Oh my god! Oh no! Raise the anchor. Set the sail. You're leaving me behind. No!
Oh, they're right on top.
Oh no! Whoa! All right, man the cannon.
They're shooting back.
Die! Die!
No! Yeah! Okay, Mike, you're repairing, right? We're sinking.
Oh, dude, we're gonna drown. It's water down here.
What do we do? What do we do?
I don't know. Bail.
We're screwed. We sank up, yeah! No!
There's a ship to the left.
Oh my god.
They're going down, yeah!
Let's go.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's time to take a look at something new coming for Xbox One controllers. Monique, what is Xbox Design Lab all about?
Xbox Design Lab is an online customization platform where you can design your own custom controller. You get to pick colors for it for pretty much every case part, and have it delivered directly to your door.
So it's a website. You do all the design work on your own, and then it gets shipped to you.
Exactly.
What's the website? Is it Xbox Lab?
It's xboxdesignlab.xbox.com.
Okay.
You can find it through the xbox.com website.
Okay, gotcha. So we're seeing like a little sizzle reel here. What was the whole idea behind this? Just wanting to, were you hearing that people wanted to be able to customize their own controllers?
Yeah, for years and years, people have been asking for color, for more
Really?
color and for ways to express themselves. And so it's just like finally the right time for us. We've been able to bring all of the groups together that that it requires to deliver this sort of totally front end to back end experience where you get to design something for yourself and it actually gets to get manufactured to your spec and designed and delivered straight to you.
So you brought some examples here.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell us about these?
Well, I'm showing some examples of the kinds of things that you can build. So this is like two of the blues put together. If you want to do something a lot more kind of bright and vibrant and expressive. We have a super great orange. And then I'm showing also something that's combining a neutral and a pop color. So basically, there are over 8 million ways to put this color palette together. You can make almost anything for yourself. We have 15 main colors, and these are kind of displayed here.
Sure, yeah, pull up a couple of those just so people can see what you're referring to.
Yeah, so we have sort of a range of dark neutrals, a midnight blue, military green, a deep purple, and then a bunch of great pop colors like an orange, pink, green.
Right.
Yeah, we've got them all covered.
And do you have like templates set up that actually like look really of colors that look really nice together, or do people just absolutely start from scratch, just start putting stuff together on their own?
You get a choice. So we know some people want to start with a blank slate, and so you can just start from a blank controller.
Yeah.
Or there's a place where the Xbox design team actually kind of shows what's cooking in our studio, what we think is cool, and then there's a place for the community. So you can look through what everybody's building, and anything that you click on, you can start from. So click on anything and start customizing.
May I pick one of these up? One of
Sure.
these bad boys here. This is the Storm Yeti. Does that refer to the face color blue?
That is showing a custom etching.
Okay.
So it's like the icing on the cake. You get to make this personal controller, and then you can go in and add 16 characters of text. So you can fit your gamer tag. You can make a gift for a friend with a special message.
Is there any difference in the hardware as compared to the normal Xbox One controller?
This is the new controller that was announced at E3. So, everything is the same, just customized for you.
Well, I'm giving it a quick test drive. I can confirm everything feels pretty good. So everything seems to be in order here. So.
Yeah.
Very cool. So Xbox One, or just Xbox Design Lab, people can start pre-ordering controllers now, right?
Right. You can pre-order now, and it'll be delivered in September. And then once that pre-order window's over, it's 14 days or less from making an order to having it delivered.
Very cool.
So pretty fast.
Yeah. Well, Monique, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. We have many more games to show you here on IGN Live from E3 2016 after this.
That ought to do her.
This shouldn't take long.
Slow down now.
Hit it! Stay down!
PlayStation.
Dear child, I see your eyes. The belonging you seek is not behind you. It is ahead.
The droid. I'll pay for him.
Actually, the droids are not for sale.
Come on!
I can do this.
The droid stole a freighter.
The two were accompanied by a girl.
What girl? Chewie, we're home.
This droid has to get to the Resistance base as soon as possible.
He's carrying a map to Luke Skywalker.
Don't tell me a Rathor's got loose. I got a bad feeling about this. The girl I've heard so much about.
I'm in charge now.
It's about time you showed up.
Give it everything you got.
You're afraid. But you will never be as strong as Darth Vader.
We're not done yet. You might need this.
Goodness.
PlayStation.
Hi everybody, I'm Jeff Eleanor from Ubisoft Montreal, and welcome to this commented walkthrough video. For Honor Story Campaign is a tale of warriors that takes place at a turning point in the age-old war amongst our three factions. You will play as knights, Vikings, and samurai as they're fighting for the survival of their people, against each other, and against the evil warlord Apollyon. Legendary heroes, massive battles, and epic duels. Welcome to the world of For Honor. Now, what you're going to see next is a Viking mission from halfway through the game's story campaign. We hope you'll enjoy it.
Apollyon's war had taken us to the edge of extinction. But that raider reminded us of who we are. We would raid, but not Apollyon. Not yet. But they knew we were coming.
Rise!
This part of the game takes place in the Mire, the land of the samurai. Broken by their war against Napoleon, the Vikings are starving. But they've heard the samurai are wealthy and have riches hidden in their legendary fortress, so they decide to raid and plunder.
To the gates! I welcome you all!
The gates of that fortress hadn't worked for a century. All we had to do was get through them.
We're playing as the Raider, who's the main Viking hero from the campaign. Fearless and full of rage, he's the essence of the Viking warrior. Now we're facing a Shigoki, a massive samurai warrior with a kanabo as a weapon. He's kinda slow, but you better be dodging his attacks because if he hits you really hard. Here again is our unique combat system, the Art of Battle, which lets you experience melee combat as though you have a weapon in your hand. Once our enemy is locked, we can switch between left, right, and top stances by using the right stick on the controller. From there, we want to match our enemy's stance when he's attacking to block him and attack from an angle he's not defending.
That war was the only way forward.
Get over here! Call the rope launchers!
Ropes! Grapples! Here!
Go! Lead the climb!
One warrior made it to the top. One would be enough.
In For Honor, your weapon is not the only way to get rid of your opponent. You can use the environment to your advantage. Our troops are still stuck outside the gates of the Great Fortress, and we need to find a way to let them in.
Warborn are dying down there.
That's an unlucky guy. One hit is enough to kill your enemy when striking from above.
Gotta get that gate open.
The raider got us inside that fort. Their commander was legendary among his people. And ours.
We managed to get our army into the fortress. Now it's time to reunite with them for the final assault.
Fight
Seems that our fellow Vikings are storming the bridge, so we'll take an alternate path.
We were winning. We just needed to push.
We have them!
Kisama Datonaga! Savage! Kisama wa subete wo hakkai shita. My fortress is lost. My soldiers slaughtered. Soon, I will join them. You open the gate. Now, you will pay!
Time to fight Saburo. He's one of the many bosses that you'll encounter in For Honor's campaign. Here we've entered into Revenge Mode. You can trigger this special mode once you've blocked or taken enough damage. Revenge Mode will bring you stronger defense, and you will deal more damage.
That raider showed us what Viking fury could do. The Great Raid, they would call it. And it had begun.
Alright guys, thanks for watching. We hope you've enjoyed this sneak peek of For Honor's story campaign, also playable in 2-player co-op, online, and split screen. Now the game comes out on February 14th, 2017 on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. And during our alpha phase, we're gonna need your help, so go over to forhonorgame.com and sign up today. We'll see you soon on the battlefield.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Brian. I'm here with Corey from God of War. God of War at E3? What year is it? This is awesome. You guys brought back God of War. How?
Sheer force of will and insanity, man.
So was this something that you wanted to do for a long time, that you came to Sony and said, we have a brand new idea for the way we can take this IP that's been cherished for so long in the gaming universe and try something new with it?
Yeah, I actually had kept in contact with Shannon Studstill for a number of years after I had left Sony, and I think we got together at a GDC and started talking seriously about, you know what, I kind of have another God of War story in me, and the people I've worked with over the last few years have sort of changed the way I look at story and character, so I was like, I really want to kind of mix things up, try something different. And to their credit, they were on board the whole time. Like, they were huge supporters of this.
So now, there's been some questions about the characters in this game. The second we saw him, some of the most thunderous applause I think I've ever heard at E3.
Yeah, that
this
was
is
awesome.
Kratos. Straight up and down. This is Kratos, right? No
this
question.
Is Kratos.
And now he's a family man?
He's looking for a second chance. So this is the continuation of Kratos' story from 3. So it is not some alternate universe or anything like that. Because to me, the mythologies really are kind of constantly existing in parallel.
Sure.
So all the mythologies exist at the exact same time. They're just separated by the geography of the cultures, right?
So this isn't like we are rebooting Kratos, we are retelling Kratos. You're adding sort of a new diagonal to his timeline here.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically saying this is Kratos in sort of the middle age of his life, right? He's left Greece. He's trying to get as far away from the past as he possibly can and be away from people, right? And going to this area of Scandinavia that is really pre-Viking, pre-migration, sort of the isolated time that when the Vikings were around, they had said the gods abandon us, right? Thor and Odin and Loki, they all kind of walk the earth. This is the time in which the gods walk the earth, this sort of prehistory for the Viking era.
So now Kratos has a lot of history, and not all of it's very great, like the kind of stuff that you would repress if you were trying to sleep at night. Does that sort of play into this at all?
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's really interesting that the first chapter of his life is like that 7 games of the Greek era, right?
Yeah.
And he's a flawed demigod, human being / god, right? And he has, to me, a long way to go on his trajectory. A lot of people, oh, he's done. Kratos' story is done. And to me, you look at Arrow, the first season of Arrow, he's all about just killing people, right? And then the second season, he's all about, like, he's struggling with being presented with that opportunity and not doing that, making choices in a different way. That second season wouldn't work without the first season because you got to kind of go through that.
So what you're saying is that there still is this monster inside of him.
Oh, yeah.
And it almost certainly will still come out as what we're seeing right here.
Yeah.
But there is a humanity to him that we've never seen before.
No, it's like he is truly, to me, kind of like the Hulk. And in the Greek era of games, like we let the Hulk out all the time, right? He had no balance in any of that. And giving him a reason to actually aspire towards that balance, this idea that he's had a horrible home life, right? His father tried to kill his father. So his father tried to kill him. He ended up killing his father. They have a horrible history of abuse and mistrust. So Kratos, knowing that he's probably never going to truly die, he's sort of doomed and cursed to walk the earth. He's trying to get that second chance, that perhaps instead of complaining and wishing for people to take away the past from him, he's going to try to make a different tomorrow, you know?
So it's kind of on him. He's sort of given this chance to fix or correct the lineage that he comes from, to maybe take a step in a new direction and bring things a little better.
Right. Teach his son how to be a god and avoid the mistakes that he made. You know, it's like we see these bad traits of ourselves in our kids, and all we want to do is change that. We want to make sure they don't make the same mistakes we did. And, you know, to me, Kratos is a god first because he's suppressed his humanity.
Yeah.
He has lost most of his humanity. So along this journey, his son is actually going to teach him how to be a human because he doesn't know any different.
So from a fundamental sort of gameplay perspective, is he giving his son experience?
Yeah.
That's
So
crazy.
like teaching.
That's so cool.
Teaching is the whole foundation of this. This is great sort of like eternal rite of passage of parents passing on information to children. And in sort of our modern age, survival out in the world means has a very different meaning than survival in kind of this prehistory. You know, that's like literally every footstep could be a footstep towards death. And survival is very brutal.
So now, is your son with you the entire game?
Yes.
And have you like come to the sort of reality that this kid is going to see some horrific stuff in this game? And it's basically, I mean, this isn't a mature rated game.
What's that?
This is an M-rated game.
Yes.
And a child is present the entire time. That's kind of like a very daring decision to make.
It is, yeah. But in this time period, it's a child who actually is part god, right? Kratos is a god. They are moving through this sort of fantastic mythological world, and it is at a time when they are surrounded by threats. There isn't a lot of people there who just want to go and give them high fives. You know?
Right.
They are constantly fighting for their survival.
Yeah, there are no Montessori schools to put your son in.
Right.
Or,
There's no rye method here.
Yeah, no
right?
padded development, you know. So one of the things I was immediately struck by in this game is just sort of how different it is than any other God of War game, and not only tonally, just the way the gameplay is, the perspective, the family dynamic. How has the reception to that been so far?
It's been really good. I mean, there is the expected. I think Resident Evil making the transition from 3 to Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
Even the director of that game was like, you can't do a controllable camera for this.
Sure.
We'll never get scares. You can't create tension. And through the development process, they realized you actually can. And this different sort of camera view, this different sort of take on all of it. Sometimes I think you don't have a lot to see, so initially it might be, whoa, this is a lot different from God of War. But once people get in there, get their hands on it, realize like the DNA, the blood of God of War flows through every aspect of this game.
It has been very cool seeing this. I know at IGN, specifically when we first saw this trailer, everyone in the room lit up. And I think it's because we are appreciative of seeing a franchise like this not necessarily grow up, but evolve. And I do feel like there is a deal of maturity that's happening with this series right now. But that's not always the case with a lot of sort of sequels and reboots. The reactions to them can be very varied, sometimes entirely negative.
Yeah.
But it's good to see that this time around, you guys are trying something new, and the reception has been so positive.
Yeah. It's great to hear fans speak up positively and negatively. I think we feed a lot off of them, because I don't make games for myself to just play. I'm not Prince. I actually make it for everybody, so their opinions, their feedback means a whole lot in how we shape this game.
Now, in terms of gameplay here, we're seeing a lot of sections that feel sort of open world-ish, or kind of like sandboxes that lead into more tunnel areas that lead out to sandboxes. Is that kind of the design flow of this game?
Yeah, we want to open it up a lot more, make it wider. There are linear sections of the game, but there is a much more open feeling, a sense of discovery, a really encouraging the player to explore the world. I want to create a world where people are like, I want to go back in there, not just to do a update run or complete the game with only one weapon, but to really say, oh, I can probably discover a little bit more. I could find a bit of the mythology.
Now, in the previous God of War games, one of the things that was most impressive to me, and I think everyone, is the sense of scale that you have. And we're seeing parts of it here, even with just this creature right here, but the giant enemy that starts fighting you earlier. When the PS4 was first announced and we started seeing screenshots for it, one of the first things I said is I want a God of War game running on this hardware with that sense of scale, where you're running along a cliff and all of a sudden it lifts up and you're on a finger or a hand. Are you guys playing with that sort of sense where you're dealing with these monstrosities that are towering?
Yeah, absolutely. Set pieces are part of what we do, We chose very deliberately to make this demo focused around a few core tenets, But set pieces, especially with this new camera, are going to be a big part of it. Big bosses. That creature that you fought, the troll, is just an enemy that you might encounter throughout the game. That's a standard fight that you'll experience. That's not even a heavily curated big boss fight moment.
Sure.
So we are going to have these sort of massive, epic boss fights, as well as the sense of scale. To me, the Norse world is about this massive sense of scale of the world. The world itself is almost a character.
Now, in terms of these sort of like sandbox-ish environments, can you sort of just hang out in them and hunt and gather? Like, is there a benefit to the gameplay of actually standing around and doing that kind of stuff?
We're not talking about that.
We'll see.
Right now. We'll see. We'll see.
Because that's actually one of my favorite things to do in games. Is sort of like you get into a little area like that, and you start hunting for a while until all of the evil deer are gone, and you've completely eviscerated them from population.
The evil deer, I like that.
I'm calling him an evil deer. Like, he didn't look like a normal, cool, happy deer.
Right. No, he was a mythological creature, and perhaps you just made that species extinct.
Now, we saw that moment right there in the demo where Kratos is teaching his son to actually just to kill.
Yeah.
And he's struggling with that, to his sense. Is that something that's going to sort of permeate the game?
Yeah.
Are we going to see this basically, are we going to see a hardened killer grow? Or
No, it's more what it takes to survive within that world. In that sort of subsistence life, if you don't hunt, you don't eat. If you don't eat, you don't live, kind of thing. And in that situation, this sort of test that Kratos is putting his son under is to kind of see if the kid is ready to take him out on the road. The sort of adventure, the journey that they're going on, he needs to know that the kid will be safe. And so this kind of test is to see where he is at in his development. But yeah, it goes to show the interesting sort of dichotomy with Kratos, that he is at home, at ease, fighting a giant creature.
Yeah.
That is his jam. But in a moment when he has to kind of compliment his kid, he doesn't know what to do.
Well, that's what's going to be fascinating to watch, because I feel like Kratos' comfort zone is terror.
Yeah.
Like, he just handles that so well, and then all of a sudden he's got something else to worry about, and he's got this extra level, this extra dimension to him, where he's actually learning something as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it's interesting, I think, from a dramatic standpoint. What we like is not to see somebody win. What we like is to see them fail over and over again and get back up, right? Because the victory at the end of that is so much more satisfying. That sense of being along for that and inspiring you to know, wow, if he can get back up after that, so can I. You know?
I mean, winning is boring if you think about it. Just watching somebody knock it out the park consistently. Like, where's the fun in that? We saw a really cool sort of snowy, mountain, foresty environment there. How much more diversity in landscape are we going to see in this game?
A whole lot. You've only seen a very, very small amount. Throughout this demo, because I am a gigantic Mr. Robot fan, we have peppered a ton of little Easter eggs and secrets that indicate and hint towards characters in the game, little themes that we're dealing with, aspects of like goals in the game. So you guys did that rewind theater thing.
Yep.
I think you caught maybe 2% of
What?
what was in there. So gauntlet thrown down. Y'all got to get a little bit better.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, scrub through this trailer multiple times, dig it apart, find everything. I have a theory. You ride dragons to get from area to area in this game. Can you confirm?
I can neither confirm nor deny, but mostly deny.
Mostly
deny.
okay, so it's a no. Well, so how will traversal work in this game? I mean, it seems so big, and these characters are basically just wearing, ancient underwear. It feels like they'd freeze to death eventually, or burn to death, depending on where they end up.
Yeah, the elements are definitely harsh, but they're both gods, so they deal with it a little bit better. And Kratos has pants now, so, right? He's got that beard in the pants, so he's good.
He could probably just grow out the beard until it covers his whole
Right.
body, and then he's just nice and warm anywhere he goes.
It's like Witcher. Your beard just keeps growing throughout the entire game. You have epic beard.
His son needs to start growing a beard. That's the problem.
Yes.
Yeah. So what else can you tell us about this game? This has been, how long have you been working on this now?
It feels like a really long time. I think it's 3 years, maybe 3-4 years that I've been on this thing. It's been a while, and it will be a little bit while longer. But I can say that this team is putting everything they have into this game. Never before have I worked on a game in which sort of the journey of the studio is paralleling the story of the game.
Right.
We are this family that is sort of teaching or raising our child of God of War. Like, we've lived with this child for so long. We have seen it through its ups and downs, and this is this new opportunity. To me, it's almost like that point where you let go of the kid when he's riding the bike to see if he can kind of wobble and make it.
So I did that with my brother once, and no joke, he went headfirst into a telephone pole. And
I
had to
really
get
hope that
stitches.
doesn't happen to us.
Okay. Yeah, please do not hurt this kid, by the way. I
Right.
mean, I'm actually just watching this over and over again. I'm starting to get very attached to him. And I can feel how that's going to be a very big dynamic in God of War, is making sure he's okay. Kratos, I'm not so worried about. He's been through hell and back, but please, don't hurt this kid.
Well, one of the points that we had made early on was that, this kid is not gonna get in the way. He's not somebody you have to babysit. He's not somebody that's gonna steal your kills or anything like that. He is 100% there to support. So he is there enriching the character development between the two characters, but you will always feel like he is doing exactly what you want him to do.
Awesome.
So,
Well, Corey, thank you so much. God of War looks amazing.
Thank
Get
you.
excited.
Thank you.
Video games are growing up and they look cooler than ever.
Yes.
Fantastic. When can we hear more about God of War?
when we are ready to
When
say
you're ready.
something.
Well, take your time because you did that so far and everything
Thank
looks
you.
fantastic. We will wait. I'm Brian. This is Corey. You are watching IGN for E3 2016. We're live all week long, so stay right where you are.
Our survival as a species has always depended on our drive to seek out the undiscovered, push beyond our limits, and expand the boundaries of our known world. With Mass Effect, we are going further than ever before. To Andromeda, to build a new home for humanity. Imagine distant star systems with remote and hostile planets, teeming with alien life and civilizations. Worlds where adventure, danger, and the unknown are waiting to be discovered. We've created a universe that you will lose yourself in, a whole new galaxy for you to explore.
Has been spilled.
Looks like we're rolling in with everything.
Tango Day.
Marines, we have a possible fix on Al-Assad in the capital city. Intel gathered by SAS indicates that Al-Assad may have a Russian warhead. Speed is critical.
We have visual on the target. ETA 60 seconds.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's time to take a look at Civilization 6. Ed here is going to walk us through a demo of the game. Ed, thanks for coming by the show. We're going to jump right into the footage that we have here, but why don't you start off by telling us some of the major new features that are coming to Civ 6?
Okay. Well, first of all, the really amazing thing is this is a series that's now been around for 25 years.
Quarter of a century old.
Yeah, so it's the grandfather of all the strategy games at this point. But we've got a lot of really cool features that first time in the series with Civilization 6. The video was going to kind of first give us a retrospective on what Civ has looked like in some of the previous titles, both screens from Civ 1, Civ 2, some ideas of what some of the leaders and the tech tree looked like, all that kind of stuff. And then we're going to dive right in and get some actual footage of what Civ 6 looks like so everyone can get a sense of the new features. So the really big new feature is that we are taking the cities that used to be just like single points on the map where everything was done and it sort of all got buried into that city, and we're spreading those out across the map. So now your city sprawls, and it has not just that one tile where things are happening, but it has all the tiles around it. Up to 30 tiles can be filled with stuff that are like reflective of like the wonders that you built in the city and some of the specializations that you're doing, like make it into a science city or an industrial city, whatever. So Here we are. We're on the brand new Civ 6 engine. Got a new graphics engine.
Right.
The gameplay engine's entirely new as well. And we're just starting out a game. We're playing as China. And they're just going to show you some of the simplest changes is that the worker unit that was always used to build improvements, and it took like 5 turns, 6 turns to build something. We've streamlined that, and that happens instantaneously now. He's got a number of charges. He uses those charges up, and when they're expended, you're going to go ahead and create a new builder to do the next bit of work. So we're seeing a little bit of that right now. The other cool thing that we have going on, the other big new feature, this Eureka system, that's a way that we've changed the tech tree. The tech tree's always been the backbone of a Civilization game. That's how you progress through the game. And with the tech tree in the past, it was always like, I'm going to pick something to research on, then I just have to wait. I just sit around. It's very passive. It's not very exciting. And we've made it much more something that you have to engage with, you want to get involved with. The more you do things with your units and your cities out in the world, you can like actively unlock a whole bunch of boosts that push you through the tech tree in a certain part of the game. So that's sort of what that Eureka moment's all about. This is a great look at the art style. You can see that the area of the map that you are currently have visibility on is brightly lit, and you can see the art style we have there. But as soon as you get into the fog of war, we have this sort of pencil line drawing stencil look to everything. So the whole game is sort of built around the Age of Exploration theme, and we reflect that with the map. We actually, when you first start playing the game, the map actually looks like just a sheet of parchment, and it's got things like sea monsters and stuff on the edges because that's like the unknown. You haven't explored that yet, and so we kind of keep playing up that theme.
It's a cool idea to treat Fog of War that way, rather than it just being like a black void space, right?
It's got a lot of character. I'm a huge Tolkien geek, and so I look at the Fog of War and I'm like, wow, that's just, I see the Misty Mountains there, and that just turns me on.
Can you speak to the new art style? Like what sort of the idea behind that was?
Yeah, the art style has been stylized. We've been trying to make things as clear as possible. And the main reason for that is we unstack the cities, and now there's like twice as many possible items that can be on a tile outside a city. Before it was things like farms and mines and quarries, and we had maybe 8 to 10 of those different types of improvements that could be outside a city. But now we have 12 different districts. You can see we haven't quite gotten to it. Well, actually, no. Here's the first district that is placed in this game. It's the Holy Site District. And so now you've got so many possibilities for what could be outside the city that there's a lot of visual recognition that you have to go through. And so we had to use color more. We had to be very clear about what level of upgrades are in a particular tile. And so I threw all that at the art team. I'm like, this is going to be the gameplay here. And it's a lot different from a previous Civ game. And I need an art style that's going to support that.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we want to make it amazing and beautiful and have like a signature look to it. But we got to support the gameplay. So they drew back on sort of the Civ 5 was sort of beautiful and a realistic, a little grittier, a little dirtier kind of look to things, and the color palettes were more of a brown and more of a realistic looking things, and we had to kind of go in a different direction this time to support the gameplay.
Well, it still has a lot of really nice detail, like just the little birds.
Oh, it's got more detail than Civ 5 does. We can zoom in tighter. When you build a wonder, we showed the pyramids building earlier, and we're going to get to the Great Library here in a minute. The amazing thing is there are animations of the entire progression of building that wonder, and those are all rendered close in. We bring the camera in almost like a horizon shot, and you have your city that you actually, where that wonder is being placed in the 3D world. That's where that scene is rendered, so it's all in engine.
I see. So how's our civilization doing here?
Okay, well, we've got 2 cities. We have some barbarians harassing us. We built an encampment district so we could train up some troops. And we're going to take these barbarians out now. We can see a little bit of what combat looks like. We've got our knights and our pikemen on either side of the river here, and the barbarians aren't going to last for very long. We have actually made the barbarians a lot tougher in this game. They have these scouts that they send, and they try to find your cities, and as soon as those scouts have found your city, you know you're in trouble in a Civ 6 game, because that means that if you just don't deal with that scout and you just let him wander home, he's going to report back to his buddies, and they're going to start to mount raids on you on a regular basis. So Civ 5, they're much more haphazard. They're just sort of like this weird speed bump that would be floating back and forth across the map. And this time, the barbarians have some more intelligence to them, and they're a little tougher. So now we're probably Middle Ages. We're about to meet our next new Civ. So Teddy Roosevelt is the leader of the Americans. We've announced 4 of our Civs that are in the game. We'll see 2 of them in the game.
What are those 4 so far?
It's America, Egypt, China, and Japan.
Okay.
So we'll see the Egyptian leader in a second as well. So the way that the leaders work in this game is we have not necessarily chosen like the guy who's the most renowned in history for each empire. So, you know, the Washington or Lincolns have like the strongest reputation for an American Civ, but we went for the guys who are like the biggest personalities.
Okay.
And so Teddy Roosevelt, just the stories that come with him they're all over the place. He's you know, the Rough Rider who went out west and you know, founded a bunch of national parks, and he would like go track down buffalo and the Great Plains and all this kind of amazing stuff. And so he's just like a fun person. And the reason we did that is we have a whole new way that the different leaders will play against you as AI opponents. They are all set up so they each have a historical agenda that's based on what they did in real life during their reign over their empire. So Teddy, the example on that is he has this sort of extension of the Monroe Doctrine was what he called the big stick policy, which means he's always going to have a really strong military.
Okay.
And he may not use it, but he's going to have that around, and if you start messing with him, he's going to wave that big stick in your face.
So that's the whole point, right? You want to have it, but you don't want to use it.
Right, right. And so here's the great library being built. One of the new things about the art style is we have a time of day system. So you're about to see this city here go through the progression from day into night. All the buildings light up. We've got illumination. That's the first time we've ever had that in a Civ game. Nice. So players have options. Obviously, it's a little tougher to play the game in a nighttime setting. It's a little harder to read the terrain and stuff like that. But what we have is an option so you can turn that on just to look at your cities temporarily. You can have it cycle through it slowly, there's no jarring transitions. In the video here, we're showing pretty striking, quick transitions, just because we want to give the illusion of you're going all the way through a game in 8 minutes here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like the big fish that are swimming in the ocean. I don't know if they're sharks or dolphins or whatever. They're circling the boats over there.
Yeah, yeah. We
really
have
nice
there are whales, there's fish, there's several different resources out in the ocean. Okay, now we're going to see a little bit of combat. Here we're about to meet the Egyptian leader. And it's Cleopatra back again.
Okay.
She wasn't in Civ 5, but she's been in several other versions of Civilization before. And her army's coming after our city. And the key thing is now that we've unstacked the city and you have all this stuff outside of it, when an invasion force comes, in the previous games, you just had to worry about defending your city. You know, they could maybe do a little bit of damage to you, pillaging your farms and stuff like that, but it wasn't a big concern. You could kind of hunker down inside your city and hold them off. Now, if you hunker down inside the city, you're losing your science district, your religious district. All these things are getting ripped up by the invader. So it's tougher to figure out how you're going to defend your homeland.
Yeah.
It also is cool when you're going to invade an enemy city, is you can look over his empire. You can say, okay, he's got 3 or 4 cities on my border. Which one do I go after first? I can try to decide, aha, there's his industrial base.
Yeah.
So take that city down first. That's really going to help me win the war over this guy.
Well, it looks like our army's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, they kind of set it up. We're not going to lose,
not gonna lose our own
in
game.
the demo video.
Yeah, that's true.
But we're getting to some of the cooler, more modern units now. We've got some tanks that are rolling over the Egyptian forces. We've got artillery and so forth.
Are you finding that games last about as long as they
yeah,
would
no, there is as much depth here as to fight. We've streamlined some things. So like the builder I was talking about before, that's quicker and easier to resolve, but that's because we've added a whole nother layer of other types of decisions. Like having to plan out exactly what's going where around your city, that takes a little bit of time to think it through. And so we didn't want you to have to also micromanage these worker units, and it was tough, you know, when you're trying to plan out your city, you want to like say, this is going to be a farm, this is going to be an industrial area, and you want that to happen right away.
Yeah.
The way the workers worked before, they took some time to do it, and you like lost track of your train of thought.
I see.
And so we sort of set it up so you can plan out your city as effectively as possible now.
Is it true that you've tried to de-emphasize some of the automation from the past?
Yeah, that's sort of a, kind of a basic tenet of game design that I sort of believe. I feel like too much automation is like telling the player that, hey, this isn't fun, so we're going to do it for you.
So why is it even in there?
Why is it even in the game?
I see.
So the builders are entirely not automated. You can't automate them at all. But you don't need to because they're just like a charge. You just take them there, boom, they're done. So they're so quick to use that, and the cities are. It's so important how to plan it out properly that you don't want it automated anyways.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is we showed that we built a spaceport. We basically got to the end of the game. We're launching our rocket, off it goes, and that's sort of kind of one of the ways you win Civ games. Civ games always have multiple victory paths, and science is still one of them, but we've got...
If you can achieve liftoff,
yes,
then your
that will get you through.
Civilization is doing pretty well.
Yep.
Ed, thank you so much for coming by the show. Civilization 6 is coming out when?
October 21st.
On PC.
On PC, October 21st, 2016.
Cool. Thank you so much for coming by.
Okay.
Stay tuned. More games to show you from day 2 of the E3 show floor being open here at IGN.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Zone incoming. Zone incoming.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
just over an hour since a little girl was taken hostage on the top floor of a building here in downtown Detroit. Details are still emerging on what exactly happened. But the hostage taker could be the family's android. Negotiator on site.
Please, please, you gotta save my little girl. Wait. You're sending an android?
All right, ma'am. We need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person?
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
It's firing at everything that moves. It already shot down 2 of my men. Saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it.
Don't come any closer or I'll jump!
Hi, Daniel. My name is Connor. There's no way out, Daniel. The only question is whether or not you take another innocent life.
I'm holding all the cards. If I die, she dies.
Look what you did! You were designed to serve humans, not kill them.
What was I designed to be? Their slave? Their toy?
You're a machine you have to obey.
Welcome
Now
back
put the
to
gun
IGN Live at E3 2016. Marty here with Genevieve and Etienne from Square Enix Montreal.
Yeah.
Yes, we did it. We're here with Deus Ex GO.
Correct.
I am so excited. I got to see the game an hour ago. We're going to pretend I haven't seen it, though. So tell us, what is Deus Ex GO?
Sure, go ahead. It's your speech, this part.
Deus Ex GO is basically like the reinterpretation of the Deus Ex franchise as a puzzle game on mobile. Similar to what we did with Hitman Go and Lara Croft Go. We're trying to find the sweet spot into like being really iconic with the franchise, but still being something on its own, a really interesting, clever puzzle game.
Yeah.
And basically, that's what it is.
Yeah, we see here, the game's gorgeous. Like, holy crap. Like, where did this sort of idea for the aesthetics come from? Because it has the elements of Deus Ex, but at the same time, it has its own very unique style and flair.
Well, the idea is that, like, Deus Ex cannot look the same on console than it looks on mobile because of technical reasons, but also, like, we want to reinterpret that as a mobile game. So we had this abstraction and this reinterpretation of what the really high-tech sci-fi world universe of Deus Ex is. And basically, we went in a direction where we kind of recreate this location in a very economical way, in a really like elegant way, where the board is very high-tech, but there's like some props that actually tell you where you are, which create this really nice blend of like high-tech and
yeah, and that's kind of
story.
always the idea with the Go games, right? When we made Hitman Go, we took everything that made the Hitman franchise great and we boiled it down, and that really impacted the art direction.
Yeah.
So you were looking at this board game with very minimalistic
with little
textures
pieces.
and pawns
Yeah.
and little pieces. Yeah. So in Lara Croft Go, it was oriented much more on lush environments that you could explore with different camera behaviors as well. Whereas Hitman Go, the camera was very not flexible, but you could look around a little bit more.
It felt like a diorama.
Exactly. In Lara Croft, the camera was actually following Lara as she explored, which gave you a much bigger sense of adventure.
Yeah.
And this is exactly the same kind of interpretation. Our goal really being to celebrate the franchise and make something great out of it.
Yeah. Even though it's the same process, we're starting from such a different point.
Yeah.
Deus Ex being so different than like Tomb Raider or Hitman, then by using the same kind of process, we end up in a completely different way. And it's a way that feels like Deus Ex, which is basically what we like the most about Deus Ex GO, is that you feel like you're playing Deus Ex, but actually you do way different things.
Yeah.
Technically, you swipe or tap to move Jensen, and it's a turn-based puzzle game where you hack in a very different way than when you hack in Deus Ex. But you still, at the end of the day, you're still going through the same kind of things trigger in your brain when you play the game. Which is
I mean, I think that's been one of my favorite things with the Go series is you take, the core tenets of these franchises that we all know and love, but then you say, well, let's look at them from a different angle and let's see how they're going to work within the framework of these, smaller puzzle experiences that we're creating. And I think that's super cool.
Thank you.
Talk a little bit. You mentioned Adam Jensen. So you're Adam Jensen in this game. Is this canonical? Does this take place like before, after Human Revolution, Mankind Divided?
Yeah, technically, it takes place in the story before Mankind Divided.
Yeah.
So Jensen is in the Task Force 29. he has contact with Alex Vega from the Collective, which are these hacker groups. But as a Go game, it still stays very high level. It still stays quite vague about exactly when or how all of this is happening. It's more about taking a slice of Deus Ex story and making it into a really smooth story. So it's less involved, it's less details, but it's still the same vibe, and it takes place technically within their universe, so that we made sure actually with them that it would work well with their storyline and everything. We had meetings with Mary and with GF just to make sure that it would fit correctly. Yeah,
it would have been really weird if halfway through this game you kill Adam Jensen. I feel like that would have sort of ruined things for them.
Oops.
A little bit.
Yeah.
So we see here we got there's weird mechanics. There's different mechanics in the game. There's energy that you're using to cloak yourself. There's hacking. Tell us a little bit about how those are used for the puzzles.
Yeah, well, when we kind of look at Deus Ex, all of these mechanics are there and are very iconic for Jensen. So at the beginning of the project, it was all about finding how they could be translated into a turn-based puzzle game. And basically, we came up with these systems where the hacking is actually the player, Jensen, actually reaching down in the puzzle for the first time in a Go game. You actually draw shapes into the puzzle and you link different game elements together. Like when you reach a hacking terminal, you can draw a line towards any hackables in a level, and that's actually a choice and a strategic element to the game where only one station can only hack one thing at a time, and so you have to kind of figure out the correct solution to puzzles by having multiple things to hack, but only one thing hackable at one time and all of that. And for the augmentations, we had the system where you pick up energy, and any energy point can be used towards any augmentations that you have. So when the game goes forward, you start with only one of them, the cloaking, but as the game progresses, you find out other augmentations like the remote hacking and the EMP gun blast. And when you find an energy in the later portion of the game, you still have the choice, basically you can use it towards any of those. It becomes kind of a tactical choice of how should I solve this puzzle? Am I supposed to kill the guard? Because it's not always the solution to kill a guard, because guards can actually help you. They can hide line of sight from each other. They can de-hack something that you hacked to your benefit. If you're somewhere else in the puzzle, maybe them hacking something is good for you. So you have to figure out if the right solution is actually killing them or it's actually cloaking for later, being able to manipulate the level. And that's something that really comes from Deus Ex. You reach a new place in Deus Ex and you kind of look at everything. There's guards everywhere, there's turrets. What am I going to do with all these elements in order to reach what I want to reach in the level, if I want to exit or find documents or intel or any of these things? That's the kind of feeling that we wanted to recreate with these mechanics.
Exactly.
So the augments sound really cool. I'm going to pitch. I have some ideas for augments. Love.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can we solve puzzles using love? What happens if you kiss a turret?
Oh.
I really think
gross.
that many people in the Deus Ex universe mostly just need a hug. Basically,
they're really frustrated.
That's why mankind is divided, because they're not just hugging all the time.
There's a lot of anger, and I don't know. I think hug is a nice.
I think hug's a good one. My second one is a dog. We've seen a lot of robot dogs at E3. That's sort of been the theme of the show. So I think Adam Jensen should have a robo canine companion.
Yeah. What about becoming a dog? I mean,
dog kind divided.
Oh my god.
I'm getting into this. One of the things. Wait, can we talk about the post-release ideas that we were talking about earlier? I wasn't sure if that was off the record.
No, absolutely.
Level creation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about that.
I mean, you see, we just hired, two people joined our team, Teddy D from Hyperlight Drifter and Renaud Bédard from Fez.
Yeah.
And we're kind of falling back into this state where the studio is iterating on what we want to do next and what kind of franchise we could tackle. And this is a really fun period for the studio because that's how Hitman Go came to life in a way. We just separated teams into small groups and people pitched for ideas, and then the board game idea came up, and that's when everybody went like, whoa, this is a really good idea, let's do this. And so having those two amazing guys joining an already really good team, I mean, everybody was really happy, and they're so excited about the way we make games, the way we believe in editorial value, because some background info, Square Enix Montreal is still only 35, 37 people. So it's split into three, four teams, and then we just iterate in small groups. Lara Croft Go was 6 people, 8 people. Deus Ex right now is the biggest ramped up we've ever had. It's like 12 people.
12 people.
Yeah.
Incredible.
But to actually answer your question, though, the post-launch content for Deus Ex, we actually talked about the puzzle creation, which is totally something that we had in mind from the get-go, because we wanted to fix something from the other Go games, which was when the games launch, people play them, they just sit down and power through. And after a few days, there's no content anymore for these people. And we really wanted to fix that. And from the get-go, we kind of thought about how we could do that. And one of the first things that came up and that was brainstormed was having a puzzle creator in the game so that people could actually make those puzzles. So the game was built mechanically from the ground up so that people could actually have that. This is a feature that's going to launch after. It's not going to be there when we launch the game, but the infrastructure is there so that we can have a live page and we can stream content regularly after launch. So when the game launches, it's going to be a live page there. There's going to be puzzles that change every week, and that's going to be a great way for us to give more content to the people.
Awesome. This sounds fantastic. Thank you guys so much. Deus Ex GO is coming out later this year. Stick around. We're going to have so much more IGN Live right here at E3.
Otherwise, you're gonna get us all killed! Ed was behind!
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
The Star Wars universe is growing day by day with the comics, the films, the games, you name it. And to be a part of that and to work with Lucasfilm is incredibly exciting. So what we're really trying to do at EA is cater to different areas of the Star Wars universe and create different game experiences that are tailor-made for those fans.
With Star Wars Battlefront, we wanted to really be able to bring people into the world of Star Wars like never before. What excites me now is bringing in more characters, more planets, more environments, more eras. And that's why we're super happy to have both Motive Studios and Criterion contributing in a significant way.
There's no point in making something in the Star Wars IP if you're just going to do what's been done before, right? So it's a fantastic opportunity for Motive to really tell the world what we're about. And we're going to bring that to Battlefront, which is, it's crazy. It's incredible.
As a studio, our promise to gamers is ultimately gameplay first. We all demand that the game has these huge wow moments that translates really well into the Star Wars universe. We're going to deliver that Star Wars awe like fans have never seen before.
With Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, we talked a lot about how we grew up as kids with Star Wars, and we collected toys, we'd bring them over to a friend's house, and we'd set up these battles where sometimes it was what we'd seen in the films, and sometimes it was just this random mashup of stuff that we wanted to play from our own imagination. Our aim is to bring in characters from all the films, all the TV shows, and even beyond.
Star Wars is what got me into role-playing games in the first place, that storytelling you did as a kid with your Star Wars action figures. With Star Wars: The Old Republic, the choices you make, the freedom you have, that's really at the heart of a BioWare game. And beyond The Old Republic, there are so many stories that we still want to tell.
Our goal has always been not to just sort of make a game that is set in the Star Wars universe, but to really tell an authentic Star Wars story. And that's actually a hugely different thing. How do you ground the new and unfamiliar in the familiar? You need the guidance of someone like Doug Chiang to show you the way.
One of the great joys of working with Amy is she is like a film director in many ways, because she is telling her story and I'm helping to realize her world.
EA has some really exciting plans in the works for the Star Wars portfolio, and what we're doing is bringing in talent from across the industry and letting them loose. We have completely different games on the horizon, and I just hope that every fan walks away going, wow, I never thought they were going to bring my Star Wars fantasy to life.
今ここで和美殿との約束果たそうぞ。
和美の名を。貴様何者じゃ。
我は剣を極めし者なり。
ほう。ならば言葉はいらぬな。
これも定め。貴様をここで終わらせる。
Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's time to check in with Agent 47. Torben here is lead online designer on Hitman.
Yes.
And you're about to launch 2 summer bonus missions.
Yes.
Right?
So this is the mid-season episode.
Yeah.
This is where your favorite TV series, they do something a little bit weird. Maybe it's a double feature. Maybe it's a slightly quirky musical episode or something.
Sure, yeah.
So don't worry, we're not doing a musical with Hitman.
Okay.
What we're doing is an alien invasion in Sapienza of a film set. And the ability to go back to Marrakesh a year before the events of episode 3 and experience the place as this fantastic city to visit and these really interesting targets to kill.
So we're looking at Sapienza here first.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. So this is a film set, right? The target is the actor-director making a sci-fi superhero epic called The Icon. The problem is he's wildly over budget. And the studio has taken, I think, the only rational way out.
Yeah.
They've hired an assassin.
He's got to go.
Got to go, got to shut it down, right? Now, the fantastic thing about this is that it's so fresh and unexpected. You've got a giant robot chasing him through what is like the Act 3 fight scene in the movie that he's making, when the alien overlord has crashed into the city and he's going to go out and punch it in the face. Now, the fun thing about Dino Bosco is he's an old school kind of director.
Okay.
So he likes physical effects. He likes to do his own stunts.
Nice.
He likes pyrotechnics. And with Agent 47 on set, that's a bad idea.
He usually has to provide his own pyrotechnics.
Exactly, and they've brought them in for him.
This is the alien here.
This is the giant robot chasing him. I think you could probably beef up that flamethrower a little bit.
Yeah.
And the alien overlord is in the back, and you can mess with his stunt jump and all kinds of stuff. So this is a full mission, right? This is new achievements. It's new challenges. It's a new mission in Sapienza in a very different way to the way players have experienced it before. But this is one of the 2 missions that we're doing.
Right.
The other one is in Marrakesh. I think we'll have some footage up about that in just a moment.
Yeah. So what are some of the different options and routes Agent 47 has available?
Well, I mean, I'd rather tell you the route that's not available.
Okay.
Because Dino Bosco, the guy who's doing the main character, we see him flying there. His suit is genuinely bulletproof. You're not shooting him.
Okay. Yeah. So you can't just take him out that way.
So this isn't just a mission, though. This is actually what you could call a new location. So players can create contracts in Sapienza film set. They can expect to play elusive targets and escalations and play new challenges and really have this available to them as an entirely new playground, a new version of Sapienza to do awesome stuff in.
Was that our actor director there just
yes,
now?
It was.
Okay.
Yes.
So he does take off his bulletproof costume at some point.
I probably shouldn't get into that.
All right. We don't want to spoil anything.
No.
Yeah.
So this is one of the two missions that are in this. And really what we wanted to do at the mid-season was to take a step away from the storyline, because we've introduced some new sections of the Hitman world. We've introduced Providence. We've kind of set all the pieces in play and set them in motion.
Yeah.
And we're kind of taking a break from that and doing something that's more fun and playful and creative. Also showcasing what exactly we can do with our technology and the game as a service platform.
Yeah.
And when we're done with this, we will be continuing the season with episode 4. So sharp-eyed players spotted that we announced 6 locations and 7 episodes. This is the mythical 7th episode.
Okay. Sorry. It must have been fun to like sort of revisit this and like, how can we approach this from a different angle, something the player wouldn't expect?
Yes, but it's really interesting because we've been doing this kind of, this is Dino Bosco by the way, we've been doing this kind of re-rigging of levels with elusive targets as well. So when the Cardinal visited Sapienza, we did something similar to this just on a much smaller scale. So we went in and we set up new security patterns and gave him new security guards and locked down all the approaches that people would have used. And we have an elusive target live right now during E3, which is an exclusive party in a backstage area of Paris that's only there for the remaining 30 or so hours of E3.
Sure. So that was Sapienza. I think we're going to load up the other one, Marrakesh, here in just a moment. What can you tell us about this scenario?
What I really like about this is that it's kind of going the opposite way to Sapienza. So Sapienza was a place that we've now focused on an event. And Marrakesh in episode 3 was really tied into this imminent coup and the riot, right? So what we've done with it now is we're going in the other direction with it. It's more of a place. It's a tourist destination. It's evening. It's cooler. It's the Marrakesh that, I mean, I visited as a tourist, right? It's a genuinely pleasant place to visit and a very different kind of vibe to what we've seen so far with Marrakesh, which was very hot and tense. This is more cool and relaxed. And the mission here is actually a slightly more complex one than the one on Sapienza, as you have 2 targets and documents that you need to locate and steal. And this actually takes place in the storyline at least about a year before episode 3. So this is kind of setting some of the backstory for players to explore and discover.
So can you tell us more about who our target is this time out?
So we have 2 targets. It's a Chinese contractor and a guy who works for a construction company called Hamilton Lowe that players will have spotted when they've been playing the game and been listening to what's going on. So these are like some of the power brokers and organizations in our backstory. But they're working together to sell out their employers and hand over details of this deal that's going to be made to cheat Morocco out of billions of dollars. And Hamilton Lowe have hired Agent 47 to go in and shut the 2 conspirators down, get the documents and send a fairly concrete message to their competitors that we don't play like this.
Right. So are we seeing here these little flashes and glimpses of characters? Are we seeing like possibilities for like...
What we're seeing here is really more about the changed theme. So the first one was about like super focusing in on the opportunities. This is more about showing the fact that this level is so much calmer, so much more open. We're seeing one of the 2 targets here. This is Tuao Quang, the account manager for a big Chinese construction company. And a little bit later, we're probably going to be seeing the other target, possibly. But as you can see, this is much more about showing the place in a very, very different kind of more relaxed, more inviting way.
Well, so when you were coming up with these scenarios, why did you choose these 2 locations? Or why did you think they would be good selections to revisit and sort of remix?
Because I really felt that we needed to, we felt that we needed to showcase what it was that we can do with this platform that we've got. So we've been showing that we can players can create like tiny missions on a level in contracts mode. And we can create escalations, which are these gameplay puzzles where we challenge you and up the ante step by step. We've been showing how we can create new setups with elusive targets, and this is showing really how far we can go with an existing level to put entirely new experiences into it. So it was about taking a level that people knew and then saying, look what we can do. Look how much fun we can have in this place. And also, for example, in Marrakesh, a lot of players were saying, oh, this big cafe in the middle, what's that for? There's only one opportunity there. This feels like wasted space. Well, no.
Yeah, it was going to be used
exactly.
at a little bit later date.
It was thought in for this, and there are also elusive targets that are going to use this.
Well, so you talk about you want to show what you can do with this platform. Hitman is an episodic game.
Yes.
If it had been a more traditional release, it was just on the disc and it was out the door, are you saying you wouldn't have been able to remix the levels in this sort of way?
I'm saying we probably wouldn't have known quite as well as we do now what makes sense. So, classically, when we used to make AAA games, we designed as diligently as we could. We built the best games that we could, but it was ultimately ivory tower design, because it goes out the door and then people are playing it and it's like, okay, we didn't get that right, we need to fix this, and maybe we can't fix it, right?
Yeah, hopefully we'll have it fixed then our next release 2 or 3 years from now.
Exactly. Or we spot certain things that players love, let's do more of that. And in a few years, maybe it's completely different. But what we've got with the episodic format is we've got this season-long point of contact with our fans, where we can see what they're doing. So players played the first elusive target and said, this guy is too easy. So the third one had 37 bodyguards.
Yeah, so you're like, okay.
Right, let's kind of mix this up a little bit and see if we really mean this.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I've really been very intrigued by the route you've taken with the new Hitman, and it seems to be working.
Yes.
Torben, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you for your time.
When is Chapter 4 out?
Chapter 4 is out. No, this isn't. So the summer bonus episode is what we're calling, because episode 4 is afterwards. The summer bonus episode is out on July 19th.
All right, cool. Look forward to July 19th. Stay tuned. More games to come here on day 2 of E3 2016 on IGN.
PlayStation.
Hi everybody, I'm Jeff Eleanor from Ubisoft Montreal, and welcome to this commented walkthrough video. For Honor Story Campaign is a tale of warriors that takes place at a turning point in the age-old war amongst our 3 factions. You will play as knights, Vikings, and samurai as they're fighting for the survival of their people, against each other, and against the evil warlord Apollyon. Legendary heroes, massive battles, and epic duels. Welcome to the world of For Honor. Now, what you're going to see next is a Viking mission from halfway through the game's story campaign. We hope you'll enjoy it.
Apollyon's war had taken us to the edge of extinction. But that raider reminded us of who we are. We would raid, but not Apollyon. Not yet. But they knew we were coming.
Rise!
This part of the game takes place in the Mire, the land of the samurai. Broken by their war against Napoleon, the Vikings are starving. But they've heard the samurai are wealthy and have riches hidden in their legendary fortress, so they decide to raid and plunder.
To the gates! I welcome you all!
The gates of that fortress hadn't worked for a century. All we had to do was get through them.
We're playing as the Raider, who's the main Viking hero from the campaign. Fearless and full of rage, he's the essence of the Viking warrior. Facing a Shigoki, a massive samurai warrior with a kanabo as a weapon. He's kinda slow, but you better be dodging his attacks because if he hits you really hard. Here again is our unique combat system, the Art of Battle, which lets you experience melee combat as though you have a weapon in your hand. Once our enemy is locked, we can switch between left, right, and top stances by using the right stick on the controller. From there, we want to match our enemy's stance when he's attacking to block him and attack from an angle he's not defending.
That war was the only way forward.
Get over here!
Ropes! Grapples! Here!
Go! Lead the climb!
One warrior made it to the top. One would be enough.
In For Honor, your weapon is not the only way to get rid of your opponent. You can use the environment to your advantage. Our troops are still stuck outside the gates of the Great Fortress, and we need to find a way to let them in.
More are dying down there.
That's an unlucky guy. One hit is enough to kill your enemy when striking from above.
Gotta get that gate open.
The raider got us inside that fort. Their commander was legendary among his people. And ours.
We managed to get our army into the fortress. Now it's time to reunite with them for the final assault.
Victory! Fight harder!
Seems that our fellow Vikings are storming the bridge, so we'll take an alternate path.
We were winning. We just needed to push.
We have them!
まだとなか。サベッジ。貴様は全てを破壊した。My fortress is lost. My soldiers slaughtered. Soon, I will join them. You open the gate. Now, you will pay!
Time to fight Saburo. He's one of the many bosses that you'll encounter in For Honor's campaign. Here we've entered into Revenge Mode. You can trigger this special mode once you've blocked or taken enough damage. Revenge Mode will bring you stronger defense, and you will deal more damage.
That raider showed us what Viking fury could do. The Great Raid, they would call it. And it had begun.
Alright guys, thanks for watching. We hope you've enjoyed this sneak peek of For Honor's story campaign, also playable in 2-player co-op, online, and split screen. Now the game comes out on February 14th, 2017 on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. And during our alpha phase, we're going to need your help, so go over to forhonorgame.com and sign up today. We'll see you soon on the battlefield.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. My name is Marty. I'm absolutely exhausted because this show is terrifying, but I'm so excited because we're here with Final Fantasy 15. I'm being joined by Hajime Tabata, his translator Gavin. Thank you guys so much for coming.
No, thank you. Thank you.
I looked at my schedule when the week began, and this was the most exciting thing I had on it, so thank you.
今週のスケジュールの中で一番ワクワクするインタビューですよ、これ。聞いてくれてありがとうございます。
すげえ最高のコメントありがとう。
Thanks for that great comment. That's the best comment I've had this week.
Yeah, you guys, you were on stage both at Microsoft and Sony, which I think is unprecedented in the history of E3.
今回はですね、ソニーステージもマイクロソフトステージ両方とも出てて、それは E3 の歴史の中で前例がない出来事ですよ。
本当
Really?
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
それはものすごく光栄だね。
No, that's such an honor to be able to say that.
No, it's incredible. And so we're taking a look at another run through a little bit of what we saw at the Microsoft conference, which is the Trial of Titan. And holy hell, this thing is huge. What's going on here?
マイクロソフトカンファレンスで見てたものをちょっとおさらいをしてるんですけども、これタイタンの試練ですよね。
そうです。
これはもうでかいんですね、とにかく。
そうだね。これはね、ゲームの序盤の一つの山場ですね。
Okay, so this is actually in the very first earlier part of the game where you see this, a certain element in that part of the game.
で今回ハンズオンでも実際会場で用意してますんで、実際触れるものがもうすでにあります。
And this is actually there's a playable version of this over our booth at the E3 hall. You can actually play this today.
Yeah.
So you said this is early on in the game because this looks like this should be like final boss status.
これはゲームの序盤と今おっしゃったんですけど、これラスボスみたいですよ。
そうだね。まあ序盤前半の山場かな。その序盤最初の方じゃなくて前半の山場ぐらいの。
No, maybe not the very first part of the game, but certainly in the first half of the game, and it's perhaps the big climax of the first half in some ways.
実際は今回ね、製品版そのままじゃなくて、10分ぐらいのハンズオンの範囲だけ切り取ってデモにしているものです。
So the actual demo that we're showing this time, it's not the full game which is going out on release, we actually cut out a segment about 10-15 minutes, which is the section you're seeing in here.
Yeah. So how does a fight like that sort of unfold? I mean, how are we? We know Noctis is able to throw his sword and teleport, so are we going to be teleporting up the body of the Titan?
でこれがこのようなボス戦どのように展開するんでしょうか。ノクティスってそういうウォープの能力を持っているので、そうやってワープを使ってどんどんタイタンの体を登っていくっていうそういう感じですか。
そう、今回タイタンとの戦いは基本的にはそのタイタンに対して空中戦を挑まなきゃいけない。だけどタイタンの巨大な攻撃に対しては一旦距離を取っていろんな場所にワープをしながら避けてまた距離を縮めるっていうような戦法を取らないといい戦いにはなかなか持ち込めない。
Now, the basic idea is that you're fighting aerial battles against his appendages as he comes at you, but during the fight there, he's going to reach out and try and attack you and grab you. And at that point, you obviously have to pull back to the safer zones and then come back in again. And if you don't employ a strategy of that nature, then you're going to find it a very difficult battle.
So we've seen these giant creatures like Ramu and Titan. But then we've also seen Carbuncle who's in the Platinum demo, who's very tiny and very adorable. Is it safe to assume we're going to see more that are sort of small as well?
今回そういう巨大な召喚獣のラムーとかタイタンとか見てるんですけど、プラスのデモではカーバンクルっていうちっちゃくて可愛いものも出たんですけども、そういう可愛い方のもののまたたくさん出てくるんでしょうか。
まあたくさんはいないけれども、まだちょっとだけいるよ。
There aren't loads more of them, but there are a few more little cute things.
そうだね。でも次に紹介できるのはおそらく巨大なリヴァイアさんになるんじゃないかな。
But I think the next big monster we're going to be able to unveil is one of the bigger guys. It's going to be Leviathan, I think.
When are we going to see that?
いや、いつ見られるでしょう。
それは多分次何か大きなイベントがあるときにそれが公開されるんじゃないかな。
I think we're probably going to be unveiling that at the next big games event that we go to.
Perfect. I'm excited. So we cut here. Obviously, this is the opening of the game.
これはゲームのオープニングですよね。
そう、ゲームの世界にプレイヤーがしっかりと馴染むためにこういったものを入れてますね。
We put this scene in very much so the player can get absorbed and immersed in the world right from the get-go.
Yeah. So what? Did they run out of gas?
ガス切れですよね。燃料切れですね。
そうだね。でもまあほらリニアなストーリーの展開もまあ FF の一つのいい特徴なんだけれども、今回は自分で車を押してその世界と触っている感触っていうのを最初に味わってもらうっていうのが目的だね。
No, I mean Final Fantasy obviously in the past had some very good linear stories, but the idea here is you've got this vast open world to explore, and so we put this in to show that the characters really are interacting with that world right from the start, and to introduce you to that wide vista that you can travel through.
そう、こうやって車を押してその世界との感触を味わった後、このメカニックのキャラを短いカットシーンで紹介されて、その後もうすぐにプレイヤーは自由になるっていうのが今回 Final Fantasy 15のとても大きな特徴の一つだと思う。
So that's one of the big characteristics of Final Fantasy 15 right from the start is this freedom that we give you. So after that little bit of a cutscene where you're going along the road to get used to the characters in the world, then we introduce you to this mechanic character you see here. And then when that's over, you're straight out into the world and you're free to explore.
So this is the opening area of the game. This is Hammerhead, correct?
Hammerhead ですよね。
Hammerhead,
yes, the Hammerhead. Yes.
So once this ends, you sort of have the freedom here to go off in all directions and try to find something to do.
これ本当に自由にどの方向に向かっても旅できるし、これから何かすることを探しに行くわけですかね。
そうです。でも一応そのメインストーリーに沿って進めたいねクラシックな FF が好きなユーザーが迷わないようにそのメインラインっていうものはしっかりと明示されながらだけど横道にそれて自由に冒険することもできるっていうそういうゲームになってます。
Okay, so the game's constructed so that for people who like the older, maybe slightly more linear nature of the older Final Fantasy stories, you've got the main route through the story quite clearly signposted. You can just go on there if you want. But for people who want to go off and explore and do things in a bit more freely, you have the complete freedom to go off sideways and do whatever you want outside of that too.
Yeah, I mean I love that. That's what video games in 2016 are all about, giving players freedom and choice in a giant world.
2016年のテレビゲームってやはり莫大なオープンワールドで自由に行動させるっていうのがポイントですよね。
そうだね。プレイヤーがやっぱりそれをチョイスできるっていうのが大事だと思う。ゲームの側で全てを制約するのではなくて、可能性はいくらでもゲームの方で提示し、プレイヤーがチョイスして遊ぶ。これが大事かなと思ってます。
No, I think that's an important point. Is that the game itself shouldn't decide exactly what the player is going to do, and you can obviously the game side of it has to create all these opportunities for you to go and do stuff. But really, it's about that idea of choice, and the player they have to choose what they want to do themselves. I think.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I know a lot of longtime fans of the series might be looking and saying like, I'm a little worried because the open world nature of it seems to be like a departure from what we've gotten used to, but I was in Japan doing the making of Final Fantasy 15. Plug. Watch that. And it turns out members of the team have been working on the series for the past 10 iterations. Can you talk about that?
ですね、やっぱり伝統的なファイナルファンタジーのファンずっと最初からプレイしてる人たちは、そういうオープンワールド的な構造になってるのが今までと違って、それちょっと懸念してるんでしょうけど、僕実はですね、この間日本でそのメイキングを作った時に聞いてたんですけど、チームの開発所の中にずっとファイナルファンタジーの1から最初から作ってる人たち多いので、そこら辺についてちょっと説明していただけますでしょうか。
そうだね、これまでのシリーズのナンバリングを作っていたスタッフっていうのが数多く15の開発チームの中にはまず在籍してます。
No, first of all, there are a lot of people who worked on the previous Final Fantasy games, all in the team that's developing 15.
で彼らは今回15で大きくファイナルファンタジーをモダンな現代化するっていうことに取り組みながらも、これまでのファンのことも大事にする開発というものをノウハウとして持ってます。それで今回は両立することができているんじゃないかなっていうふうに考えてます。
So certainly using all their experience and their ideas, what they want to put in there, they're very much working to get that balance to achieve satisfying and making happy all the traditional Final Fantasy fans, while also very much moving towards a more modern style of game construction and structure. So I think by having those people there and using their know-how, we really are achieving that in a good way.
I love that. So everything we've seen, or most of the things we've seen so far from the game, from this opening footage to the Dusk Sky demo, a lot of it's taken place in a region that sort of looks like this. It's canyons, it's fields. Can we expect a wider variety of locations throughout the game?
今まで公開された映像とかですね、エピソードダスケもそうですけど、まさに今ご覧になっているこういう大草原で自然界で行われているんですけども、これ以外にもいろんなバリエーションのあるロケーション期待できますでしょうか。
もちろん期待できます。まだまだ公開していないロケーションっていうのがこのゲームのこれは本当に前半の方のロケしかこれまで公開してませんけれども、まだこれから公開予定のものが結構あります。
Of course, we've got a lot of different locations there ready for you. As you say, most of the locations we've revealed so far are in these early sections here. But in the rest of the game further on, there's a lot of other different locations we'll be revealing over the next couple of months.
今日スクエアエニックスのステージプレゼンの中でゲームの中盤に訪れるオルティシエという街も公開しました。
And in one of our stage presentations earlier on today at our booth, we actually unveiled a new location, a city from around about the middle of the game. It's called Alticia.
What is that place like? Why didn't you guys tell me about that?
いや、なんで教えてくれないんですか？どういうところですか？
もう教えているものかと思ってたんだけど。
We thought we had told you already. Sorry.
おかしいな。
You haven't seen it? Wow, that's strange.
それはすぐ連絡しとくね。
We're just gonna end this early, and I'm gonna go there.
いや、今すぐこの番組来て見に行きたいんですよ。
いや、本当だよね。ぜひ見てほしい。
You should. Let's go.
We saw the combat there. You know, the combat in the game is taking a much more action-oriented approach, and you see things like these awesome team attacks. You see switching your sword on the fly. Tell us a little bit about what the combat's like.
今回のコンバットというですね、やはりアクションベースですけども、そういう武器を自由に切り替えたり、こういうものすごくかっこいい連携技とか使ったりするんですけど、コンバットについてちょっと教えていただけますでしょうか。
はい。15のコンバットの一番重要なポイントは、そういうハイレベルなアクションとRPG 的な戦術性とがちゃんと両立しているところにあると思います。
I think the core and the really most important thing about the combat in Final Fantasy 15 is that combination of high-level action gameplay with the more strategic, tactical kind of battles that you expect from an RPG.
でさらにこういったオープンな世界の中でこれだけのアクションができるゲームは他にもなかなかないと思うし、仲間がもうマルチプレイヤーのゲームを遊んでるかのように自然に振る舞ってくれるようなゲームというのもなかなかないと思うんですね。
No, I think certainly there's not really many games out there that combine that level of action gameplay with such an open world construction. And also there's not that many games out there where you'll have your companions and the AI assistants from your companions feeling like a proper multiplayer game, like they're actual people playing beside you. So those 2 points are very special, I think.
さらにファイナルファンタジーのユニークな要素の一つの魔法というものもあって、今回のファイナルファンタジーの魔法っていうのは実際この本物のような世界の中に火の魔法、ファイヤーであれば本当に火を起こすし、氷の魔法のブリザードっていうものであれば本当に辺り一面を凍らせてしまうような、そういったすごく現実味にあふれた魔法っていうものを使うことができます。
And then on top of that, the final point is the magic, of course, which is a very uniquely Final Fantasy element you're adding into that. And what we've gone for the magic is really designed it so that it feels like it's part of this realistic world, like it could exist in the real world. So, for example, you use the fire magic and you attack someone with it, and it'll burn the whole area around you. Or if you use the ice magic called Blizzard, that'll freeze the ground surface in front of you as well. So these real atmospheric effects of the magic are another top point about it.
また多くの武器もゲームの中に登場するので、武器の切り替えをするとほぼそのコンバットスタイルが全然違うものになる、違うアクションゲームを遊んでるかのような変化を楽しむこともできます。
There's also a lot of different weapon types you can use in the game as well, and certainly switching between those weapons will give you the feeling of maybe even playing a completely different action game with each one.
そしてね、マーティに言いたいもう一つのこと大事なことがあるんだよ。
And there's actually one other thing I very much want to say, quite an important point.
そのゲームの中にバトルモードというものが設定できるようになってるんです、オプションで。
There's actually options you can set the nature of the combat. There's different battle modes you can choose from in the game.
そのファイナルファンタジーのその伝統的なアクティブタイムバトル ATB が好きなユーザーのためにこのリアルタイムのアクションをウェイトモードに切り替えることもできるんです。
So obviously Final Fantasy traditionally you've had the ATB active time battle system, and for players who like that old kind of active time battle system, we've included something called wait mode, where you can actually pause the game between the action sections to break it up.
そう一見普通のアクションプレイをしているんだけれども、このアナログスティックをパッと離すとその瞬間ゲームが止まってウェイトゲージが表示されだんだんそれが減っていくんです。その間にゆっくりターゲットを決め自分のなすべきコマンドを決めたり仲間への指示をしたりカメラを動かして状況を把握したりそういったことが可能になっています。
So with that mode, basically, while you're playing through the action battle, you release the left stick and it'll pause the battle. But while you're paused, you can still move the camera around and look around, change your targets. You can give instructions to your comrades to attack in a certain way, or just look around to get the state of the battlefield at that time. And while you're doing that, there's a weight gauge which goes down, so you're free to do that.
ここにその映像がもう来てるのかと思ったけどないの
I thought we actually had some video here which showed that, but I don't think we have actually.
That sounds fantastic. I had no idea that existed.
いや、あのモードあるの知らなかったんですよ。素晴らしそうです。
そうだね。ちょっとすぐ送るから見てほしいね。IGN の
No,
皆さん。
I'll definitely send you some footage. You really should take a look at it.
That sounds fantastic. Yeah, we're definitely going to use that.
いや、あれ絶対に使いますよ僕。
そうね。なのでファイナルファンタジーのそのファンもそしてモダンゲームが好きなようなそのアクションゲームが好きなようなユーザーもどちらにも満足してもらえるっていうのが今回 FF15 のコンバットの一番の特徴。
So I think that's one of the big draws of the combat for Final Fantasy 15 is the fact that it's something that can appeal to the people who love the traditional Final Fantasy kind of combat, and it also appeals to people who love modern style action games. And you can really satisfy both groups with the combat, I think.
That's fantastic. So we saw a new character a little bit ago. We know Noctis, we know Prompto, we know all of them. Who's this guy with the purple hair? I feel like he's bad.
今回新しいキャラがもう初めて紹介されたんですけども、ノクトとかプロントとかそういう主人公たちはもう分かってるんですけども、今回の紫色の髪型誰でしょうね。結構悪者そうですけど。
いやあれはアーデンという名前のその敵の軍にいるキャラクターです。重要なキャラクターです。
Okay, this guy, his name's Arden, and he's a part of the enemy army that you're fighting against. He's a very important character.
あれはトレーラーの中で、ルシスの国王が座る椅子に足をかけてたんですよね。
And I think you can see in the trailer, he's actually put his foot up on the throne which the king of the Lucis should sit in.
非常に不敵なキャラクターです。
He's a very frightening, very formidable enemy character.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna fight him at some point, aren't we?
絶対に彼と戦うことになるでしょう。
まあその想像はおそらくその間違ってないんじゃないかな。
No, I think your imagination there, what you're picturing, is probably not too far from the truth.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So right now we're at a moment. Noctis got some bad news. What just happened?
今ここですね、ノクティスがかなり悲しいお知らせを聞いたところですけど、どういう情報だったでしょうか。
これはノクティスとその仲間たちが自分の国を旅立った後にその国が敵国のニフルハイム帝国に襲撃されたっていうニュースを聞いていたシーンです。
Okay, this is where Noctis and his friends, after they've set off on their journey, they hear that in their absence, their homeland, the kingdom of Lucis, has been attacked and occupied by the enemy forces of the Niflheim Empire.
でノクトたちはそのルシスへ戻ろうとするんだけれども国境が封鎖されていて戻れず一体国で何が起きているのかがわからないという状況で旅を続けることになるんです。
And obviously they rush back to Lucis to find out what's going on, but at the national borders they find the borders have been sealed off with a picket line from the enemy forces, and then they decide to continue their journey onwards to find out what exactly has happened while they've been away.
でその時ルシスの国で一体どういう戦いが行われているのかっていうのはキングスグレイブという映像作品の方で描いています。
And the truth about what actually happened in their absence, the kind of battles that went on in the capital city of Insomnia while they were away, that's depicted in the separate film that we produced, King's
これが
Yeah.
そうですね襲撃されているところね。
We saw the scene there where they're coming into attack.
Yeah, that's I got to spoilers, I got to see a little bit of footage from Kingsglaive when I was in Japan, and it looked absolutely incredible. That's
いやー、
something
僕
that
ね、
I'm
日本
looking
に
forward
大
to
で
just as much as the game.
ちょっとネタバレ的なものを見たりして、見たんですけど、非常に良さそうでした。
そうだね。やっぱりね、特にアメリカのハリウッド映画が好きな人たちにぜひおすすめしたいものです。キングスグレイブは。
No, I mean, I really would recommend Kingsglaive to people who like Hollywood action movies. It's a great film for them.
それはどうしてかっていうと、そのファイナルファンタジーではあるんですけれども、とてもいわゆるファイナルファンタジーらしさよりも、その本物の人間たちが織りなすドラマっていうところが大事にされている作品であり、またものすごくなんだろうな、驚くようなアクションが本当にゲームの中、映画の中にいっぱい散りばめられている。
And the reason why I say it's a great watch for people who like those kinds of films is because, of course, it's very much Final Fantasy, but on top of that, it really shows that kind of human drama and realistic human characters and how they emotionally interact with each other. And in addition to that, it's also got some amazing, really surprising, really cool action scenes as well. So it brings all that together into one really good film.
Yeah, we have Sean Bean, Aaron Paul, Lena Headey, an incredible cast.
そうだね。
いやー、そういうキャストもものすごいですよね。
キャストも本当に物語をすごく演出してくれているし、アクションも本当にキャストのおかげでよりかっこよくなってますね。
No, and they really do play all their parts in the story to perfection, and because of those performances they give, it really adds to the action scenes as well.
Fantastic. So what did we just see in that tomb? We saw there was some sort of a battle axe that entered Noctis. Is that how you acquire weapons?
今のところ見たんですけど、非常に面白いんですけど、なんか斧みたいなバットラックスみたいな武器がノクトの中に入り込んだっていうシーンだったんだけども、そうやって新しい武器を獲得するシステムですか？
そうだね。ノクトが集めなければならないなんだろうな、特別な武器というのがあって、それを一つ獲得したシーンが多分さっきのシーンですね。
I think that the scene we just showed there, it shows part of the quest where Noctis has to acquire these very special weapons and their special powers. That's why we saw him just
だけ
getting one
ど
of those.
彼が必要とする武器は一つじゃない。いくつも集めなきゃいけないんです。
But he doesn't have to just get that one weapon. There's a number of them he has to collect as part of his quest.
Seems absolutely fantastic. Gentlemen, I cannot wait. Tabata-san, Gavin, thank you very much. It's been 10 years in the making, and we are only 3 months away from the release of Final Fantasy
3ヶ
15.
月しかないんですね。
I absolutely can't wait. Thank you very much, guys. Stick around. We're going to have so much more here, right here, IGN Live at E3 2016.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
ダウンがあるんで。
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, joined by Kazunori Yamauchi and Taka Nishida from Polyphony Digital, Gran Turismo Sport. Yamauchi-san, I'm curious, first of all, this project seemed to start as a smaller project and has grown into a much bigger project. Can you explain the choices and the decision there?
今回のグランツーリスモスポーツ、最初はなんか割と小さなプロジェクトが始まったような印象を受けていて、それがどんどん広がっているような感じがするんですけど、その流れについてちょっと教えてもらえますか？
もともと小さなプロジェクトとして始めるつもりはなくて、これはグランツーリスモ7と言ってもいいものだっていうふうに思っては作ってたんですね。ただ僕らが今回一番やりたかったことがこのスポーツモード、新しいスポーツモードの世界だったもんですから、それでタイトルをね、グランツーリスモスポーツっていうふうにつけたんです。ただ、後から皆さんを含め、なんでこれはグランツーリスモ7じゃないんですかって言われてみると、いや確かにグランツーリスモ7って言ってもよかったかもしれないなとは思ってます。ただこのタイトルは、グランツーリスモ1から6を最初のジェネレーションとするならば、新しいジェネレーションの最初のタイトルなんですね。ですから7ではなくグランツーリスモスポーツっていう名前にするのがふさわしいかなと今は思ってます。
Okay. So we never originally intended for it to be a small scale title. It's always been something that was in terms of scale, something that could be called Gran Turismo 7. But our focus this time was really to create and focus on the sports mode, the new mode that's going into the game. So that's why we named it Sports. But after we've had the announcements and everything go out, we've had a lot of people ask us, so why isn't it 7? Why is it Sport? And now that I really think about it, we could have called it Sport, or we could have called it GT7 with no problems. It has the scale and the size to be a full number title. But when you kind of look at the series over the years, GT1 to 6 is sort of like the first generation, and Gran Turismo Sport represents the new generation, the next generation of Gran Turismo, and I think in that respect, the title is actually befitting.
Well, speaking of the next generation, we're of course on PlayStation 4 now. Your team is so talented at getting every last bit of power out of each Sony console. You had really mastered the very unique cell architecture of the PlayStation 3. What sort of effects and tricks and wonderful things does the PlayStation 4 architecture allow you to do with Gran Turismo Sport?
次世代の今回 PS4 に移行するにあたってこれまでのグランツーリスモっていうのはもう各コンソールのもうギリギリのパフォーマンスを絞り出していましたよね。それで PS3 の時もセルの能力をもうフルに使ってやってたわけですけど、今回の PS4 になってどういったエフェクトだったりどういったテクノロジーを使って今回の GT は実現できたんでしょうか。
そうですね。今ねご覧になっていただいているこれスケープスっていうフィーチャーですけれども、これは写真の新しい世界ですよね。
So the Scapes feature you just saw on the screen there, is actually represents a new world of photography.
あるいはビデオゲームプレイの画面も出てくると思いますけれども、すべてがフィジックスベースのレンダリングに変わって、でしかもなんて言うんでしょう、これまで見たどのグランツーリスモよりもフォトリアリスティックになっているのがお分かりいただけると思うんですよね。
And even when you play at the gameplay screen now, everything in the game is now is rendered with a physics-based rendering system, and you can really tell when you see the replays that everything is photorealistic on a level that's never been seen before.
例えば例を挙げると、車のね塗装面もちゃんとベースコートがあって、その上にメタルのフレークがあって、その上にクリアコートがあるっていうのをちゃんとシミュレーションしてるんですよね。
And one example of that is even the paint coats on the cars. It's actually physically simulated where you actually have a base coat, the metal flake coat, and then you have the clear coat on top of it, and that's actually physically represented in the system.
だからこう見ると光だけじゃなくて湿度も感じられるでしょ。
So when you look at the images, not only do you see and feel the light, you can actually kind of tell the humidity of the air in the atmosphere there.
Chris, what is your goal with the PlayStation VR support? It obviously represents a chance to really immerse you in the race. What do you hope for players to take away from the PlayStation VR version?
今回PlayStation の VR サポートもするという話で、VR はすごくイマーション的にはすごくいいテクノロジーだと思うんですけど、グランツーリスモとしてはどういうふうにプレイヤーをそういうテクノロジーを通じて世界に引き込もうとしているんでしょうか。
そうですね。レースゲームっていうのは3つの点において VR にとってすごく有利なんですね。で一つは車のドライブっていうのは座ってやるものであるっていうこと。あともう一つは車にはインテリアがあるっていうこと。それとあともう一つ、ヘルメットをかぶってレースをしますよね。そうするとヘルメットのフリンジがほんの少し視界に見える。この3つの要素はどれも VR 独特の酔いを防ぐ上ですごく効果的なんですね。ですからVR とグランツーリスモの相性ってすごくいいと思っていて、どれだけ自然な体験をプレイヤーに提供できるのかっていうところに僕ら今注力してますね。
So, in terms of for racing games, VR is very suited on 3 accounts. One of them is that racing games are always played sitting down. The second point is that you have car interiors surrounding you in the game, And then the third point is that you would normally have a racing helmet on when you drive, so you have actually the edge of the helmet, the fringe of the helmet,
cool.
actually visible in your sight.
That's cool.
And all three of those points helps to alleviate any 3D sickness that you might have for playing a VR game. So in that respect, it's racing games are totally suited for VR games, and we are really working hard now to really provide a natural experience in that setup.
Will the PlayStation VR support be in the game from its initial November release?
はい、そのつもりです。
That's what we
Wonderful.
intend. Yes.
How do you yourself prefer to play on a big TV, or do you prefer the PlayStation VR?
山本さんは大きいテレビ画面とプレイステーション VR だったらどっちが遊ぶのに好きですか？
短時間でその最高のドライビング体験をするなら VR でしょうね。で例えばグランツーリスモスポーツの、コンペティションモードのようなもう本当に勝たなければいけないレースの時にはもしかすると大きなテレビスクリーンを好むかもしれない。
So I think for a short term or short period of time, best immersive experience, VR is definitely the choice. But if you're really playing to win against the other really good players out there in the competition, you might be better off with a big TV screen.
ただあれですね、レース中もね VR だと隣の車とかすぐ見えるので、コンペティションにおいても有利かもしれないね。
But at the same time, when you have a VR headset on, you're able to look around and see the cars coming up next to you in the race. So you might have an actual advantage when it's enabled.
So I must ask, you and your team are so technically proficient. Are you eager to get your hands on the PlayStation Neo?
山本さんのチームはやっぱり技術的にものすごい高いレベルにあるので、やっぱりみんなプレイステーションネオが出るの手に入るのがすごく待ち遠しく待っているような状態なんですか？
プレイステーションネオっていうのが出るんですか？
It's coming out?
I don't know.
I guess so Sony has said.
ソニーはそう言っていますけど。
そうなんだ。それは僕で初めて聞いた。
Okay, that's the first time I've heard about it.
I have to ask. It is my job. It's my job.
僕の仕事してどうしても聞かなきゃいけないんで。
What is your favorite car in the game of so many cars?
ゲームの中で一番気に入っている車って何でしょう？
例えば今回で言うと僕らがグループ3と呼んでいる、GT3 カーをベースにした車たちがいますね。それは僕1ヶ月前にニュルブルクリンクで24時間レースに出ましたけど、やっぱりすごく楽しい車ですよ。
I think this time around we have the category of cars called the Group 3 cars, which are basically the real-world GT3 based cars. And I actually drove a GT3 car in the Nürburgring 24-hour race last month, and that class of car is really, really fun to drive.
Yep.
All right, Yamauchi-san, Gran Turismo Sport, it releases for PlayStation 4 this November. Look for it on PlayStation 4, of course, and PlayStation VR, should you have that as well. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
People see me and think they're safer. But it's not really me they're seeing. Probably for the best. Knowing everything hinges on a guy from Queens sounds as scary as it feels. No pressure, right?
Captain's log. Stardate 2016.165. Starship USS Aegis is preparing for her maiden voyage. We've gathered some of the most decorated officers in the Federation to test her limits and to prove her place among Starfleet's finest ships. We're en route to a secret testing facility and are proceeding to our destination at maximum warp. This is amazing!
Wow! Absolutely astonishing.
When I walked in, I really wasn't sure what I was actually walking into.
This is very cool.
If I could have imagined what I would have wanted the Star Trek VR game to be, this is it! This is what we've been waiting for.
Holy crap, this is amazing.
I mean, it really is breathtaking. That was an extraordinary experience to be fully encompassed in a world.
Whoa, not into that. You're interacting with each other and you're talking to each other and you're taking orders from the captain and I mean, it's really cool.
So there's captain, helm, piloting the ship, tactical, and the engineer routing power and charging warp coils.
I'm feeling pressure already. I'm feeling nervous now.
All right, shields up. Prepare warp. Take us out.
Yes, Captain.
Co-op gameplay is not new. I mean, you know, we can play games with our friends, but there's something different about being in a shared virtual environment.
Hearing who you're playing with, you can look over and see the person and see them doing their job and talk to them.
The team does not succeed unless everybody does their job well.
Ship decloaking, activating shields.
Okay, shields up.
Shields up. I really did not want to lower the shields while we were under attack. I was very impressed by LeVar playing that game today. He really had the language of Star Trek down.
And they are transporting, Captain.
It's like, yes, this makes you push the buttons.
I will say I nailed being the engineer.
That doesn't sound good.
It's a Klingon. Red alert.
Preparing to warp.
We're under attack. We have been waiting in anticipation for so long for the technology of virtual reality to catch up with where we imagine we should be and where we all want to go. Line us up for warp, please.
We have full power.
Ensign, as soon as you can get us the hell out of here, I'd be most grateful.
This was really incredible.
Hull is down to 20%. Come on, y'all. Punch it. As soon as you can. Here we go. It's your own Star Trek experience in a virtual world where you can hang out with whoever you want. And that's a pretty good deal.
Ahoy and welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. My name is Ryan McCaffrey. I'm joined by two fine fellows from Rare. Craig Duncan, the studio head, Joe Neate, the executive producer, and the game gentleman is, of course, Sea of Thieves. Rare has returned. We have thrown our Kinects in the garbage, and we are making Sea of Thieves. Now, guys, this really stole the show at last year's Xbox E3 conference, and you're back this year with a first hands-on. How has the reception been here at the show so far, from media, from fans, from everybody?
It's been incredible, and I don't think we've actually absorbed it all yet, because, like, I mean, we're in a bubble here.
You're in the eye of the hurricane.
That's it, and really, unless something's about pirates, I actually have no idea what's going on in the outside world right now, unless it's about pirates. But yeah, what I've seen of Twitter and the reactions, and like people just coming off the stand playing the game, just like, hey, I've never laughed so much playing a game. I've had great fun. I mean, you know, Joe's been doing press all day, and like, it's overwhelming. Like, just so happy for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, I don't think we were prepared for just how easily people would jump into the game and just start sailing the ship together and cooperating. And I think that the thing we've really tried to craft is that kind of social experience where players naturally bond together as a crew, and players who are strangers are just jumping together in a crew together, getting drunk or playing the instruments, and they're just playing and being cooperative and working together, and laughing with friends and with strangers, which I guess people didn't expect, right?
So it is, for those who haven't seen it yet, maybe, here at E3 there is a 5-player setup. Each of you form a crew, and you're up against 2 other crews of live players, and it is, you have to run your ship. You have to man your ship. Someone's on the sail, someone's on the wheel. There's an anchor to be raised. There's a crow's nest to be gone up in and looked out at. Has there been anything unexpected about how players have engaged with the game so far? Because this is really the first time anyone outside your studio has even played it.
It is, and it's actually been really hard for us to even think about how to demo this game at E3, because we do playtests in the studio all the time, and when we play, we'll set an hour aside and we'll be still playing 3 hours later, and it's like, how do you get that into a 15-20 minute experience? So, as you say, you know, we've got a shared world. We've got 3 ships of 5 people on each crew, and that's just an arbitrary kind of E3 thing we've set.
It'll be a giant world with countless players in it, right?
That's it. And you know, Joe, you can probably take the just the grander vision, but you know, for us, it's really about players, you know, doing what they want to do in the world, and really, you know, making, like, you know, the reason I rocked the Goonies t-shirt in the briefing was like, that's all about friends going on adventures together, and it's your crew against the world, and we really want that feeling. But
yeah, and so I think the kind of the cinematic trailer that we showed as part of the briefing, that shows the grander vision for the game.
Right,
the vision
from
of
last year.
Yeah, this year. The cinematic,
this year's trailer.
The cinematic frozen moments in time.
Right, okay.
So that's where our kind of grander vision of what's to come is, right? And so in this game, this is like a snippet of the experience, right? What we're showing on the show floor, it's all about that kind of ship battling together, but really cooperative, really fun, a lot of laughter, but the wider vision for the game, if you look at that frozen moments in time trailer, you're seeing kind of people going on kind of treasure hunts. They're fighting off skeletons. They're diving down to a shipwreck, and there are mermaids and sharks there. And there's even a kraken kind of wrapping its tentacles around a ship like later on. And that's the grander vision for this game. And so to have brought a very much a kind of cut down experiential kind of version of the game here, just showing a snippet of it to people and to get this kind of reaction and to know what else we've got to come in this game, it blows my mind. Like, it's so exciting.
And can we look forward to what's the sort of player progression system to keep me and my friends and our crew coming back and continuing to play?
Yeah, so I think what's really important is that there's going to be lots of players with lots of different motivations playing this game. Some people will just want quests that they just want to jump into, and they know that they can, play for 20, 30 minutes, get rewards, and then go back and start customizing their ship or progressing their person and their swords or weapons or whatever you want. But some people are also just going to want to go into that world and explore, and they're going to want to just kind of happen upon things emergently, and just pick up tasks and options and just get that reward for really just exploring this beautiful world. And then some players are going to want to play socially and just they're just going to want to have fun, fill their boat with just loads of musical instruments and booze, and then just go sailing out on the party ship, right? That's it. And so whereas some are just going to want to go around and hunting other players and kind of taking them down and stealing their treasure that they've kind of got. And so the game is going to meet all of those motivations, right? So there's going to be reasons for people who have all sorts of different ways to play or reasons to play to come back and to keep engaging in this game.
Will there be an economy like with gold? You get your treasure, and then will I spend that on gear? How's that going to work?
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly as you'd expect, really. Because
treasure's important for pirates.
Right, exactly, right.
Yeah, all pirates want to be wealthy. They want to have treasure. They want to have gold. And I think just adding to what Joe said before, like what's incredible about our game, and I've never played anything like this, is you set out to do one thing. Like, so, you set out to go on maybe you find a treasure map. You're going to go out and find that island, go and dig up that treasure. And because of the emergent nature of the game, something we settled on super early was just this notion of you see another sail on the horizon, and it's that moment in kind of pirate movies where you see them, they see you, like you don't really know what their intent is, but that's another group of players, that's another crew. And maybe we have gone out to go and search for treasure, but now I've seen that other ship, that changes our adventure. Right. And it's really like, the adventures become emergent in that way because, maybe the scenario is different. Maybe I've just found a load of treasure and I'm actually on my way back to port to cash it in to go and become richer. Now, if I see another ship on the horizon, probably thinking about it different. Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm not wanting to go into a ship battle at that point. So, we just love this, and this is why we call it, a shared world adventure game. And Microsoft loves its acronyms. It's called a SWAG. It's kind of funny. It fits. But it's just every game feels different, and I think even for people people have played the game, jumped out the line, jump back in the line, wanted to play it again, and because people just want to try and discover different things in the world.
I noticed in the initial reveal trailer last year there was a plank that was walked, and then when I played the game this week, I saw the plank, but then I also noticed down in the bowels of the ship there's a holding cell as well. What are we going to be doing with the plank and the holding cell?
I think what we're doing is we're giving players a rich tool set, right, in a world where they can kind of be the pirates they want, right? That's a phrase that's resonated with us quite a lot. But whatever you think you should be able to do in a pirate game...
So I can capture an enemy player and lock them up.
Yeah, I think we're giving players the tools, and then we're kind of going, hey, it's your world, it's your game. What are you going to do with them? So.
All right, the game is Sea of Thieves. It is coming for Xbox One and PC. No date yet, but it is playable here at E3. I've got a preview actually that I did up on IGN now. I encourage you to check it out. Craig, Duncan, Joe Neat, thank you guys so much. And for much more on Sea of Thieves, keep it tuned to IGN. And for all things E3 2016, stay locked to IGN.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
It's that moment where I've committed to leaving, but I haven't left the Earth yet. Nothing you can do but charge forward.
What I love the most in the mountains is that I can do anything I want. It's pure freedom.
You know, there's always a bit of fear. If you don't have a little fear, you know, then you're a little crazy, I think.
Nothing else matters up here. All the chaos is just gone. No one else around.
The moment my feet leave the Earth, everything else disappears.
Got my own monster.
It's pure adrenaline.
Nobody but me.
It's what I live for.
I would never call them enemy. He's too bad, God. She's too good, God, I need. I got my own angel. She's too good, God, I need.
The mountain is your canvas, you know, you can paint your own picture. That's what the beauty of it is.
The most important thing for me is to try something that never been done before.
Am I scared? Sure. But fear can be a tool. It can keep you performing beyond what you think your limits are.
Welcome to the world of Steep, a massive open world, partially set in the Alps, at the intersection of Italy, Austria, Switzerland, and France. We're currently flying over Aiguille de Mont Blanc, and in case you're wondering, aiguille means needles. First thing we'll do is land on the small rock over there. Notice the man on the right walking up to the summit? That's another player from the community. From here, we can now enjoy the view and observe the world around us. That big guy in front of you is Mont Blanc, the biggest summit in the region. In the distance, you can see the Matterhorn, one of the wildest spots in the game. And on the right, you've got the Aravis range, the range we come from, where Ubisoft Annecy stands. In Steep, we developed a really cool observation tool. We call it Mountain View. Mountain View allows you to zoom out from your position, observe the world, and navigate into the environment. Our mountain range will be populated by drop zones. Drop zones are entry points for you to drop into the world when you're ready. Now let's go back to our initial position. Besides drop zones, the game will offer a wide range of challenges for you to test your skills. The one in front of us is a wingsuit activity. And as the other player drops in, we'll follow him and trigger the challenge. This is a proximity flying race challenge. just secured the silver medal, and as we land, we could choose to move on to skiing in the Aiguille. But we'd like to introduce you to another region. So let's switch to Mountain View and head over to Aravi. The purpose of this next sequence is to show you what it's like to play online with other players, such as your friends or community members. As you ride, you will keep meeting other players who are also having fun in the mountain. Let's switch our point of view to follow those riders. As you probably noticed, the game will support GoPro views. Hold on, we really need to pause here. Too much has happened at the same time. Now, I'd like to show you something special. If we go back to Mountain View, take a look at that trail. Every line you do in the world creates a trail, and that trail is really cool. It not only allows you to check what you've done on your ride so you can analyze your line, but it also allows you to launch a replay of what you've seen and what you've done. You can rewind, pause, control the camera, go slow-mo, follow any players you've met, and the idea here is to allow you to push that replay of your performances, or just crashes, to all social networks so you can share it with the world. Even better, not only can you share your videos, but say you like that jump over the cliff. You know it's a tricky one. You can push it as a challenge to your friends. You define the rules. Share it so it becomes part of the content your friends will see in their game. But let's catch up with our red paraglider.
Our enemies didn't run away. They regrouped. They have complete control over the underground of New York, and they're preparing to hit us again. Get ready and take the fight to them.
This war is
Welcome back, everybody, to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Max, and I'm here with Randy from Impulse Gear. You are the guys behind Farpoint, which is a brand new PSVR game in which you shoot spiders on Mars. What's that you're holding?
So what I'm holding here is called the PSVR aim controller. It's a new peripheral that Sony's created to give you one-to-one motion inside of Farpoint.
And so Farpoint is your baby. You've been working on that, but you guys have been kind of developing this peripheral and the game simultaneously?
Yeah, so Sony's been developing the peripheral. It's a platform peripheral. We've been giving them kind of tips as we've been working with it and things that we'd like to see adjusted just to make the ergonomics as good as possible for playing this type of game.
Okay, well, this is definitely like one of the most kind of like low-key surprises of the show. I first saw this when they unrolled a banner on the side of the West Hall. Was it in your trailer for the game, or was that all just in game?
All just in game. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's pull some of that up here. We can talk a little bit about that. So this is Farpoint is a game in which you're in outer space in VR, and you got a gun, and there's some aliens, but there's more to it than that. Can you talk a little bit about the story?
Yeah, I can. So the character that you're playing in Farpoint is actually a space pilot who's going to pick up his team who is studying an anomaly out in space. They're stationed on a space station called the Pilgrim, and they're trying to find a source for limitless energy. So your job as the pilot at the beginning of Farpoint is to pick up your colleagues Grant and Eva, who are moving and trying to go home. Basically, they're done with their shift. They're moving out. When you go into dock and pick them up, and the anomaly ruptures. So when the anomaly ruptures, you get pulled in to a wormhole, and it places you down on this planet here. So then in Farpoint, your mission is to try to follow through the footsteps of Grant and Eva, and you're trying to find them throughout the planet. So you'll pick up a data recorder early on, and this kind of allows you to see holograms of their presence in the world.
Gotcha. So this is immersive VR storytelling. This is Lost in Space, but for a new generation with no stupid robot. What are the little? Are they spiders? Are they aliens? Like what's the?
Yeah, they're kind of alien spiders. They're the fauna of the planet. So these are the creatures that inhabit the planet. We also do have another type of creature that you'll find later in the game that we did show in the trailer. These are kind of scavenging robot type characters. They're stranded on the planet just like you are, so they're finding other pieces of wreckage that have been found, and they're trying to find their own way off the planet.
Now, obviously, developing a game for VR is different from just developing a game. How do you find you approach storytelling differently when you've got something on someone's head,
Well, some of the biggest things that are really important are, like facial animation when looking at another character is extremely impactful in VR. So we put a lot of effort into making sure that when you're looking at another character, it really feels like you're there in the world with them and they're talking to you.
What are the challenges in terms of like just not really terrifying the player? Because this is like scary subject matter. You're lost. You're in the wild. You do have a gun, which is a nice change of pace from some games where they're just like, hey, screw you, player. But like it's immersive. Like it is. Yeah.
Yes. So we try to control our moments where we do certain things like try to make a player experience heights when walking along a cliff, which we're showing in our E3 demo here. We do it in a way where you typically aren't in fierce combat, so you're able to kind of you're able to see your surroundings and take it in one thing at a time. With our enemy types, there's a balance between making something that isn't extremely terrifying. Some people that have problems with spiders have kind of screamed when playing or something. Luckily, we equip you with a gun so you can take them out.
Yeah. See, I'm terrifically arachnophobic, and I think I made some weird noises watching this demo press show. But having a gun is very reassuring in space. What's the playtime like? Because I mean, obviously, don't give the whole thing away, but like, time flies when you're having fun in
right.
VR.
So we're trying to figure out what a core game length is for this type of experience in VR. We're trying to deliver a full narrative experience as well as a great gameplay experience, and we're ending up right now looking at the like 4+ hour range for the campaign.
Okay, that seems pretty reasonable. We've got a machine gun here. Are there other weapons that you kind of acquire throughout?
Yeah, so there are. We're only showing 2 of them today. So there's the assault rifle, which is the one we're using here. That one has a holographic sight that you can actually pick up the PSVR aim controller and look through, allowing you to get really precise aiming. In our demo on the show floor today, we're actually also showing off a shotgun. inside of the world, we try to make it so you have to use the controller to interact and pick up these things in the world. So we place our weapon pickups in a way where they're on the ground or they're somewhere in the environment, and you have to reach out and physically motion as though you're grabbing it.
Okay.
Developing all of the guns for Farpoint, we've made sure to have to match the ergonomics of this type of device. So the hand grips are going to be in a similar position or very similar position. So you really feel that one-to-one even stronger.
Gotcha.
We do have when a player takes their hand off the gun and we'll do something like this, we actually will track when it gets too far away and we'll pull the hand off in the virtual world.
Huh.
So some players have actually been so immersed that when they take their hand off, they'll be like, why isn't my hand coming off of the rifle?
That's a little bit creepy, but I'm into it. Now, obviously, you said the main character is a pilot. Is there any vehicular stuff, or is it all just kind of on the ground?
Everything, all of the gameplay just takes place on the ground. We do have some scenes early on in the entry to the game where you will be inside of a vehicle, but we don't give you any control over it.
Okay. Now, this peripheral, you brought it here, so I'm going to ask questions about it. This is not just exclusive to this game. This is something that is going to be brought out with the PSVR for other games.
Absolutely. So this is a platform peripheral. Other developers are going to be free to be able to use it as well. And we're excited to see what people will do with it.
Okay. And is it specifically for VR use, or could it also be used just for just playing shooters and stuff?
It's designed specifically for VR use, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
So thank you so much for joining us. This is really fascinating. Is there anything else you want to touch on before we wrap this up?
No, I mean, I'd really encourage everyone to just get out and try it. What we're showing in the trailer, you don't get across the full experience of what you see when you're actually playing it. It's been amazing watching so many people try our game and just see the reactions when they take it off, because it's something that's totally different when you're watching it versus actually experiencing it.
Yeah, speaking personally, VR does not sell itself well just by watching it on a screen. You kind of have to put something on your face and look a little bit stupid in the process. I'm going to be looking stupid here for the rest of the show, so be sure to tune in. Thank you so much for coming by. This is really cool. Can I see this for a second?
Yeah.
Pew, 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 pew. That's pretty neat. Anyway, do you have a release date for this?
We don't have a release date yet, but we'll have more information on it soon.
Cool. Well, we will pay close attention to that and keep it right here on IGN.
今ここで和美殿との約束果たそうぞ。和美の名を。貴様何者じゃ。我は剣を極めし者だ。ほう。ならば言葉はいらぬな。これも定め。貴様をここで終わらせる。
We've heard a lot about the talent of this young man, Alex Hunter. He had a wide choice of clubs to sign for. Today his journey begins as he makes his Premier League debut.
I haven't seen a kid coming out of the exit trials generate this much interest in years. I never expected anything like this.
Yes! A goal for Alex Hunter on his debut.
You're in the big league now. You have to raise your game.
You need representation, you call me. Wow! Check this place out! Just don't get too carried away. You can disappear just like that. Life doesn't always give you what you want, does it? I'm ready.
You'll get your opportunity, Hunter.
Just get me out of there.
We might as well pack this season in now.
What was he thinking?
I want to stay and fight for my place. I won't let you down.
Alex Hunter, an outstanding goal. Welcome to the Premier League. This young man has everything.
We're going to make history.
Incredible! Hunter!
My name is Alex Hunter. You don't know me, but believe me, you soon will.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
PlayStation. Open your eyes.
Open your eyes. Wake up, Link.
BT-7274. Your data recorder says your original pilot was killed in action.
Correct. My original pilot was KIA. I am now linked to Rifleman Jack Cooper.
Who authorized this?
We had no other options.
What are your protocols?
Protocol 1. Link to pilot. Protocol 2. Uphold the mission. Protocol 3.
BT!
Protect the pilot.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Trust me.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Max, and I'm joined by Josh and Jeremy from Psyonix, and you are here to talk about Rocket League's latest update, which is called Neo Tokyo.
Yes.
Right. This is like a dystopian cyberpunk Akira-themed
It is. It's,
Rocket League map.
It's the studio's love for 1980s cyberpunk. all rolled into a single map.
You have my full attention.
We're super excited about it. We've been spending a really long time working on this map for months and months and months, making sure we get everything right. And we're actually really excited to release it. We've been waiting to talk about it for a long time.
Cool. Well, let's pull this up right here, and we can take a look at this. Oh my God. Okay, that's a lot of neon.
Yeah.
You got a lot going on here. So Rocket League, obviously, it was kind of this like that came out and that blew up.
Yeah, we're just about this far away now from hitting our 18 millionth player. So we're getting really, really close to a really large number.
Who would have thought that people would enjoy playing soccer with rocket cars?
We did.
Yeah, right?
We thought so.
So what's new about the Neo Tokyo level?
Well, Neo Tokyo is actually an upgraded version of a map that we introduced in Rocket Labs a few months back called Underpass. And our whole intent with the Rocket Labs is to try out new experimental maps and give people a chance to try out the game in slightly different ways. And if they liked it, we would then we promised them we'd redo the map and give it a little bit more personality. And so this is Underpass, which is one of the maps that was really well received. And the guys went all out. There's so much detail all the way around the entirety of the map that it's it's ridiculous.
Yeah, this is really
all
cool.
sorts of hidden things.
I'm like a big Akira Blade Runner, William Gibson guy. So this is like, Cyberpunk 2077's a ways off, but this is right here. This comes out next week, right?
It does. It comes out on Monday. So
okay.
It's going to be this map. This map comes out. We're also introducing another map to Rocket Labs, which is based on semi-based on an old map we had in the original supersonic acrobatic rocket powered battle cars. We're just calling that map Pillars. And then we also have a whole bunch of other community features that people have been asking us for a long time. We have things like more customization options for your quick chat, and we have post-game celebrations, which Josh can show you when this match is over, that lets you kind of show off. And we have titles that show that reflect how well you performed in the match. And then there's some other elements that we have in the game as well that we're really excited about. New item drops, rare item drops, all sorts of things.
So I know that you guys have done just stupid amounts of customization in here. Like you had the DeLorean for Back to the Future Day.
Yes.
Do you have anything that's specifically sort of like cyberpunk themed up your sleeve for this to go in with the whole Neo Tokyo aesthetic?
We do. We have a number of maps coming, cars coming for the map. Two of them. This one that Josh is using is called Masamune. It's loosely based on a little bit of Blade Runner-esque, some Metropolis, and some of the imagination of our artists. And then we also have another car called Esper, which Josh can go to shortly, which is a lot more in that Akira vein, sort of like the motorcycle that Tetsu and Kaneda like to fight over in that one.
Okay.
But it's not a direct replica, but it's very much inspired by that sort of kind of feeling, because we're big fans of that anime and really cyberpunk in general.
Yeah, I mean it shows, because this is what it should look like. This is gorgeous. You've got the neon kanji and the holographic anime ladies in the background. Is this the future of Rocket League in terms of like you're gonna just do kind of new different aesthetics here? I mean, because clearly you're supporting the game. Like
yes. Yeah. Well, we have a multi-pronged approach there. We're gonna continue to do new updates that have new arenas, and we are exploring different themes. So this is not the last that you'll see of a more interesting theme. But we're also doing a lot of quality of life updates. So we're looking at ways to make the game better that address our community specifically, ways to make matches more interesting or more accessible, give people more options, give them more ways to be competitive. And those are things that we're working on for future updates. But it's all about, at this point, trying to take what we've already established and giving people what they want. Because right now we're a live game. We want to give people what they want. We know that we wouldn't have reached the level of popularity we had without giving people a consistent stream of features that they ask for. And that's part of the plan, is give them content at the same time that we give them the features they want, and that should make for a happy community.
Cool.
And happy communities, happy developers.
So you guys have a bunch of wacky mutators in there, right?
We do, yeah. We added those in December.
Right.
And you can do all sorts of things. You can change it so that you have a cube-shaped ball. You can change it so you have moon gravity, and you can do all number of things that can change the way that you play the game. Make the ball large, make it small.
That's the stuff that cracks me up. Is there any more stuff like that you've added here?
Not for this particular update.
Okay,
this update is really more about quality of life stuff.
Okay.
But
and obviously a cool ass aesthetic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool ass aesthetic is the key. But one of the things that we are looking at in future updates is adding more modes. Like we added hoops recently, and we're investigating quite a few new ways to approach the game. One of which is a mode that we're really, really excited about that's further down the road, later in the year. But we think that once we start revealing that people are going to get really excited. It's a mutator level change where people are going to really play the game in a completely different way.
Okay.
But that's further down the road.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. Did you just? Is this a victory lap here, or that's just a?
That's just
You're
a
showing
regular
off.
goal. Yeah, just showing off a little bit.
Just being impressive. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. You've got this other car. Is there any way to show that off now, or do you have to finish winning here?
I can jump out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, jump out real quick. And
What's the take from the community? Like, what are the things that people most want that they're demanding? Because obviously you do listen. Like that's.
Well, a lot of them are a lot of details. It's not these large sweeping features. A lot of the things that people ask for are some of the things that are in this update, like having more options to customize your quick chat and having the ability to have more options to customize your car, having more cars, having new items. So we've incorporated a lot of those sort of maintenance things that people really want. But in general, a lot of the other features that people ask us for are things that support the competitive scene.
Mm-hmm.
They want things that are really more oriented towards the high level of play. And those are the sorts of things that we're investigating now, ways that we can improve the game for the high level players. And really that's what it's all about. We have the RLCS in partnership with Twitch, which is our official league, and that's going really well.
I love that.
And we're going to be expanding on that.
Yeah, like all due respects to like MOBA and shooters, but like rocket car soccer should be a sport of the future.
Yes,
like
we
when
hope so.
When I think of like esports as the future, like that's kind of what I imagine.
We hope so. And that's one of the things about our game that we think has really been one of the big differences for us. Is a lot of sports games and video games in general, in order to pull off specific moves, you have to wait for animations to play out. But our game is completely physics-based. We don't put animations in there, so whatever you're doing in the game is reflective of what you want it to do. You don't have to wait for something to play out. So you're seeing true skill when people are playing, as opposed to finding the best car or finding the best move. It's really all about what that you as the player can do.
Nice. And you guys are coming to retail?
We are, and so it's semi-related to Neo Tokyo. This update itself comes out on Monday, June 20th, but we're going to have our retail version, which is being co-published by 505, and that comes out in Europe on the 24th,
okay,
and on North America on July 5th. And people who have that retail version will have first access to the cars that we're showing here, in addition to 2 other ones that are callbacks to our original game. And then on July 18th, that's when the cars go on sale for everybody.
Nice.
A lot of dates.
Any chance you're ever going to make like little toy cars that we can play with them, like on the rug or anything? Or
I would love that. I know the rest of the team would love that. We've definitely it's something we've explored and talked about, and there are a lot of things we'd like to do with Rocket League. Not only toy cars, but we'd love to one day see radio controlled cars.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
Real cars. I mean, there are all sorts of things that we'd love to see.
So I have to demand at some point that you put in Kaneda's motorcycle, because I want that. I want that real bad. I think it's really cool. On that note, Neo Tokyo is about to explode. That's happening this Monday. And
Monday.
On all platforms?
On all platforms.
Awesome. Rocket League is really fun. It's rocket soccer cars. So, pay attention to that sort of thing.
Yeah,
Thank you guys so much for coming by and
yeah,
showing off this neon disaster of a
Neon
sport.
disaster?
So it's a delight. You know what I mean?
All right.
No, but really, that is a dystopia. Anyway, we've got more dystopian games coming up right here on IGN in this neon disaster called E3. So keep it locked. We'll be back real soon.
El Pozolero, also known as the Stew Maker. Sometimes the cartel needs a dead body to completely disappear without a trace. In such cases, they ship the cadavers off to San Mateo. Last year, more than 300 people disappeared in San Mateo. The first thing El Pozolero does is place the bodies inside a drum barrel, which he fills with caustic soda, sodium hydroxide. After 24 hours, there's nothing left but a thick sludge. A stew. The only one who knows what truly happened to these people is El Pozolero, the monster who melted them.
Here we go. The intel we need supposed to be in this Sicario's house.
Looks like it's upstairs.
Copy that.
Need any help?
Nah, I got this.
Okay, I'll take a look around.
Right, let's try to keep it stealthy. There's one right there. Boom, got you. I'm in. Oh shit, I've been spotted.
You good?
Yep, got him. Just moving upstairs. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, I got the intel on El Pozolero. He's in a camp up in San Mateo.
Cool, how far is it?
We could use a ride. You got a car out there?
No, something better. You ready to fly?
Let's go.
You got it.
According to the intel, the camp should be near this cliff. El Pozolero's a high-value target. He's gonna be well protected.
There's a camp. Oh, damn, this one's gonna be tough.
Yeah, we could definitely use some backup on this one.
Hey, you guys need a hand?
Right on time. We're going after El Pozolero. We're at the east of the San Mateo base.
Got it. We are on our way.
We're approaching the camp from the west. We'll meet you there.
Copy that.
I hear this El Pozolero guy's supposed to be a hard target.
How bad does it look?
See for yourself.
Oh, damn. Looks like a whole lot of trouble. Tag the lookout. Can you get him?
Roger that. One less to worry about.
Okay, we're splitting up.
Weaver, can you get to a good sniper position on the south side of the camp?
No problem.
Alrighty, I'm moving in from the other side.
Copy that.
We're moving in from the train station at the east end of camp.
Heads up, enemy spotted.
I got eyes on a sniper.
Wait for my signal.
Got it.
Now.
Tango down. Let's move. Okay, wait a minute.
I hear something inside. 2 guys. I got the one on the right. You ready?
Ready.
Go.
Good job.
Okay, I'm gonna deploy the drone and see what's up ahead. Looks like an old town that Santa Blanca's turned into a base. Oh man, there are guards all over the place.
That bad?
Yep, be careful.
One down, so far so good. Found my way in, guys.
All right, let's see what's in this big building. Okay, I got him. Red gloves, gas mask. He's got guards with him.
Got it. And another one down. I'm moving through. Gotcha. Okay, I'm close to the building. I'll try to find a way in. You saw anything else?
Oh man, I think he was dissolving somebody.
Like in a can of acid or something.
Yeah, looked pretty nasty. Come on, guys, let's move.
All right. I think I found my spot. Nearly there. Careful, there's more of them the closer you get. Only one left. Okay, I'm in position.
I have 3 tangos in front of me. Weaver, you think you can help?
I got it. Going in.
Don't let this guy get away.
I see him. We'll talk about nightmare fuel.
Call us if you need us.
Don't worry, man. I got this. Shit! He spotted me. Guys, I'm spotted. El Pozolero's running. I'm going after him. Where is he? Where is he? Get out of the way, man. Okay, he's in a white SUV heading for the east end of the camp. Following on a bike.
Got it. I'm moving to intercept. This camp's on full alert, guys. We need to get out of here fast.
Shit, Hulk, get in the car.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Shit, no, he's moving too fast. He went the other way.
Come on, man. Let's go. Let's go.
Hurry up. The gate's closing.
I am right behind you. Weaver, are you okay?
I'm good.
Frag out. I'm pulling out. Found a bike, guys. I'm on my way.
Hey, watch your fire. We need him alive.
I can't get a good shot.
This guy's all over the place.
Stop moving. Okay, guys, I'm clear. Out of the camp, on the road. Where are you guys? Let me know you're... Damn, the whole place is going up. All right, I'm heading for the chopper now. Damn, he's trying to ram the car. I gotta hit his engine.
No, I'm trying to slow him down.
Help is on the way, guys. I'll run this train. Where's the chopper? Where is it? I found it. Okay, getting in. I'm in the chopper, coming your way. All right, I'm on my way, guys. Hang tight. Oh, no, he's not stopping. Aw, man, come on. I'm trying. He's a tough one, this guy, huh?
Oh! No, we're not gonna push him off.
Looks like he's losing control. Can you push him to the side?
I don't know how it looks up there, but that's what I'm trying to do.
Damn it, he dodged it. Hang on, guys. I'm nearly there.
Oh, damn it. Okay, I got him.
Yes, he stopped.
I'll get him.
Be careful. Ride's here.
Out you get, buddy.
Hurry up, we got cartel reinforcements incoming.
Up you get, and in you go.
Adios. Let's get the hell out of here.
I got him in my line of fire.
Well, hold him off. I gotta fly this thing.
And
we are clear, gentlemen.
Nice work.
That was a tough mission. Oh, man, that was close.
And Dr. Darling are back, this time with their two Cyber Commando kids, Roxanne and Slater. Play as the radliest mean teams this side of Mars, and defy gravity on your ultimate Dragon Slayer cyber bikes. Protect America with freedom flips and ride on the ridiculous roller coaster of righteousness. Grapple and spin all over the planet. Use guns to shoot cyborgs, communist aliens, and giant ancient Dragon Balls! Space is the place, and the action is in your face! Ride through loops, hoops, and multiple dimensions! Into the future! Come fight Vietnam War 4! Together, forever, today! Trials of the Blood Dragon! Side effects may include euphoria and extreme patriotic views.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Max, that's Nigel from Devolver Digital, and this is Pierre from Slow Clap. How you guys doing?
Excellent.
Pretty good, thanks.
So, if you're unfamiliar, Devolver Digital is a company run by this weirdo, among other people, who finds the coolest indie games.
We like to think so.
And then gets them out into the world. Pierre, you were making one of these cool indie games. Can you tell us about it?
So, Absolver is an online melee action game.
It's about exploring a game world in which you'll meet seamlessly with other players. You'll be able to a new story unfolds every time you meet somebody else. So you can fight, you can trade, you can make friends, and eventually you're gonna build a team of trusted friends with whom you can go in competitive ranked PvP game modes or do 3-player co-op PvE.
Okay, so but it's not an MMO. I was confused about that, but it's
not an MMO. You'll never have like 50 people running around in every direction. So we try to keep things intimate, and so it's very much about the relationship you'll be meeting with other people.
So it's a competitive RPG basically.
It can be if you make it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're kind of how much customization goes into characters?
Well, you've obviously got the character customization, which you see on screen right now. But the thing about the game is that you can customize your playstyle in depth. So you start by choosing a combat style that's inspired by different schools of martial arts. And after you've chosen your combat style, you've got a combat deck interface in which you can place different attacks, which you can then execute in real time. So you build your combos in real time with endless possible combinations.
That sounds extremely tactical. Like that sounds like a very
Well, it's pretty accessible. So it's the system is pretty simple to put your hands on, but the different layers that go beneath that can get pretty tactical. So you've got 4 stances to choose from, and so for PvP gameplay, we need to have these different layers of depth. So you can do parries, you can do feints. It goes pretty deep.
That's awesome. What's the universe like? Like what's the setting here?
So you're exploring the ruins of a fallen empire which disappeared centuries ago, and the story is basically about a group, a sort of organization that took control and that created an order of mass combatants, which are the Absolvers. And you, as a player, you're a prospect. You've vowed to join the Absolvers, but you're not one already, and so you're gonna try and become one through a series of trials, and all the while exploring the ruins of this fallen empire, and you're going to try to find out what happened to this empire and why it crumbled down.
Wow. Now I noticed there was a pickup back there.
Yeah.
That did something. Was it stamina or was it healing or was it
yeah,
some kind of modifier there?
So what you can see in your back, you've got what we call tension shards, which are little stones that fill in with the adrenaline of combat. And you can use these shards to use magical items and powers. And so you've just picked, here the item you picked was a regen item. So in combat, if you got one of these shards lit up, which are floating in your back, you can use them to regen yourself, which create a shockwave, to stun your opponent, stuff like that.
Okay, and is it strictly melee, right?
It's melee with these magical powers that you can use via the tension shards.
Okay, but you're not shooting fireballs or anything, right? Or
who knows? Who
knows? Well, there's some kind of force stuff,
yeah,
but
we have
you're not throwing
shockwaves.
shurikens or hadoukens out there, man.
We haven't shown. We've got a lot of ideas on paper. We haven't implemented all of them, and we're not showing them yet. But you'll see more to come. But it's the core combat is melee combat, barehanded weapons. For the moment, we're only seeing barehanded, but you can use weapons also.
Wow. How far along is this? Do you have a release date or?
We've been developing the game for over a year now. And we're planning on a 2017 release date.
Okay, and it's coming to consoles?
It's coming to PC and consoles.
Cool. What I'm sorry, I'm looking at this right now. This is a very pretty game. I like the world you've built.
Yeah.
You're going to make friends with other people in this world, or is it?
Well, you're going to make friends if they want to make friends with you.
Unless they're assholes, and I can't say that word. Oops, my bad.
Buttholes.
Buttholes. Fractured buttholes. But
remember, did you play Journey ever?
Yeah.
So in Journey, you can kind of casually pass and meet people, right? It's that kind of thing where you come across someone, you can choose to help them. They may attack you. They might fight you. There's this whole gesture system that you're going to be able to use to kind of figure out if someone wants to join up with you or someone wants to rock you in the face and take your stuff.
So it's like Ninja Journey, but you can kick somebody's ass if you want?
That's one on the box, yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay. Are you guys shooting for doing this just digitally, or is it going to be retail as well?
Yeah, when I said box, I meant digital box. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I don't. You said it. You said box.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a digital release. We might look at some retail stuff though.
Who knows? But yeah, it's very much about that moment of uncertainty when you meet somebody else. That's actually what's going to happen right here. So I'm moving along in the world, and suddenly there's somebody else here with me. So is he gonna be friendly? No, actually he tells me come over. Okay, fine, I come over, and that's fine. But he could be saluting me. He could be saying hi, I'm nice, and then betraying me right afterwards. So you never know.
And there's no like chat feature or anything. Everyone's just sort of anonymous.
We want to keep things anonymous, but since you can make friends and build relationships with others, you see the shockwave here. Now he's pulled out a sword, and you'll be able to chat live with your friends once you team up.
Oh man, that's okay. That's really fascinating. How much of this world is it open, or is it sort of linear?
No, it's an open world. I mean, we're not doing Skyrim or anything, but we want to build a world that's interconnected. I got killed here. That's pretty much interconnected. And one thing we're seeing here is that you can actually customize your fighting style in depth. And so we have that interface, which we call the combat deck. And so you enter meditation. You can choose between one of 4 stances. And each of these stances has a sequence of attack and an alternative attack.
Right.
And you can mix and match and replace these different attacks you have at your disposal. And they all match because they all have this orientations that make sequences.
Sure. And
so with this system, without going into too many details here, you can pretty much build in real time different combos.
Did you seriously like basically combine every possible genre of video game to make this?
There's a bit of God Hand, there's a bit of Dark Souls, there's a bit of Journey.
It is one of the coolest things, though, when they first showed it to us, this idea that, you know, in fighting games, when you punch, it's like, I just keep punching. But you have to now take into account that if I'm in this stance and I use this move, I am now in this stance. And you have to kind of arrange your moves to account for that. And it makes for a really, really unique combat style. So when we approach each other in the world, I can look at your stance and actually change my stance, knowing what I've designed to counter that style and that stance.
Oh my God! So yeah, you're making a deck here, and that is really the right term for this, I think.
Yeah.
Like,
it's a deck, but it's very much a deck that you afterwards use in real time, intense, dynamic combat. Right. So it's you prepare your style first, and then you execute, and you creatively build on your deck.
Oh my God! So there's like screw class systems. This is like entirely modular.
Right.
Exactly. So and you can do many different things. So you can have like your front stances will be rather fast attacks, your back stances will be heavier attacks, or the opposite, or you can mix and match pretty much anything. What you can also do is that when you're using weapons, you can mix attack with weapons. So I can chain an attack with a sword with an attack like a high kick or a spin kick or something like that. So I can mix and match sword attacks and bare-fisted attacks.
That's bonkers. Like that's a lot going on there. How do you balance something like that? Like how do you make it so that one guy just doesn't?
Well, you balance it when you've got an exceptional lead game designer who's working on your team and who's a genius at doing this sort of thing.
Fair enough. And you said the weapons are kind of you find them in the world, or you?
You acquire weapons as you go through. We kind of see them as a temporary bonus in combat because they change your moveset, but you can get disarmed. If you get hit too much, you can lose your weapon can break. And so you got to use it wisely, basically.
Oh, man. And is there a kind of a clear story path, or are you kind of making up your own story by just exploring this world?
Well, we see it as 2 things. So there's the kind of the general narrative, which will unfold as you progress in the world and which will be triggered at certain points as you move in the world. And then there's the player narrative, which is the story I tell myself when I meet somebody else. So when 2 players meet, they're going to tell themselves stories in their heads based on their respective choices. And so it's really like kind of the story that emerges from these encounters.
Yeah, emergent narrative things where you just get with some buddies and you kind of want to go on a raid together, but then you might go out on your own and kind of like really dress and create not only a visual customization, but combat customization that kind of conveys who you want to be in this world.
Okay. And so if you become friends with someone, can you betray them?
Absolutely.
You can just beat up your friend, like you can be like.
We're getting a look into your psyche real quick, but yes, you absolutely can.
But we've got also a mentoring system in which when you're friends with someone, when you fight somebody and they attack you with attacks that you haven't learned yet, you're going to progressively learn them. And so if you do a spinning high kick in my face for 50 times, eventually I'm going to learn that, and I'm going to be able to use it in my own deck.
Okay, that's one of the coolest mechanics I've heard about in a while.
Honestly, he told me about that the first time, and I was in the hotel room at PAX. I got really excited, just because this idea that you could spar with people and actually learn from fighting rather than just simply trading cards got me real excited.
Oh my god, yeah. So like I like RPGs. I like fighting games in a very casual sense, but like they're fighting games are it's almost like playing an instrument, really. And the idea that you're effectively, this looks kind of like a fighting game right here, but you walked over here, like you walked to this place.
Exactly, and plus there's a difference, which is our system is really deep, but it's still accessible. And one thing is, I personally suck at fighting games because that whole dexterity barrier that is.
It's because they're hard.
Really.
Yes.
Yeah, but our game is super deep, but it's more accessible to pick up and play, basically.
Okay,
it's mostly 2 or 3 buttons, attack buttons, really. It's about timing and your selection of what you train together that make you a master at it.
Okay. So it's like kind of rock, paper, scissors, but if there were a lot of other elements there too as well, and
you can,
timing took a role in there.
Exactly. You can. You've got 2 attack, 1 main attack, 1 alternative attack. Then you can dodge, parry, feint. You've got quite a number of layers of mechanics to make that PvP combat really deep.
Okay, you have my full attention. This sounds really cool.
Cool.
You said this is coming to consoles and PC?
Yep.
And it's just keep an eye on Devolver for more information, or is it Absolver?
Yeah, there's @Absolver on Twitter, absolver.com, and we'll have a lot more over the next, about year or so.
That's awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming by.
Thank you.
Absolver, keep an eye on it. We've got more E3 stuff coming up. Tomorrow is the last day. I'm very sorry, but we might be running out of games. But there are more coming up on IGN, so we'll see you guys soon.
It's been just over an hour since a little girl was taken hostage on the top floor of a building here in downtown Detroit. Details are still emerging on what exactly happened. But the hostage taker could be the family's android. Negotiator on site.
Please, please, you gotta save my little girl. Wait. You're sending an android?
All right, ma'am. We need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person?
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
It's firing at everything that moves. It already shot down 2 of my men. Saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it.
Don't come any closer or I'll jump!
Hi, Daniel. My name is Connor. There's no way out, Daniel. The only question is whether or not you take another innocent life.
I'm holding all the cards. If I die, she dies.
Look what you did! You were designed to serve humans, not kill them.
What was I designed to be? Their slave? Their toy?
You're a machine you have to obey. Now put the gun down and let the hostage go.
I've spent my life taking orders. Now it's my turn to decide.
Your order for an A-Beat android has been registered.
Are you armed? No. I have a gun. Drop it!
Touch him and I kill you.
You can't kill me. I'm not alive.
Tell that helicopter to get out of here.
It's up to you how the story ends. trust you.
You lied to me, Connor. You lied to me.
My name is Connor. This is our story.
PlayStation.
Find Megan once you reach the Dust District. She'll tell you more. I'll wait here in the skiff and take you back to the dreadful whale after you finish.
Orders from the Duke. We're losing too many people. Good soldiers blinded by that hallucinogenic powder the Howlers use, then stabbed to death or dragged down by the Abbey's hounds. One young lieutenant got hit by an overseer grenade, and that was it. He was one of the Duke's distant cousins or something.
Shit. Let's hope they do enough damage to each other so the fight goes out of them.
That won't happen until someone manages to kill either Paolo or Vice Overseer Bo.
Stuck out here. Tired of cleaning silver dust out of my ears.
Zone incoming. Zone incoming.
Welcome to Denver. I'm Brandon Gordon alongside Charles Davis as the 2016 NFL season is underway.
Hold up, this the game that chose us. Pioneer started on my corner like the core rush. Had lining up the block like a gold rush. Saying live fast and die young is what they told us. Yeah. Yo, we should get them, so I got them all. Yeah.
Here we go. It's the Broncos fighting for their playoff lives. A snap, hold, it's blocked! T.J. Ward blocked it! And in the most improbable of ways, Denver is going to the playoffs!
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's time to take a look at Scalebound. Kamiya-san and JP are from Platinum Games.
Hey, man.
Gentlemen, thank you for coming by the show.
No worries.
So what are we going to take a look at today? So this is the cooperative boss battle?
今日は何見るせるんですか？
協力バトル。
今日 yes,
ボスの
huge boss battle.
Yeah. So tell me how multiplayer cooperative play works in Scalebound.
スケールバンドのマッチはどういう風に動くんですか？
今回一番迫力ある場面をということでボス戦の場面をお見せしてますけどこうゲーム通してストーリーを楽しめるそのキャンペーンモードでどこでもこう協力プレイを楽しんでまた一人で楽しみたいときはまた一人に戻ってということがこう自由に選択できるようになっています。
Yeah, so we're showing co-op for the first time, but we're showing in the context of this huge kind of spectacle of the boss battle. But this actually takes place at the end of a dungeon, right? So you've kind of fought through your dungeon and you've arrived at this boss battle. We have a full campaign, and you can come into co-op or leave co-op at any time during that campaign. So it's not just a mode, and it's not just campaign during a co-op during a boss battle. You can co-op or play by yourself whenever you want.
Wow, okay. And each player has their own dragon, their own beast creature?
で、全てのプレイヤーも自分のドラゴンを持つということですか？
そうですね。で、自由にカスタマイズすることができて、今回お見せしているようにノーマルタイプのレックスドラゴンとあとそのタンクタイプ、あとワイバーン、今回初めてお見せしているワイバーンでそれぞれがこう、体の模様を変えたり、角特定の部位、角や羽をパワーアップさせたり、あるいは鎧を着せたりっていう風にカスタマイズを自由にすることができます。
Yeah, so every player does have their own dragon, and all of those dragons are customizable. So if you look on the screen, we have the kind of the Rex type all-rounder dragon that we showed from the very beginning. There's also a tank dragon, kind of this four-legged tank dragon that's heavy and a little bit slower. And for the first time, we showed the Wyvern dragon, which is a yellow dragon in this trailer. And so the Wyvern's really fast and can kind of zip through the air and attack. And all of these dragons are customizable, so you can put armor on them, you can change their skin, you can adjust like what their horns look like, you can pick their attacks, and we really want players to invest in their each individual dragon.
So are all those customization options something you have to earn by playing the game, or are they all available to you right from the beginning?
そのカスタマイズがゲームをプレイしながら得るものなのか、最初から選ぶのですか？
カスタマイズはもうそうですね。最初から自由にすることができるんですが、ただカスタマイズするためにはこう敵を倒して、その敵からジェムという宝石アイテムを手に入れなきゃいけないので、冒険をしながらそのアイテムを貯めて、少しずつドラゴンをカスタマイズしていくことになります。
So we do give you a lot of customization options to start, but we also want you to kind of grind through the world and earn gems, which are the currency for customizing your dragon, and then use those gems to kind of further push your dragon in the direction that you really want to go.
So we've seen our lead protagonist a few times now. Who are the other players playing as?
そうまあドゥルーは何回も見たんですけど、他のプレイヤーは誰をプレイしてるんですか？
あ、この4人いるキャラクターたち、まあこれ全員同じくドルーですね。まあ、見ての通り少しずつ姿が違って、まあ、ドルーも簡単にカスタマイズすることができるんですけど、これはまあ4人協力プレイだから同じドルーがこの画面にいるという、まあ、ゲームだからっていうことだけではなくて、ちゃんとこう設定があって、なぜじゃあこのドルーという、青年が、同じこの世界に4人いるのかっていうことはちゃんとまだ詳しく説明できないんですが、設定はあるんですね。でこの映像の一番最後に4人のドルーがこうマージしてアタックをするっていう演出があるんですけど、それが一つのヒントになってますと。
So you're actually playing as Drews.
Okay.
But we didn't want to do kind of the really gamey thing where you say, oh, you're just everybody's a Drew and that's a video game and kind of deal with it. We wanted to build a narrative basis for why everybody's Drew.
Okay.
And so if you look, you can see all the Drews are just a little bit different.
Yeah.
And there's actually a hint into what we're doing with the narrative of the game and how to kind of set up the multiple Drews. And it's going to come at the very end of this video. And he kind of gave it away in Japanese, and I told him it was a spoiler, and he's not allowed to spoil a video that's running. So when we get to the end, you're kind of going to see a hint of what we're going for with the narrative and why everybody is a Drew.
All right, so everyone watching at home, let's try to look closely and
yeah,
see
you're almost there.
See if we can pick up on what that hint is. This is a very large, extensive boss battle. Is there anything you can tell us about this particular boss?
このボスはもう少し詳しく教えてください。
これちょうどまあ一番最初のダンジョンにいるボスですね。まあ必ずダンジョンにはボスがいるので、まあ世界をこう広く冒険してもらってダンジョンを見つけて、まあそこでまあボスバトル、まあいろんなボスが出てくるのをまあこれからも楽しみにしてほしいと思います。
So there was your hint.
Yeah, okay.
And to tell you a little bit more about the boss, this is actually the first boss in the game. He's at the end of our first dungeon. Yeah.
That's the first boss?
That's the first boss.
Sugoi.
And so, yeah, each of the dungeons has a huge boss like that waiting for you at the end. And so you can really expect some kind of crazy battles because that is the first boss in the game.
I look forward to seeing more of the bosses then. And you guys have brought a prop along here too.
We brought some headphones.
Yeah. These look familiar.
Yes. So PDP made these prototypes of Drew's headphones from the game. And we're not sure what we're going to do with them yet.
Okay.
We're actually going to try to make them cooler first. We want to get them even better and closer to what's in the game. And PDP have been really supportive of trying to make this because usually when you have something from the game, right, it just goes up on a shelf because you can't really use it.
Statue there,
but you can use headphones, right? So we want to make these something
headphones.
that you want to use.
Okay.
Because Drew uses his all the time, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to make these really cool, and then we're going to find a way to get them out there so people can have Drew's headphones in real life.
Cool. Well, hopefully Scalebound fans will be able to get their own pair of headphones in the not-too-distant future. When are people going to get to play Scalebound?
Scalebound はいつ発売になりますか？
いつですか？
いや、いつですか？いつですか？We're coming to you in 2017.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming by the show today. Scalebound is looking awesome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Stay tuned. We still have a few more games to show you today here at E3 2016 on IGN Live after this.
Your freedoms can only be protected if democracy thrives. The corporate interests are rigging the elections. Your elections. Your favorite social media giant, Invite, knows everything about you. And they're manipulating your feed to tailor your opinion to their interests. They are fooling you into voting for their puppet, Congressman Mark Thrust. Invite wields the single most powerful population control tool ever created. Defend democracy. Help us tear down Invite. Lend us your processing power by downloading our app, and together, we will expose Congressman Thrust. Join us. We are DedSec.
Hello everyone, I'm Dominic Gay, the senior producer on Watch Dogs 2, and today I will guide you through this vertical slice of the game. Watch Dogs 2 is set in the San Francisco Bay, a beautiful area, a cultural beacon, and the birthplace of the tech revolution. From Oakland to Marin County, from the Golden Gate to Silicon Valley, your adventure will take you all across of the Bay Area. You are part of DedSec, a hacker group rebelling against an establishment that uses technology to take away people's freedom. You play as Marcus Holloway, a brilliant hacker fighting to take back control from this corrupted establishment. This demo is not scripted, and you are free to do as you please in our open world. Using Marcus's skills, you can hack into anyone within the city, into most electronic devices or any car's computer system. Any of these can be manipulated in multiple ways as you progress in the game and extend Marcus's abilities. In this case, Marcus hacks into this car and controls its steering remotely. You can also hack entire areas of the city to powerful effect. Here, we distract all these people by sending messages to their phones. As you explore the Bay Area, you can cross paths with other players, never leaving the comfort of your single-player experience. As you seamlessly encounter other friendly DedSec members, you can communicate with them, and with the single press of a button, join them as a co-op team. But for now, let's continue in solo.
Hey. Our numbers are going through the roof, but we just promised to blow the lid open on Invite and election fraud.
And we'll deliver. Have faith, sister.
Sure, if we can find evidence that Invite's manipulating social media to help him.
Wrench, where you at, man?
Scouting Congressman Dipshit's apartment from the roof next door. Oh, we fucked up his fundraiser. Almost everyone's gone. Come on, get over here.
Okay, people, this is strictly by the book. Don't paint outside the lines and stay frosty.
Fuck you. Just get in there and find some rusty nails to crucify Thrust to the social media cross.
On my way.
The game has multiple operations the player can discover and decide to pursue. In the interest of time, let's join Marcus as he meets up with another DedSec hacker, Wrench. They are about to infiltrate a politician's penthouse in order to acquire evidence of his plan to rig the elections with the help of a social media giant.
Yo, Wrench.
Captain Dipshit lives over there.
Yo, check it out.
Huh?
You can see the whole city from here.
Whole lot of people out there, man. Whole lot of people.
Yeah, getting screwed.
You don't even feel it. It's just numb.
It's fucked up. I know it's gonna be a hell of a fight turning them back into people.
Fucking A, man. Okay, dude. You find the evidence, and I'll mine our exit strategy.
Hey, is that the congressman?
No, I do believe that is a helicopter.
Fuck you.
Marcus, the building just went off the grid. We can't get in or see inside.
They're up to something. I'll see what.
The player is free to approach the mission in any way he wishes, as a ghost, as an aggressor, or as a trickster who focuses on manipulation and hacking. Here we're using our new quadcopter to scout the premises. The drone can also be upgraded with new functionalities.
They got armed help in there. Something's definitely up.
Here we use network hacking to quickly access a security camera within the apartment.
Fine, keep. They're scrubbing the evidence.
Get us access, Marcus, before it all gets wiped.
I'll get you inside the system. Once I do, you use the botnet to brute force your way in and download everything you can.
But once you start downloading, they'll know you're inside.
It wouldn't be a party if they didn't. And I've got a surprise for them.
Where are we on wiping the Congressman's cloud?
That's done, but there's a team at Invite scrubbing the backups, too.
They're good at this?
They're the best computer forensics team we have. You pay top dollar, you get top talent.
That's what I want to hear.
We hack to spy on a phone call, take pictures of the cover-up, and profile our enemies.
Wrench, you ready with my exit strategy?
Define. Ready.
Yo, Satara, I'm ready to go in. Play me something fresh.
The penthouse is approachable from any side, and the player has the means to determine his own plan in order to download the proof he needs. This mission can actually be completed without ever setting foot within the penthouse proper. But this time, let's play as a ghost, using hacking to infiltrate stealthily.
Let's trace the hits, check the file. Let's see who bit the dissect the style. I flip the script so they can't get filed. At least not now.
There's something over there.
I changed the pace to
We distract the guard, and then we quickly hack the door lock to access the penthouse.
when I speak. It freak sweat the technique. I made my debut in '86 with a melody in the president's mix, and now I stay on target and refuse to miss. And I still make hits for beats, parties, clubs, and cars and jeeps. My underground sound vibrates the streets. MCs wanna beef, then I
Here we throw a zapper, a tool we can then modify on the fly through hacking.
Already done. This isn't our first rodeo.
We then set a proximity trigger for a stunning effect and emit a sound to attract the guards.
know how many bombs have I ripped and wrecked, but researchers never found all the pieces yet. Scientists try to solve the context.
Again, we access the electronic locks for the doors, but this time to lock them to cover our back.
My ideas are only for the audience ears. My opponents, it might take years. Pencils, pens, and swords. Let us put together from a key to chords.
We choose to deploy a drone to project our hacking ability in this well-guarded room. We distract the guard by quickly hacking into his phone.
You don't have to speak, just see. And peep the technique.
We finally managed to reach the target computer. The drone is customized to allow interaction with the computer to set up a wireless transmitter into the network.
You're in. Do your thing.
While we are downloading evidence of the politician's corruption, the guards are now searching for the intruder that accessed the system.
Let's track this guy down!
We use our custom-made melee weapon, the Thunderball, to knock out the guard.
Get back to cover!
You're only making things worse!
You're in a line of fire!
Here we use our 3D printed electroshock gun to stun this guard.
Take cover!
And quickly, we hack into the trophy car's computer to take down our opposition. We tap into the guard's communication system to create a massive distraction to cover our exit. The exit strategy Wrench set up for us is one of many ways the player could use to leave the penthouse.
Holy fuck, this is awesome.
You can poop your pants later, man. Because we are just getting started.
Click here to watch the entire world premiere video. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and be the first to see new trailers and behind-the-scenes action.
Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment with Alex in his office. There is no duration set for this meeting. There is a 3 p.m. meeting in TranStar Conference Room A to greenlight research and development plans. Please confirm your attendance prior to arrival. The most recent test results from the psychotronic. Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment with Alex in his office. There is no... Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment.
Good morning, Morgan. Looks like we have some tests to run through today.
Good morning, Morgan. You're not going to like what I have to say next.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. Now, if there were an award for longest game title of E3, Warhammer 40k Inquisitor Martyr would definitely be in the running. Victor here is lead writer on the game. Welcome to the show.
Well, thanks for having me.
Tell us all about what is Warhammer 40k Inquisitor Martyr.
Well, this is an open-world sandbox action RPG set in the grimdark future in the universe of Warhammer 40,000.
All right, and what are we seeing here?
This is, well, when we say open world, we are talking about our entire, well, our sandbox. We have a sandbox in the large universe, and this is called the Caligari sector, and what you saw there was a tiny segment of the star map. You are going to be able to access missions from the star map because you are an Inquisitor, you are a powerful secret agent of the Imperium of Man. So you are going to roam around in the Caligari sector in your spaceship and taking on missions and fighting the heretics and purging the unclean. And well, when you are accessing a mission on the star map, we have subsectors, we have star systems, and each star system has several points of interest. Then you access a point of interest, you go on a mission, and what you see here is exactly what happens when you go on a mission. You enter a very traditional action RPG map with lots and lots of improvements.
Does the player need to be familiar with the Warhammer 40k universe and lore to be able to jump into this game?
We wanted to create a game which is accessible for action RPG players who have no idea what the 40k universe is all about, and for 40k players who have no idea what an action RPG is. So we are going to have tutorials, we are going to have stories that tell you everything you need to know about Warhammer 40k.
Okay. Is this being made as a PC exclusive?
No, we are going to release this first on PCs and then Xbox One and PS4.
Awesome. So it looks like we're seeing gameplay on PC right now.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what we're seeing on screen?
We are seeing right now one of the new features we implemented into the game. This is the cover system and the more tactical gameplay, because we always thought that the action RPGs would be a great fit to the 40k universe, but we also wanted to have that very feeling of warfare, which is an integral part of the 40k universe. So we have a more tactical AI, we have smaller groups of opponents, we have big bosses like the one you saw there, where you can shoot off, it just happened, you can shoot off special body parts, getting rid of special abilities. You are going to have enemies that use the cover system, execution animations, just like that. And we are going to have fully destructible environments, so you can trash the whole place if you want to. And you have to be very careful because covers can be destroyed as well, and that could be very unhealthy for your Inquisitor.
Or are we just seeing a little bit of the destruction right there?
Yes. Sometimes when whole pillars come crashing down, they can destroy your enemies as well, or you on the other hand, so you have to be very careful where you are standing on the map.
Is this a single player game?
No, it's an open world sandbox where you can play a single player game, but you can always have cooperative gameplay up to 4 people. And there is a single player campaign which is part of the open world, so you can access that on the star map. That will be a single player only, a very traditional action RPG story that for various reasons is your very, very personal investigation. So only you can take that mission.
So what can you tell us about the story that you're telling in the campaign?
The campaign itself, the sector itself has lots and lots of ongoing storylines. So we have conflicts, we have ongoing stories, and we have the single-player campaign, which is set on the decks of an abandoned fortress monastery, and it has some dark secrets to hide.
Interesting. Is the action RPG style game new for Warhammer 40k?
This is the very, very first action RPG in this universe, yes.
So what was the inspiration for that? What made you think, oh, I think this would work really well for Warhammer?
We have experience with action RPG games. We created the Incredible Adventures of Van Helsing games.
Sure.
So, and we are also huge fans of the 40k universe. So there was a time when we thought that why aren't there any action RPGs set in this universe?
Yeah.
And if there aren't any, why shouldn't we be the first to create one?
Would you say that people that are fans or familiar with the Van Helsing games are going to feel, this is going to feel familiar to them?
There are certain elements. This is a very traditional action RPG in a way, but there are so many new things, so many improvements over the classic elements. Like, for example, this new character we see here, it's an assassin type Inquisitor. She is going to have entirely new skill set, entirely new tactics that you have to employ in order to overcome your enemies. There are plenty of things which haven't been in the Van Helsing games, but we used our experience that we gathered during those games to create this new action RPG.
Is it safe to assume there's a lot of loot to be found in the game?
Yes, well, we don't have loot implemented yet.
Okay.
Because that's one of those areas where it is very, very difficult to implement the action RPG mechanics into the 40k universe, which has very strict rules. So we are experimenting with various ideas how we could implement a loot system which is also faithful to the law.
Interesting.
But I think that we have the solution now.
Really?
Actually, we have 4 solutions at the moment, so we are experimenting with all those at the moment.
What about classes? Are there several classes to choose from at the beginning?
We have 3 available classes. You can see 2 of those. The Crusader, he is the Crusader type Inquisitor. The other one, the Fierce Lady, used to be an assassin. She's the assassin type Inquisitor. And there will be a third one that we are going to reveal in the near future.
And then how does cooperative play work? You know, you said there's a campaign that's intended to be a single-player experience, and then how does it work finding other players and other games to join?
It's a bit too early to talk about that.
Okay.
We are still toying with the ideas, but it will be a very enjoyable cooperative game.
You got a note on here that says this is pre-alpha build.
Yes.
Is there a release window for this game yet?
We are going to release this game next year.
Next year?
Yes, and when it's ready.
Well, sure. Hopefully when it's ready. Victor, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Well,
this is
thanks for
Warhammer 40k Inquisitor Martyr. You can play it next year. Stay tuned, more to come from IGN Live here at E3 2016 after this.
Faintly, I'll go. take this head on. Soon I'll come around. Lost and never found. Waiting for my words. Seen but never heard. Buried underground. But I'll keep coming.
time is through, but
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
PlayStation.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
The Elder Scrolls show us what was, and what yet will be. And they have revealed much to me.
Spare us your stories, old man, unless they can sharpen spears. Our war chief is dying. Our enemies are massing for another attack. We must prepare for battle.
We should go, Kellen. We have the scroll we came for, and this one smells blood in the wind.
Patience, Nog. I have words yet to speak here. Stories can do surprising things, Spear Maiden, whether they are true or not. And this is one you should hear. It comes from the Great War that nearly ended the Empire. It began when the High Elves slaughtered every Imperial blade, calling themselves the New Aldmeri Dominion. They and their allies swept through the land, even capturing the Imperial city itself. The Emperor fled north, leaving Cyrodiil to the invaders. This is the story of a forgotten hero who changed the very course of history.
Welcome back to IGN Live. I'm your host, Brian Altano. I'm here with Suda51 and Taylor of Let It Die.
How's it going?
How are you?
Hi.
That is a great video game title, by the way. Very hard right off the bat.
Yeah.
You know. So,
have you played yet?
Not yet. I'm here. I'm stuck. I'm trapped. We'll get to it. But for now, for the people at home who can't play the game as well, just like me, tell me about Let It Die. What is this game?
まずこのゲームはどういったゲームなんですか？
今ちょうどプレイアブルこれ流れてるんですよね。
So showing a playable right now, you can see this is some gameplay footage from Let It Die.
いや今はもうね服着てますけども、まずプレイヤーはパンツ一丁でスタートします。
So just to start, you're thrown into this world and only in your underwear, and there you just start there and you have to really go through it.
まあ女性キャラクターはもちろんパンツ一丁だと上も着てますけどね。
Even for the female characters, don't worry. They are kind of in undergarment-like clothes, but they are properly covered.
そしてまあ今回はストーリードリブンのゲームじゃなくて、とにかく遊びで、まあハック&スラッシュ、ローグタイプのハック&スラッシュで東京にできた2027年舞台で、まあ東京湾の真ん中海にですね、でかいタワーがあるんです。そこをプレイヤーは1階から上を目指してどんどん進んでいくというタイプのゲームになります。
So it takes place in Tokyo in the year 2027. Some crazy stuff happens, and this tower comes out of the ocean off the coast of Tokyo. And there, the player is thrown in there, and all these things are kind of happening, and you have to fight through it and kind of slowly figure out what's actually going on and why you're doing it. So hack and slash, little roguelike elements. You just kind of really got to go through and kill a lot of stuff.
So now, a lot of people, when they set their games in the future, they set their games in the future. You guys went to 2027. That's like, we're going to get there in a few years.
基本的に未来のテーマというゲームが結構未来なんですけども、これはすぐ将来なんですよね。あともう数年でなるんですよね。
いやいやその通りです。要は2020年に東京オリンピックがあるんですけども、その後の東京がこういう姿になってるっていうある意味予言書のようなゲームになってるんです。
So of course, you can see in the year 2020 there's going to be the Tokyo Olympics.
Yeah.
And 7 years after that, in that time period, some crazy stuff happens, and this is kind of the effect of what happens from there.
Yeah.
It's very cool. I've noticed a lot of the sort of classic Suda gore and violence in this game. The death explosion specifically, a cross between something like fireworks and some of the most awesome horror movies I've ever seen. Where does your obsession with sort of blood and gore come from? Because honestly, I love it.
やはりまあ一瞬見た目で結構バイレンスでやはりその血がわーって出てくるんですよ。まあ花火のように血が流れてそれでそう須田さん的にはまあ個人的にすごい好きなんですけど、この血のバーってのエフェクトなんですけど、須田さん的にはどうしてその血にこだわるんでしょうか。
そうですね。やっぱ特別なこの世界にしたいんですよね。現実の世界とは違う。ここでは本当殺しの祭典のような場所であって。まあ通常の殺しではない。全くこの場所っていうのは殺しのための場所なので、人間から出る血も、まあ、通常の血じゃなくてもう3倍5倍、まあ、特に今回 E3 バージョンは 1.5 倍にしてきたぐらいなので、とにかくみんなに血を楽しんでほしい、まあ、そう思って作ってます。
So in regards to the blood, well, for this world especially, it's to really differentiate that this is not reality. So you're going to take another world from reality and it shows all this kind of blood. So of course with this, it looks like they're humans and they're fighting, and there's a lot of, we want to really show that this isn't real with the crazy amounts of blood. Usually about maybe 3 to maybe 5 times the normal amount of bloodshed that you would see from a normal human being. But this area is made specifically, this world that you're being placed in is for killing. And so this is a place, an arena for killing. There's a lot of death matches and there's blood everywhere. And of course, for this version, the E3 version, the role of this video that you're seeing, we've actually increased the bloodshed by about 150% compared to March.
I was going to say, how did you guys do the math on 3 times the blood of what a normal human being has inside? That seems like very specific.
すごい細かいことになると思うんですけど、通常の人間より3倍の血が入っているっていうその計算はすごい難しいと思うんですけど、そこまで計算されているんでしょうかと。
計算されているか、みんな最初うちのスタッフはですね、普通に血が出るように作るんですよね。やっぱりみんなリアリティのある世界を作るんですけども、いや違うんだ。このね。レッドドアの世界は常識のリアリティと違う。このレッドドアの中の世界のリアリティっていうのは3倍5倍の世界、もしくは大型の、ボスがもし死んで倒れた時には、マジソンスクエアガーデン3倍分の血が必要だ、そういうことをスタッフに伝えてですね、
So of course the development staff has been a little bit more, trying to keep it a bit closer to reality. And so when he saw that they were making, it's like, that's not a lot of blood. This is not reality. This is a different world. And to really show that, he says, you got to make it at least 3 to 5 times. So when they were making it, it's like, just spurts of blood here and there. And it's like, no, 3 to 5 times. This is a certain world with a lot of death. And except if you have a boss fight, you're going to have a lot of blood. How much blood, he says? Well, in American-sized terms, maybe enough to fill up Madison Square Garden 3 times.
Oh, yeah, that's beautiful. So some of my favorite things from your past games, such as No More Heroes, Killer 7, some of my favorite games of all times are the boss encounters. Those fights are very cool, they're very big, they're very specific. This kind of looks like one right now, I believe, or is this just like a regular sort of monster thing? What are the boss fights like in this game? Like how big do they scale?
前作とノーモーヒーローズなどの、ボスファイトやはりその特殊の演出とかもあったりしてるんですけど、このゲームにも同じようにボスファイトが出てくると期待されてるんですが、さっき見たのは中央かどんなものかちょっとわからないんですけど、モンスターかわからないんですけど、同じようにボスファイトとかも期待できますかと、どれぐらいのスケールで大きいボスは期待できますかと。
さっき見てもらったのは中ボスなんですね。で、僕らの得意なボスファイトっていうのは、もちろんフリートゥープレイのゲームなんですけど用意してます。
So of course, what you just saw earlier, that monster was actually just a mid-boss. So that was kind of big, but that's a mid-boss. You can definitely be sure, even though this is a free-to-play game, there will be some pretty awesome big boss fights that we have prepared for everyone.
I honestly cannot wait to see those, because the mid-boss was just disgusting on its own. He's a man covered in bodies. So where does the inspiration for a lot of these enemy encounters come from?
すごい期待してますんで、中ボスでも結構大きくて気持ちよかったんですけど、こういうようなボスとか中ボスとかこういうキャラデザインについてのインスピレーションはどこから出てきてるんでしょうか。
そうですね。もちろん僕一人じゃなくてスタッフと一緒にディスカッションしながら考えるんですけども、レッドタイのアートはうちのスタッフのノーマルっていう、その天才デザイナーがいまして、彼が全てのキャラクターをデザインしてますね。
So we actually have someone on the Grasshopper staff that he says his name is Mr. Nomaru. He's kind of young and he's quite a genius when it comes to it. And he's actually designed most of the characters in the game. We left it up to his imagination.
ただ武器と防具に関してはものすごい種類があるんですね。
And there's a lot of weapons and armor that you can look forward to that have come along with the designs because it's part of the character design as well.
なので20人以上のデザイナーが参加してもらってデザインをしてもらってます。
So on top of him, he has a team of about 20 other designers to help with all of the weapon and design and also characters and environments as well.
でゲームプレイのコアメカニックっていうのが、さっきも見てもらったんですけども、裸一丁でスタートするんですね。パンツ一丁か。でどんどん敵を倒して防具を着て、そして武器を持って、でも使っていくと壊れるんですよ。そしたらまたチェンジしていくっていう。でどんどん強くなっていって塔を登っていく。でただ死んだら、ローグスタイルなので全部リセットされてしまうんですね。
So why you can see we have a lot of designers in regards to we need a various amount of weapons is because all the things you can collect can also break. So you're always trying to pick up things and get new things. We want to make sure everyone's entertained so you have more things to look forward to. And so that team working together for inspiration can continue to bring new things to the table because you're going to keep collecting a lot of things as you go through the tower and progress. And when you die, you also lose a lot of stuff too because it has some rogue style elements. So.
All right, well that is Let It Die. When can people play it?
いつ出ますか?
This year.
This year?
Yeah.
That's good. And which platforms?
PlayStation only.
PlayStation only.
PlayStation
There it is.
4 only. It's an
If you have a
exclusive.
PlayStation Beyond, then you can play Let It Die this year. That's good to hear. Suda, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you
Taylor,
very
thank
much.
you for coming.
Thank you very much.
And for all things IGN and all the video games right here at E3, you're already in the right place. Live streaming all week long. E3 2016 live right here on IGN.
That dome hammer doesn't scare me. Boom! Oh no!
Boy.
Stop!
Boy! Your mother's knife. It belongs to you now.
What for?
A test. She taught you to hunt, yes?
Yes, sir.
Then show me what you know. I am hungry. Feed us.
What are we hunting?
You are hunting deer.
Which way?
Your hunt. You tell me.
South?
Is that a question?
South. Look! Tracks! They're fresh! This way! Found it!
Slow down, boy.
Sorry.
You must think. Do not simply react. Be calm and plan.
It's just, I'm not used to hunting. Oh, what happened here? There it is!
Hold. What are you doing? Now his guard is up. Only fire. Only fire. When I tell you to fire.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry. Be better. Find it. Find it.
My bow!
No! You are not ready! Stay back!
I knew something fell off about the forest.
Keep moving.
You know, if you give me my bow back, I can help you fight. I'm ready.
You have yet to prove that.
I need a chance.
You had a chance.
I need another.
Then find that deer. Back away, boy! Here's your chance. Show me you're ready.
Yes, sir!
Back off, get a clean angle. And space your shots. I will draw it from me. Shoot it! It is time! I will bring it down! You will kill it! Now, boy!
What?
Do it! Off the ice! No!
sorry.
Your deer is getting away.
Yes, sir. I can't believe we fought a real troll.
And you froze when I told you to kill it.
I know, but he was staring right at me. How could I look him in the eyes and
Him?
kill?
I thought your mother taught you to hunt.
She did, but I never had to kill anything. She always did that part.
Then it is time for you to learn.
Father, look!
Wait for my mark. Relax. Do not think of it as an animal. It is simply a target. Clear your mind. Exhale and release.
I got it!
Good.
It's still alive.
Your knife. No. Finish what you started.
I can't.
Now, you are ready.
For what?
A new beginning.
PlayStation.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. Here we are. I'm Max Scoville, and I'm with Clifford Blazinski and Arjan Brussy. You guys are the founder of Boss Key Productions, and you have a long history together making video games.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. You know, we're doing the studio and we're getting a lot of hype about the new game, and it feels really good. But a lot of people don't know the history of the fact that the first breakout hit of a video game that I did was with this guy.
You guys made Jazz Jackrabbit together,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Over
So I
20 years
programmed
ago.
it, right? And he was the designer and artist in the beginning.
And then you founded Gorilla.
Yeah.
And then you went and made Gears. Like I love that you guys
Well,
went off.
the joke is always that like Magneto and Professor X, like friends, and then enemies,
yeah, totally.
but then friends again, right?
Yeah, like
So-
yeah.
Well, the thing is when I went to start the studio, when I was like retired and getting bored, I'm like, I want to make some new stuff, but I knew if we were going to pull it off, I needed to find the right partner and then find the right team and everything like that. And I was considering some other people for the COO, who basically is the person who has to deal with all the crap that I can't deal with or I'm not good enough to deal with, and which is what he does on a daily basis and lets me make all the fun stuff.
Now,
oh yeah.
Yeah, like Lawbreakers. We are in the age of the hero shooter. This is like the big new thing, but it's not really a big new thing. It's an arena shooter.
Well, there's arena shooter DNA there, but if we were just a pure arena shooter, it'd be one of those things where you play the game for 30 minutes and you're like, I've seen everything I need to see, and that's not going to fly in 2016 and beyond. That's where like abilities come in. That's where having characters with unique movement and unique weapons and whatnot come in. And so we have some of that DNA, but we were really evolving it for this kind of new generation. The thing that separates us in our game is the fact that you can manipulate gravity. And we have, we have static gravity that's been manipulated, like lunar gravity in the middle of the map. We have characters that can create giant zero-G pockets. We have characters that can increase gravity, characters that can invert it, so rockets go flying up and everyone goes flying up off of the map. All sorts of really, really cool modes like this, and a lot more in the queue because it's going to be a living product, and we have all sorts of surprises in store.
That's awesome. I love the double entendre with the name. It's because gravity is, of course, a law in itself.
The main thing when you're naming a game is what sounds cool, but also what's legally available.
Right.
And I'm astonished that like I could use Boss Key and Lawbreakers.
Yeah.
Like no one's thought of this before.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
And so when I was naming the IP, I really realized going with like orthogonal thinking. So like when you say Halo, you picture is it like a game about like a cherub or something or an angel? No, it's once oh no, it's about the ring around the ring in space, right? And so for this, it's like Lawbreakers. Is it like a western, or is it about like Chicago mobsters? It's like no, it's about law versus breakers, organized law versus organized gangs, all breaking the law of gravity and physics.
I love
Can
it
you tell I've said that before.
It has, yeah. You're good at this. You know what you're doing. This is not
Not
your
my
first
first rodeo.
Yeah. So obviously, you have you did Unreal Tournament, which also had some weird stuff with gravity.
Yep.
And it was just kind of like I mean, there's lore there, but like I feel like it's mostly sort of like there's zero-G because it's fun.
Well, that was the entire Unreal franchise. It was
Yeah.
a bunch of individual designers just throwing a bunch of crap at the wall and seeing what stuck.
Yeah.
And so for this, and we're showing off Promenade right here with our new mode, Turf War, which is kind of like speed checkers domination. And basically, this map is a reimagined version of the Santa Monica Pier after it had been destroyed and rebuilt 25 years later. And so it's in the near future, like 50 or so years in the future. This map has a lot of what I call passive narrative, a lot of signs you can read, learning about pharmaceutical companies, learning about the monument to the folks who died in that area when the earthquake hit, seeing the fact that the Ferris wheel is now omnidirectional in the distance, seeing stores. There's a men's fashion store that I named Menvy that doesn't exist, but that sounds like it could be at the 3rd Street Promenade. There's a California restaurant called Kale Vacado, which would not surprise me if I walked outside and saw a place called Kale Vacado.
Yeah, I feel like you might wind up getting sued for that because in San Francisco there probably is a place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kale Quinoa Vacado
Yeah.
or something like that.
I'm so sorry about
in
our
the center
kale.
of this map, we have kind of another gravity anomaly. And one of the little things that really starts to separate this game is the fact that you can shoot behind yourself. You can blind fire in first person.
Oh,
so
whoa.
this all comes out of the fact that, I was reading these books such as Leviathan Wakes and whatnot. They were talking about what happens if you fire a gun in zero-G.
Yeah.
And so what happens if you fire a gun behind you? Well, you wind up projecting yourself like Wall-E with the fire extinguisher. So in order to traverse the map, you hop in the middle and you fire your rockets behind you, you fire your assault rifle, and you just zoom right through it. And it's very rare, but once in a while you actually get a blind fire kill, so you're like Ash in Evil Dead.
Dude,
you're
that's
like,
awesome.
Ooh. You
Okay.
can see the blood in zero-G right there, too.
Can you tell a little bit about the characters that you've got here?
Yeah, so what we're going for with these characters is kind of aspirational from what I consider cool. So it's like, we have Axel, who's kind of a futuristic DEA agent. We have Hellion, who is an assassin who's kind of like a callback or a throwback to Oranishi or the bride from Kill Bill, right? Those are the archetypes we're going for here. A lot of these games have gotten really, really wacky with a lot of the characters, and that's what makes those games appeal to the crowd that has it. But I want to make kind of the slightly more grown-up version of that actually has women who are the pilot and the jet at the same time and zipping around the map like Iron Man with pulses coming out of their hands, right? And I can see you staring at it because what I'd like to believe is we made something very watchable.
There's a lot of visual information here.
We also have ex-con named Kronos, who's kind of our big titan. And he can like double in. He normally has a rocket launcher, but he can double in size and shoot lightning out of his freaking hands because it's awesome.
That's cool. I like that. I like
So
you're putting in like thoughts to like the kind of the grounded stuff, which is a weird thing in a 0G type of universe. But yeah, kill Vakado, but also lightning fingers.
Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes, that's when I actually to fight for with my team. They all know I could say just do it because I said so, but I never want to do that. There's the two things in the game. It was the robo legs on Hellion and the lightning hands. The team was kind of doubtful, and they wound up being two things that stand out. It's the old screenwriting joke. You got to cut the monkey out of the script. It's like, no, the monkey's the best part. It's the same thing with Mad Max Fury Road. The guy with the guitar, that was the best part of the movie.
Yeah.
He was amazing. And some people are like, I don't know about that. You're like, no, that's what makes it unique and awesome.
So this is in alpha right now, or closed alpha?
So on the 18th this weekend, we're going to a closed alpha. You can get a key on lawbreakers.com. We've given out a lot of keys here at E3. On the 16th, it's going to be preloading on Steam. And we're not free to play, by the way. We're targeting somewhere between $20 to $40 price range because we're a multiplayer-only game. I don't want to be charging $60 for that. It's kind of, gamers sometimes get weird about those price points, right?
Yeah.
So if we can have an impulse buy type of price, I think it might help us out a lot.
Yeah, and obviously I'm guessing you're going to hinge this on community a lot. And
Oh yeah, community is everything these days, but it's not just that. You need your Twitch streamers, your YouTubers, your cosplayers, your social media. It's like, multi-headed Hydra in order to make a game actually become a thing. So on the 18th, we're going to have one map, which is going to be called Grandview. It's not this map, it's our kind of Grand Canyon reimagined with gravity anomalies in the middle, as well as our first mode, which is called Overcharge, which is kind of like a dramatic version of One Flag CTF. And then in early July, this map, Promenade, is going to come online with our Turf War mode, which is, again, the speed domination, which goes super quick, and every match usually ends with tremendous drama, sweaty hands, much screaming, and much shoulder punching.
So this is fast as hell, and this is a PC game. Is there any plan to put this on consoles, or is it just designed from the ground up for
We're
PC?
PC primarily. We're not worrying at all about consoles in regards to verticality, full-on keyboard and the mouse. If Sony and Microsoft want to talk, we're open to talking. It wouldn't be us who to consider porting. It would probably be them. I can tell you one thing: if the game does come on consoles, I don't want to do crossplay. Because if you are playing a game with this kind of pacing with the controller, and you go up against somebody with a keyboard and a mouse, and the console version is 30 frames with a controller, and somebody has an awesome PC rig that's going at 144 frames a second,
it's just cruel.
You just get beaten down, right? And then our matchmaking gets exponentially more complicated. I don't think it's worth the effort in order to do that.
But I think also for us, right, it's kind of interesting because the we were both like exclusives on consoles, right? Me with Killzone, Cliff with Gears, and we were making this PC game, and you have to unlearn a lot of kind of tropes that are to do with console games, right? Like the auto aim and the tracking of the weapons, and the lack of verticality, right? Only the horizontal type scanning and all that. And I think we made like a very unapologetic PC shooter, which is like super fast, runs up to 144 or unbounded kind of frame rates. That speed over pure graphics, right? So we don't want to sell platform. We're just on PC, right? So make it play as fast as we can, right? And then none of these helpers, right? It's like no auto aim, right? So yeah, it's going to be hard to play with controller if you don't add those kind of things.
He's a
right?
frame rate nut too, by the way, and it's one of those things like whenever we're in the playtest
latency,
lab,
right?
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
and or tick rates and everything like that. Because when you're making a game that where 50 to 100 milliseconds can make all the difference, maybe someday, even if we become an esport and millions of dollars are on the line, you're going to want to make sure, people don't lose the match to randomness. They don't lose the match to wonky hitboxes and collision. They want to make sure everything is airtight at the core of the game, so the player melds with their controller and kind of become one with the game.
Well, I mean, it's cool that we're in this ecosystem where there is the immediate feedback. You know, you're doing a closed alpha because that's.
Well, so those of you who are getting in the alpha, or you see me at E3, and my wife and I are carrying the keys around as it's already on. It's one of those things like there's going to be things that are going to be broken. It's certainly not going to be balanced. We're going to be introducing, more characters as the game comes on. If you buy the game, we introduce any new characters over the next year or so. You get the maps for free, you get the characters for free. We'll probably have some sort of microtrans for cosmetics in there, which we haven't even figured out yet. But we're iterating here. And then those who get in early, we're going to want to find a way to reward you to say I was there from the start and I helped Boss Key make a fantastic game that's smooth and seamless and well balanced.
Awesome. I mean, you guys. You care about making games.
Well, I mean, I was retired and I missed it. I missed, this mess of E3. I missed people getting tattoos for the game. I missed cosplayers. I missed, young couples coming up to me and telling me they met online in the game. You know, and yeah, I want to make money and keep the darn lights on, but you know, I often joke it's like Lady Gaga. I live for the applause, man.
Yeah, you got the you got some very good cosplay fodder here.
That's the goal, man.
Make some action figures too, please.
Yeah, well, we may be working on some stuff like that soon.
Cool.
Well, the more the merrier.
So much for coming by. Like this is really cool. The game looks fantastic. Again, it's lawbreakers.com, or is it?
Yes, lawbreakers.com.
Cool. So yeah, check it out. And that's, you said the 18th?
18th.
Awesome.
Going live.
Thanks so much. We've got more E3 coming up tomorrow. It's the last day of E3 tomorrow. I'm sorry, but you know we do have to go home at some point, so that does kind of suck. On that note, keep it locked. We'll see you guys tomorrow.